adunay motivating impact. Maka-provide kini og klarong tumong sa atong gustong kabuton. Mao nga ang pagkonsiderar sa imong kaugalingon nga identity ug sa pamaaging gusto nimong makita ang imong kaugalingon makatabang sa imong pag-undang sa pagpanigarilyo. Sulayi, pagpangutana ang imong kaugalingon. Kinsa man ko kung walay sigarilyo, kaya nimo na. Og aron nga magpabiling kang himsog og protektado sa unsa mang balatian, tumar og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement kada adlaw.
Kasinati ang buhay og tinud-anay sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Your all-in-one health and wellness partner.
Pensya Tapalis de la Cruz, Vincent ang angga. Forminti ko ang pamaol ako tapos sakit akong likod, usay kay diri sakit pod. Na ako toy na feel nga na ay bukol akong diri sa collarbone. Na naka-exorya na ako, try lagi ang extra Makabuhay mo to, nag-inom ko, nagpalit ko sa kapad. Tapos nung nahurot na sa kapad, wala ako naman ay na nawala lang ang ako ang bukol diri. Nawala jud siya sir, nawala. 3 weeks sa dila na ko napansin, nawala na siya. Ako gi panawagan ang mga labi na may pamati sa lawas. Try niyo ang extra Makabuhay kay maayo jud.
Daghana og natabangan sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Halal certified, FDA approved. Health and wellness for God's glory. EXL Makabuhay Plus.
Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Kung sa ikaw, ayon na pagduha-duha, diri na ta sa garantisadong makahatag ka na og kaayuhan sa atuang panlawas. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Alang sa mga dugang impormasyon bahin sa EXL Makabuhay Capsule, tawagi ang numerong 0917-728-1434. Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement mapalit sa mga butika diha sa inyuhang dapit. Inyo na usab na bati ang EXL Express Balita, istoryang kapaskog sa panlawas, dalit ka nato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Buhay at makulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay.
EXL Makabuhay Express.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 1368 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda, TV sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andang mo serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
And that is why Magnolia Dairy Cream comes into variants. Now there's the Magnolia Dairy Cream Classic and Magnolia Dairy Cream Buttermilk. Both are available in 100-gram and 200-gram packs. So grab yours now in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores nationwide. And you can also order online and have it delivered to your home. Just visit thehub.sanmiguel.com.ph or San Miguel online store. Magnolia Dairy Cream, ang pinipili ng mapiling ina. So chef, let's kick it off with the buttermilk glazed fried chicken and mashed potatoes. Tell us how you came up with this.
Fried chicken is a family favorite, okay? So lalong-lalo na ng mga kids. But we added our secret ingredient para mas maging masarap at katakam-takam. It is also paired with creamy mashed potatoes. This pairing has the inviting aroma the whole family can't resist.
I agree with you, Chef. You know, I personally love fried chicken. I'm so looking forward to this and actually cooking this at home. Now, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are asking and thinking, how is this different from the usual fried chicken and mashed potatoes that we're so used to?
The chicken is flavorful and really juicy. The mashed potatoes naman has the creamy texture and a malinamnam taste. That's because of the Magnolia Dairy Cream Buttermilk.
Okay, so with that, do walk us through the process of how you made this delicious dish.
Of course. For our buttermilk glazed fried chicken, we need 1 kilo Magnolia Chicken Station Recado cut, half teaspoon iodized fine salt, 1 teaspoon pepper, 2 tablespoon vinegar, 1 piece Magnolia brown egg, slightly beaten, 1 cup cornstarch, 1 liter or 4 cups cooking oil for frying, and half cup Magnolia Dairy Cream buttermilk melted. For the mashed potatoes, please prepare 1 kilo potatoes, scrub clean, 3/4 cup Magnolia full cream milk, half cup Magnolia Dairy Cream buttermilk, half teaspoon iodized fine salt, and 1/4 teaspoon pepper. In a bowl, mix chicken, salt, pepper, and vinegar. Cover and marinate for 1 hour in the chiller. Add egg and mix well. Dredge chicken in cornstarch until coated and dust off any excess cornstarch. Fry chicken in a preheated pan with oil for 12 to 15 minutes or until golden brown and cook through. Dip or brush chicken with Magnolia Dairy Cream buttermilk before serving. To make mashed potatoes, boil potatoes in a pot until tender, then drain. Mashed with its peel in a large bowl with milk and Magnolia Dairy Cream buttermilk. Lastly, season with salt and pepper. You can also prepare other side dishes according to your preference.
Wow, I'm simply amazed by how you prepared all of this, Chef. Thank you so much for showing us how you made this. And of course, we can also take our dishes to a whole new level with Magnolia Dairy Cream, ang pinipili ng mapiling ina. Now, from the chicken, let's move to the beef salpicao.
This is not your usual salpicao. This time, it's got a creamier taste and inviting aroma thanks to Magnolia Dairy Cream Classic. Whether it's lunch or dinner, mas sasarap ang bawat dish with Magnolia Dairy Cream.
Okay, so we're now in the fun part, for me at least, the tasting session.
Yes.
So what am I gonna try first, Chef?
I pick a juicy chicken cut just for you, Christine. Go ahead and enjoy the buttermilk fried chicken with mashed potatoes.
Chef, the aroma is simply malinamnam. I mean, amoy pa lang, it already catches my attention. And of course, I wanna try it. I will take a bite. It's crunchy. I can hear it crunch.
Yan, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the crunchiness of the chicken as well as the aroma.
It is so delicious. This chicken is perfectly cooked. Of course, the crunch, I'm sure you heard it. Everybody here heard it. It goes so well with mashed potato. And Chef, kudos to you. This is
Thank you.
probably one of the best ever fried chicken I have tried. And Magnolia Dairy Cream Buttermilk really takes this to a whole new level.
I'm glad you like it, Christine. The mashed potato is really creamy and malinamnam because we added Magnolia Dairy Cream buttermilk. Yan talaga ang sekreto.
Okay, thanks for sharing your secrets. And see how a regular meal can be turned into an amazing dish just with Magnolia Dairy Cream. Sasarap ang fried chicken with dairy cream.
Now, tikman mo naman ang ating beef salpicao. It's very tender.
It is so tender. It's like actually melt in your mouth type goodness. But what really, Chef, stands out in this dish, for me at least, is the creaminess and of course the aroma
Yes.
of the Magnolia Dairy Cream Classic. I can't wait to serve this to my family. It is super irresistible.
Yep.
Very, very tasty. At talagang mapapadami sila sa kain, just like myself. It's so delicious.
Talagang flexible ang Magnolia Dairy Cream. You can also use it in breads, pastries, and even viands like this. Every dish will turn into a new level of linamnam. Masasarap ang kainan at home with Magnolia Dairy Cream.
So again, what were our dishes for today?
So we have buttermilk glazed fried chicken with mashed potatoes and the beef salpicao made extra special with Magnolia Dairy Cream, ang pinipili ng mapiling ina. Magnolia Dairy Cream is also available in 2 variants, the classic and the buttermilk. It comes in 100-gram and 200-gram packs.
So just go to any leading supermarket near you. You can also order online and have it delivered to your home. Just visit thehub.sanmiguel.com.ph. At mas sasarap, sigurado to, ang lutuin mo with Magnolia Dairy Cream, ang pinipili ng mapiling ina.
Thanks for having me again, Christine.
Iba talaga pag bagong kasal, sumasarap talaga
Siyempre,
rin yung
inspired
pagka-
din yun.
Thank you so much for joining us,
Thank
Chef.
you also,
And for
Christine.
sharing your wonderful tips with us. I'm sure our viewers will go out and try it right away. And that's how you start your day the right way, di ba, Chef? With a hearty meal filled with linamnam. But do get ready because we have more recipes to level up your dining experience at home. Don't go away. Wholesome Meals, Better Life will be right back.
Marcoses are returning to Malacanang.
Walang ampat ang pagtaas ng inflation o presyo ng bilihin.
Kinailangan naming lumipat dahil sa lakas ng alon.
Nagtaas muli ng presyo ang iba't ibang kumpanya ng langis.
Kung kaya nang kumuha ng school supplies ngayon, ay gawin na.
Rule of law, seguridad sa South China Sea at pagpapalakas ng partnership.
Paglalagak sa mga abo ni Ramos sa libingan ng mga bayani.
Dito nakatira yung isang bata na naka-confine ngayon sa ospital dahil sa dengue fever.
Ayaw nilang pauwi sa sakitan o aris kriminal ang mga kalalaban ngayong araw.
Nilibing na nga ang Filipino sports legend na si Lydia De Vega.
I'm Dr. Freddy Gomez. I'm an ear, nose, throat doctor, and I'm also the host for MedTalk Health Talk. I've been part of the MedTalk Health Talk team for 7 years now. I realize there's a need for Filipinos to have access to timely and accurate information, especially when it concerns their health. Some of the more memorable topics that have come across are those that concern health and well-being, because these are the topics that are very relatable to the viewers and are the most accessible. MedTalk Health Talk is a medical information hub where people can get that timely and accurate information in order for them to make decisions about their health. Viewers can expect the new MedTalk Health Talk to have topics that are more exciting, more engaging. These topics are going to be more relatable, more relevant, and more timely in that fashion. A medical and wellness show like MedTalk Health Talk is important because health is a priority of everyone. And MedTalk Health Talk provides the right information to empower people to take control of their health. As a physician, I hope to encourage and inspire people to be more proactive when it comes to their health. Because even as treatment may be available, as cliche as it may sound, prevention will always be better than cure.
Na-pinpoint niyo ho ba ang problema, lack of planning, lack of manpower, unexpected deluge of people, lack of information? What was it?
Those diagnosed with cancer, how important is a proper diet for someone living with cancer?
So we're going to start, Robin, with yung mga incumbents. And what we'll do is we're going to put them in the proper column.
Right.
So it's either their administration or opposition, or if they're not yet decided or malabo pa, we'll put them here in the middle. So just tell me where.
So Charles, tell us, what are the major victories right now of the tourism industry?
Save time and shop online at the SMC Hub, San Miguel Corporation's e-commerce platform that delivers your groceries and more straight to your door. It's easy to order. Step 1. Choose your delivery location. Step 2. Check out your most trusted San Miguel quality products and add to cart. Step 3. Choose your payment method and check out. The SMC Hub delivers to anywhere in Metro Manila and to select municipalities in Cavite and Rizal. Same-day delivery is available Mondays to Saturdays if you place your order before 12 noon. Spend more time doing the things you love. Just hub it to now at thehub.sanmiguel.com.ph. Your home made better with San Miguel.
Now, welcome to Wholesome Meals, Better Life. I'm Christine Jacob Sandejas. Now, earlier we got a taste of malinamnam and katakam-takam na dishes. Now, this time, why don't we go all out with creaminess with our next batch? On our busiest days, we deserve only the best meals. Kaya nga, it's time to go all out without creating a fuss in the kitchen. So today, we'll be preparing quick and easy meals made with Magnolia All-Purpose Cream. Now, here to help us out is none other than Chef Yan. Hi, Chef. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Christine. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so Chef, let's go straight to it. What do you have for us today?
Christine, what's in front of us are dishes that are simply hearty and comforting. Once you get a taste of it, you'll just keep coming back for more. So we have here the creamy pork steaks and the creamy garlic shrimp pasta. These two are made better with the all-out goodness of Magnolia All-Purpose Cream.
Chef, sa tingin pa lang, Chef, napakasarap at so delicious and very creamy. I'm sure my kids and all the kids out there will guaranteed magugustuhan nyo to. So to all our viewers, I know you are craving for these two. So why not grab a pack or two of Magnolia All-Purpose Cream in supermarkets near you?
And whether you're preparing a big meal or just a small serving, you have two sizes to choose from. We have Magnolia All-Purpose Cream available in 250 ml pack and 110 ml pack.
And by the way, you can also shop for Magnolia All-Purpose Cream via Lazada or Shopee in the comfort and safety of your own home. And you can also visit the hub.sanmiguel.com.ph, your San Miguel online store. Now, come on, take a look at these dishes. Aren't they just oozing with creaminess? I can't wait to try them. But before that, oh my gosh, I have to hold out just a little bit more. But let's start off with creamy pork steaks.
Diba, ang usual pork steak, gravy-based, yung flour-based. No? Pero dito, iniba natin. I made it different now. We're using all-purpose cream kasi nga ang creamy goodness nito lalabas. So this is a nice surprise talaga when you serve it to your family.
You always do things a little different with a little twist. So, you know, we all want to find out, how did you prepare this?
Of course, it's really simple. Just prepare these ingredients and syempre magsimula ka by having 250 ml pack of Magnolia All-Purpose Cream, 3 pieces or about half a kilo of Monterey pork steaks, and you slice that in half. Then you'll need 1/4 teaspoon iodized fine salt, 1/4 teaspoon pepper, 2 tablespoons Magnolia Gold butter unsalted, and 2 tablespoons cooking oil. 1 piece or 60 grams ng onion chopped, 1.5 cups ng chicken or pork stock, and 400-gram can of whole button mushrooms drained and halved, 1 tablespoon of toasted garlic. So ang una nating gagawin is to season pork steaks with salt and pepper. Melt butter in a pan and then brown the pork about 3 minutes per side. Then we set this aside. In the same pan, we add oil and saute onions until tender. We add back the pork and its juice and stock. Then we cover and simmer for 30 minutes or until the pork is tender. Once pork is tender and stock has reduced in half, gently add mushrooms and Magnolia All-Purpose Cream and let simmer while stirring until sauce thickens. And lastly, top with toasted garlic just before serving.
It just sounds divine and heavenly. I never thought something like this is so easy to prepare. Kahit na busy ka pang working from home or kahit na maraming ka mga chores sa bahay, you know, this is something that you can make quickly. Okay, Chef, moving on to the next dish. It also looks creamy and delicious. Tell us how you made naman this creamy garlic pasta.
We Pinoys love our spaghetti. Pero di ba, love din naman natin ang cream-based pasta. And this has a wonderful touch to it because of the creamy, flavorful base na may garlic, di ba? And added shrimps for that. Who can resist that? Ako, favorite ko ang shrimps.
I cannot resist everything here in front of me right now.
Ang secret talaga niyan is the Magnolia All-Purpose Cream that brings out the best in this dish. The sauce is thick and creamy. Yan ang magic ng Magnolia All-Purpose Cream.
There you go. You heard that right. Magic. And I am ready for you.
Okay, Christine. So let's start with our creamy pork steaks. Kaya may kanin ka.
Can we just dance with this? It is so good. You know, Chef, you know, actually it's better than what I imagined or even expected. At syempre nga, chef, di ba, sauce pa lang pwede mo nang gawin ulam. And that's because of our winning ingredient, which is the Magnolia All-Purpose Cream.
Very versatile talaga ang Magnolia All-Purpose Cream. Pwede siya magamit sa iba't ibang klase ng ulam. Try mo naman ang ating creamy garlic shrimp pasta.
Okay, so, chef, while I take my bite, tell us about the dish. How easy, di ba?
Very, very easy. So, importante lang you have the shrimps. Actually, sinotay lang yan with a lot of garlic. And then, nilagay natin ang ating shrimps. Tapos may konting parmesan. You know, sabi na bawal parmesan and seafood, no? But ako, I put because it adds extra flavor.
Yeah, don't stop because it's so good. Actually, sa first bite pa lang, the creamy goodness of Magnolia All-Purpose Cream, chef, really, truly stands out. My family will love this. Not only my family, but I'm sure your kids and the whole family will love it as well.
Ang talagang secret ingredient natin dyan ay ang Magnolia All-Purpose Cream na any home cook can bring out the creamy goodness in every meal with this product.
I like that.
Totoo lang.
That is really the secret, di ba?
True. So, to recap, the dishes we have today are the creamy pork steaks and the creamy garlic shrimp pasta made special with Magnolia All-Purpose Cream.
Chef, it is so good, mga viewers. If you could only taste it, it's so good. So make this at home. Thank you so much, Chef, for joining us and for sharing these wonderful and delicious meals with us. And we have more dishes coming right up, so get ready for our next batch of easy and cheesy meals. So don't go away. Wholesome Meals, Better Life. We'll be right back.
Oh my God. I'm seeing things that I can't explain.
Introducing your new best friend.
Every time this ship went out onto open water, people disappeared.
Killing all of us.
This case is about catching a monster.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am that innocent suspect.
Who's gonna take care of me?
You don't think I'm gonna take care of you?
But when you die.
Whether you're short on time or you just want something exciting to add to your fitness routine, you can't go wrong by getting strong.
Step to the side like this.
Lift the knees. Use the arms. Keep the chest up. Back straight the whole time. One full round. Faster, faster, faster.
So let's push ourselves to the limit.
And have some fun.
Get off your seat and let's get it.
On CNN Philippines. And you're still watching Wholesome Meals, Better Life. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas. From malinamnam to all-out creaminess, we've tasted amazing dishes so far. But mommies, we're not done just yet. It's time to indulge in quick and easy meals filled with cheesy goodness. Now let's cut to the chase and welcome Chef Rene.
Hi, Christine. I'm back.
Yeah, I love having you. So what did you prepare for us today, Chef?
For today, gumawa ako ng dalawang dishes na pwede nating gamitin for breakfast or merienda. Cheesy and ham quiche and mini cheesy tuna empanadas made cheesier with magnolia cheesy.
So mga mommies, you can turn simple everyday moments into fun bonding moments with Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia Cheesy is loaded with vitamins and minerals like vitamin A, D, and zinc. And it also has vitamin B1 and B2. Kaya bagay na bagay for growing kids. And, you know, taste the creamy and cheesy goodness of Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia Cheesy block comes in 3 sizes, the 165 gram, the 440 gram, and the 900 gram block. These are all available in supermarkets and grocery stores nationwide. And you can also order online and have it delivered to your home. Just visit thehub.sanmiguel.com.ph, your San Miguel online store. So, Chef, tell us more about the dishes. Okay, we know one is a quiche and one is like an empanada, but how did you prepare them? Let's start with the cheesy and ham quiche.
Alam mo, napakadali lang gawin ito. You can make at home and that's thanks to Magnolia Cheesy.
There you go. I'm very intrigued. And of course, we understand, Chef, na meron itong pastry base that you have a cheesy filling.
So, let me show you how to make this one. For the crust, you need 1/2 cup plus 1 tablespoon Magnolia Gold butter unsalted, plus extra for greasing, 2 tablespoon cold water, 1 piece Magnolia browned egg, 2 cups Magnolia all-purpose flour, 1/2 teaspoon iodized pine salt. For the filling, so you need 165 grams pa diced Magnolia Cheesy, 1/2 cup Magnolia full cream milk, 1/2 cup Magnolia all-purpose cream, 3-piece Magnolia browned eggs, 1 teaspoon nutmeg powder, 2-piece or 100 grams onion, slice and saute in a little of oil, and 2-piece Pure Foods sweet ham diced or at least 1/4 cup. Okay, so let's start. So ang una nating gagawin, igigrease lang natin yung ating 3 pieces 6 by 1 inches with 1 tablespoon of butter. Then, isa-set aside. In a mixing bowl, combine naman natin yung cold water and eggs. Iwiwis lang natin and then isa-set aside din natin. In another bowl naman, ikukumbine natin yung ating flour and salt. Pagkatapos, i-add na natin yung 1/2 cup of butter. Irarab natin yung butter into flour mixture until yung texture niya maging coarse. Tapos ito, i-add na natin ang ating egg and water mixture. Slightly, i-blend lang natin until mag-form na siya into dough. After that, ika-cut nyo lang into 3 and then i-roll natin isa-isa until mag-form siya into circle. Lay out rolled dough into prepared pan. So after that, ititrim natin do sa mga sides and then i-chill natin yung ating dough for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, i-bake na natin yung ating dough at preheated oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 minutes or until maging golden brown. Then set aside. That's it. So ngayon, gagawin naman natin yung ating filling. In a mixing bowl, combine milk, cream, eggs, and nutmeg. Mix manually until the eggs are well blended. Arrange onion, Magnolia Cheesy, and ham on top of the pre-baked crust. Gradually pour milk egg mixture. Bake in a preheated oven set to 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 minutes or until golden brown. Set aside. That's it.
Chef, that is one quick and easy recipe. Now, what's nice also is you can make this actually a bonding activity with your kids.
Hindi lang yan, siguradong masarap at healthy ang isi-serve mo sa iyong pamilya.
Naku, tama ka, Chef, because Magnolia Cheesy is loaded with vitamins and minerals. Now, this dish really has everything. Now, Now, from that dish, let's move on to the next. And this is the empanada. Parang proud na proud ka sa empanada mo, ha, Chef?
Oo naman, syempre, it's a mini empanada na nilagyan natin ng konting twist.
Okay, so what makes it so special? At ano, Chef, yung twist na yan?
Ginamitan natin to ng healthier protein San Miguel del Mar tuna. So, alam ko naman, Christine, excited ka na tikman yung ating ginawang mga dishes.
So, first, try muna natin yung quiche, Chef. It's so delicious, Chef.
Wow, thank you.
It is truly, truly delicious. I love the layers of flavor. You have the creaminess of the magnolia cheesy. Tapos it takes this quiche to a whole new level. Not only that, you have that flaky pie-like crust that's really tasty. Meron pa yung lovely and savory ham.
Yes.
Diba? Parang nag-blend talaga lahat ng flavors in this dish of yours.
Salamat, Christine. Gawin mo yan sa bahay at siguradong hindi ka magkakamali dahil ang ginamit natin is the magnolia cheesy.
At saka pwede to pang breakfast,
Merienda.
at lahat na. Okay, so from there, we move on to another Pinoy favorite. This time with a twist na sinasabi mo kanina.
Ito naman yung ating mini cheesy tuna empanadas. It's very flaky din yan and creamy and very cheesy yung flavor. Di ba?
It's so good. Well, it's not your usual empanada because it has, yung sabi mo yung twist na may cheese, may tuna. It actually blends really well. Now, the taste is not overpowering, tamang-tama lang, and it blends well with the tuna. It is so delicious and so healthy for you.
Simpleng handa, magiging amazing dahil sa ating magnolia cheesy.
Maraming salamat na naman sa iyo. Chef, pinapawaw mo na naman ako today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay, and times may be tough, but diba, Chef, no matter how hard it gets, we hope you still get to enjoy quality moments with your family. And all of us here look forward to sharing more food hacks with you here on Wholesome Meals Better Life, where we offer you the best ingredients for the best meals for the entire family. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas, and I will see you again next time.
Welcome to New Day. We have all the news you need and more. I'm Ria Tanuat Cotrillo.
A great Tuesday morning to you. I'm Paolo Obrera.
October 18 today, and we have a lot in store for you. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas.
I'm Andre Felix. Join us in the next hour only here on CNN Philippines.
In the headlines today, private schools have been allowed to continue distance learning. Earlier, the Education Department mandated all schools to implement face-to-face classes after November 2. Christmas will be costlier than usual. Prices of Noche Buena items have increased, and more staples are seen to be more pricey as the holiday season approaches. And today on New Day, we speak to director Eric Mati and executive producer Modondon Monteverde as On the Job, The Missing 8 is the country's entry to the Oscars. The series On the Job has also been nominated for Best TV Movie or Miniseries at the International Emmy Awards 2022. Private schools may continue the blended and distance learning for the rest of the school year. The Education Department amended its earlier order requiring all schools to hold full in-person classes by November 2. DepEd said it recognizes the investments made in online learning technologies and the closure of small private schools because of losses brought by the pandemic. However, public schools are still expected to implement full face-to-face classes by November 2, except those affected by calamities and those exempted by regional directors. While an education group welcomes the development, it says private schools should find the right balance in scheduling in-person and online classes.
There are several studies also that show the comparative educational research that there are positive outcomes, student outcomes on the use of hybrid and flexible learning modalities when combined with in-person classes. It's really how the schools design their curriculum, of course, in compliance with the minimum requirements of the Department of Education.
DepEd is looking to remove the teaching of the mother tongue as a separate subject in school as it reviews the K-12 curriculum. AC Nichols has the details.
The mother tongue, or one's native language, is used as the medium of instruction from kinder to grade 3. It is also taught as a separate subject. But the Department of Education says it is planning to do away with the mother tongue subject as part of the current review of the K-12 curriculum. This will supposedly free up 50 minutes of teaching time and will instead be added to math and reading subjects. The mother tongue-based learning is implemented in kinder to grade 3 levels as studies show it improves children's literacy when they use their native language, such as Ilocano, Bicolano, or Hiligaynon.
Kasi araw-araw na po ginagamit ng mga bata po yan sa bahay, sa kapitbahay, sa mga kalaro. Yun na talagang yung kanilang mother tongue nang ginagamit nila pang araw-araw. So hindi na kailangan ituro ang grammar nito. Ang importante, ginagamit yung mother tongue na lingwahe sa pagtuturo.
The DepEd aims to decongest the K-12 curriculum to avoid overwhelming students, which affects their ability to retain lessons. This amid Filipino students ranking low in international assessment tests, particularly in math and reading comprehension. The Teachers Dignity Coalition believes mother tongue-based learning should be continued, but should be implemented effectively.
Nakita natin yung mga kakulangan po nito, yun yung dapat asikasuhin po ng Department of Education at ng mga ahensya, lalo na siyempre ng Kongreso, no, dahil maraming bagay po doon, lumabas naman na kanina, ay may kinalaman po sa budget.
One of the issues raised during the hearing is the lack of training among teachers. Over 300,000 teachers need training for the mother tongue program. But DepEd says only about 72,000 or 23% of the target number have undergone training. There is also a lack in learning resources as many languages in the country don't have an official dictionary or orthography, which serves as a guide in writing words.
Hindi po mabilis ang paglikha ng ortografiya, hindi rin po mabilis ang pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo. Kailangan maglaan ng sapat na panahon ng maraming may kaalaman sa larang ng leksikografiya. Alright? At mga taong magpapatakbo po nito at susulat nito. Kaya't nananawagan po ako, sana po bigyan nyo kami ng mas malaking budget.
In the meantime, Senate Basic Education Committee Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian questioned the DepEd on why it has yet to carry out an impact study 10 years since the mother tongue program was first implemented.
There's debate, no? There's talk about mother tongue, and it's very difficult to make policy recommendations without any study, no? Any honest-to-goodness study and evidence.
DepEd officials assured the committee they are already working on conducting a thorough study on the program. AC Nichols, CNN Philippines.
Weather disturbance is ahead of us.
That's right. A new low-pressure area was spotted in the country's territories this morning.
That's right. Now, that was as of 3 a.m. The low-pressure area was hovering over 1,100 kilometers east of northern Luzon. However, Pagasa says this has no direct effect yet on the country so far. Meanwhile, expect cloudy skies with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms in Batanes and the Babuyan Islands because of the northeasterly surface wind flow. The southwesterly surface wind flow is still affecting parts of southern Luzon, Visayas, northern Mindanao, and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. This will also bring overcast skies with isolated rain showers or thunderstorms over Metro Manila and the rest of the country.
Well, let's check on the conditions here and across Asia now from the CNN World Weather Center in Atlanta.
Hey there, it's CNN meteorologist Britley Ritz taking a look at the front that's rolling past Japan. Behind it, snow through the higher elevations and, of course, the chance for a few isolated showers. But most of us dry across China as high pressure sets in. So there's that rain moving out to sea. Many of us remain dry, maybe a few clouds and a few flakes through the higher elevations. But again, high pressure takes control. Most of that rain out to sea, you're seeing maybe 25 millimeters of rain across the western side of Japan's coastline, but otherwise we're dry. We're looking at sunshine and temperatures back into the teens for many of us, Seoul around 18 degrees. Nesat, we're watching this closely. This is Typhoon Nesat, expected to have winds around the center now of 165 kilometers per hour. It's moving west at 19, and as it comes into Hainan, it is expected to weaken just south of the island, pushing into Vietnam, weakening substantially as it hits the friction of the land, and winds are expected to die down to 35 kilometers per hour here within the next 3 to 4 days, bringing in heavy rain to Hainan. These areas picking up roughly around 100 to 150 millimeters of rain. You get into Vietnam along the coastline, roughly about 50 to 100 millimeters of rain. As for temperature, we're looking at the mid-20s for quite a few of us rolling into the next 24 hours. Otherwise, we're pretty quiet across the board. We're bringing in a few showers up with that system, but otherwise, the southern part of Thailand and the countries there bring in roughly about 100 millimeters of rain. Regardless, many of us stay dry. There you look, Bangkok, 33 degrees, mostly cloudy skies. Rain across the Philippines, very scattered over the next 2 days, but the opportunity is there, so keep an eye to radar. As for rainfall totals, looking around 50 to 100 millimeters widespread. Isolated higher amounts are possible to the northern parts of the provinces, 20s and 30s, depending on if you're getting rain or not. Manila, 32 degrees expected. Otherwise, many of us stay in the upper 20s.
And that was meteorologist Britley Ritz from the CNN World Weather Center in Atlanta.
Good Tuesday morning. Off to the roads we go. Now let's start with live pictures of what's happening right now here at EDSA White Plains in Quezon City. If we take a look at the left side of your screens, these are the southbound lanes. If you're headed to Ortigas, Shaw Boulevard, Bonnie Avenue in Mandaluyong, and headed all the way to Makati City, we see traffic here is already building up. So expect congestion here. Just drive safe and pack more patience because as you can see right now, those headed south, traffic is already heavy. Meanwhile, it is a different situation on the right side, which are the lanes headed north all the way to Santolan, Cubao, and Quezon City. We see the traffic here is still fast moving. Let's move further south. Take a look at live pictures of Salis Road in Pasay City. On the right are the southbound lanes if you're headed to Villamor, Bicutan, and Sucat. While on the left, if you're headed north to Manila and Makati, both sides also looking good. This Tuesday morning, drive safe, buckle up, and always keep your eyes on the road. The expanded vehicle number coding scheme in Metro Manila is in full swing. It is Tuesday, so vehicles with license plates ending in 3 and 4 should be off the road from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Makati still has its own coding scheme in effect from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We'll go up by 2 pesos a liter, while these by 80 centavos per liter. Is usually households will spike by 2 pesos and 90 centavos. This is the second straight week of fuel price hikes. Stay tuned to New Day, only here on CNN Philippines, because we will be talking about the 75th year of the diplomatic relations between the Philippines and France. We spoke to Director Eric Mari and producer Don Monteverde. That and more when we return, only here on New Day on CNN Philippines. Stay tuned.
Buckle up. Our next destination is Cebu.
Cebu is always known for its unique flora and fauna.
Ang Malboal po ay considered as one of the most beautiful diving sites po dito sa Cebu.
Sikat talaga yung dried fish dito sa Cebu kasi masarap talaga siya.
And in an archipelago like this, infrastructure development makes travel even better.
Thank you for watching New Day here on CNN Philippines. Well, the Philippines and France are celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relations. And with that, joining us this morning is Jacques Briand, the Vice President of the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Bonjour, Jacques. It's great to have you. Yep. Welcome to New Day. It's very important that we mark this 75 years. It's been quite a journey for France and the Philippines. Why is this such an important partnership?
So first of all is
this is a celebration of diplomatic experience between our two countries and CCI, I mean the French Chamber of Commerce. We are a part of the French community, and as part of the French community, we also want to celebrate the relation, economic relation, mostly. Of course, during all this year, you had some economic events, some gathering, and as well cultural events. So that's why we decided to organize the 75 anniversary through a gala, which will take place end of this week. By the way, so we also consider that that should be economic gathering. So that's why we are represented in the Philippines for that.
Which particular industries are now at the forefront of this relationship between France and the Philippines?
Actually, we have more or less 400 companies working, I mean French companies working in the Philippines. Among them, you have several construction development, let's say, for example, if you use a Skyway today, this is a French company who is working with a local company to develop that. In construction, we have a lot of French companies doing so. Services as well, Teleperformance, people like L'Oréal and so and so. So we have a lot of French companies.
Oh, we have so much to thank you for then. I mean, less traffic, better hair, not for me. But, you know, it's nice to see that there are actually so many French relationships that maybe are not so obvious to the Filipinos.
So just to precise a few things, Chamber of Commerce has been created about 30 years ago, so we have 30 years of presence in the Philippines. We represent today around 200 membership, 150 to 200 in different and various activities. So let's say we are quite present, and for example, every year you have the Joint Economic Committee, French Philippine Joint Economic Committee, who will take place next November in Paris. Every year that is something we are doing it, and this is the way to present and to represent the French in the Philippines. Next week also we have a delegation of French enterprises coming to the Philippines for 3 days, from 26 up to 26, 22 to 26, and this is also the way to show that the French companies are eager to work in the Philippines.
Right. You know, well, there's the business side, there's the commerce side, and of course there's also arts and culture. You had a charity art auction earlier this month. What was the purpose of that charity, and who were the beneficiaries?
So the purpose of this charity auction is we have our own organization in the CCI. The goal is to produce and to propose 100 houses to the family in the Philippines. So actually the auction allows us to collect about 1 million peso. The target is 30 million peso, and we expect to have more funds to do and to be able to do it. Actually, during this gathering, I mean this auction, we had several artists, local artists.
Yeah, big celebrities.
Yes,
who were part of it.
We have the Ana Bautista. I think you know them. Olivia Daboville or Solène Ossaf.
Yeah,
Solène Ossaf is very well known in the Philippines, of course. And we have the chance to have the street art Egg Fiasco, who was one of the
very nice contemporary artist.
Yeah, so in BGC, so it was an event. It was in July or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, now, Jacques, you already mentioned the gala night coming up. This is going to be special. We're going to be putting on our formal wear, I think, for this particular event. Tell us a little bit more, a few more details about the gala.
Okay, the gala will take place on the 22nd afternoon. That will take place in Raffles, Fairmont-Makati in the afternoon. So we will celebrate, of course, the 75 years of relationship between our two countries. There will be 3 main events in this event. One is, we were talking about charity art auction, so this is one. The second one is Sustainability Business Award called Le Trophée Bleu. This is typical French. This is for the blue economy and how to develop the sustainability of our companies. So we will have 4 different awarded on it. And then we have a fashion show owned by Welmer and L'Oréal. Welmer is one of the famous French companies.
Pearls, absolutely.
And of course, this is a main point. the people will discover the French cuisine. French cuisine by the chef Alain Passard, with a 3-star Michelin, which is in France quite something. So
right,
we'll
all
have it
over the world, actually. Yeah.
But this is really a main event, and we expect to gather around 200 or 300 people around the. So
you know, I'm going to be busy that night, but I'm going to be expecting a takeout box.
So we'll make it for you.
I know it's going to be a fantastic evening. You've got so much in store during this gala night. It's 75 years, and here we are hoping for many, many more years. You know, as that. Famous saying goes, this is just the beginning of a beautiful friendship. It's such a pleasure to have you here, CCI France Philippines Vice President Jacques Briand. Thank you so much for joining us. Merci.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Now, you don't have to travel far to experience authentic Colombian cuisine. The Embassy of Colombia brought in Chef Manuel Martinez to share the secrets of Colombian cuisine to Filipinos. Those who want to take on this gastronomic experience can avail of a curated menu at the Flame Restaurant in Discovery Primea beginning today and tomorrow.
Did you know that Colombia is #2 with the most diversity in the whole world? It's the country that has the most diverse. So we have too many ingredients. We're tropical, like you are, and a lot of the products that we use come from Asia, like the bananas, the plantains, the coconuts, but we also have corn and tomatoes and other products and yuca that are from the Americas.
The Philippine boxing team is leaving no stones unturned in its quest for Olympic glory in Paris. The 15-man boxing squad left the country on October 14 to compete in the tough ASBC Asian Elite Senior Boxing Championship. The event is scheduled from October 30 to November 30 in Amman, Jordan. Leading the Philippine squad are Tokyo Olympic silver medalist Carlo Paalam and Nesty Petesio. Missing the team is Olympic bronze winner Yumir Felix Marshall, who had to beg off after sustaining a bad cut during his latest pro fight last week in California. The Jordan meet is part of the national boxing team's aim to qualify for the 2024 Paris Olympics. Meanwhile, San Miguel Beerman making adjustments in its campaign in the PBA Commissioner's Cup. According to the official PBA website, San Miguel is fielding Devon Scott as its new import replacing Diamond Stone. The PBA website also reports the 28-year-old import will be joining practice with SMB starting today. Scott had stints in Canada, Brazil, and Korea after he was undrafted in the 2016 NBA draft. SMB suffered a huge blow in its campaign when they lost Junmar Fajardo to a throat injury. The Beermen will next face the Converge Fiber Xers this Friday at the Phil Sports Arena in Pasig City. Later at 10 a.m., MMA fighter Biagio Ali Walsh, the grandson of boxing legend Muhammad Ali, will be joining us live on Sports Desk, and Biagio and I will be talking about his upcoming debut on the Professional Fighters League happening next month, and catch that interview on Sports Desk only here on CNN Philippines.
The country is throwing its hat in the Oscars next year. On the Job, The Missing 8 will be our official entry to the 95th Academy Awards. It will be shown in local cinemas next month. And I got to speak to director Eric Mati and executive producer Don Monteverde about this recognition.
Happy lang kami ni Eric that this is happening, no, for the industry. Kasi, you know, Eric and I have been advocating this type of content. No, we want to bring, you know, what the Filipinos can do abroad talaga. And that was our goal. And, you know, syempre it's a trial and error thing until, you know, you get the right one. No? And we're just so happy that one of our projects, no, On the Job is being appreciated right now on a global scale. No? And I think it will just open doors, right? It will open doors to more producers, more filmmakers to actually do more, no? That can get noticed out there. No?
Let's narrow it down a little bit. I mean, Direk, tell me about this amazing movie, first On the Job, which started 2013.
Yes.
From there, I mean, take me through it. I know it wasn't easy for you guys to push the 2013 On the Job to start off with.
We started with On the Job 1 in 2013. And at that time, I think the success of On the Job 1 is that we've never done a crime thriller for the longest time in the Philippines during that year. And eventually we ended up in Cannes, and we got picked up globally in 11 territories to be shown theatrically and in their own countries, right? Now, later on, we decided to do On the Job 2, which is the story of the missing eight. And in that one, when we did it, it took us like 3 years to do it. The writing process was really difficult. The research was really tough because it was focused on journalism, and it was at the time that journalism was really under attack, which is around 2015, 2016. And then when we started doing it, the pandemic hit. When we were done with it, when the pandemic hit, we didn't know where to show On the Job. So we kept on honing it, cleaning it up, but we don't know as a film whether it's going to come out in the cinemas at all. And then, again, just like what happened in the first On the Job, Venice picked it up. And that one, after that, the road for On the Job became clear. From Venice, it became a mini-series because the cinemas were still closed. So we pivoted into a mini-series, and HBO picked it up.
That's right.
So we were glad that we found a life for On the Job. And 1 year later, it's still going around.
I mean, it's a good thing that you were able to break it down into a mini series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and combine both. I mean, how was that possible? Okay, because when you were making this, there was no. I mean, did you already have an inclination that you wanted to do number 2?
The mini series was born out of parang desperate times needed desperate measures, right?
Galing.
So we finished the film, and lo and behold, our film is 3 hours and 28 minutes long. And I knew it was going to be tough to show it in the cinemas for 3 hours and 28. But then the cinemas were closed.
Yeah.
So eventually we were thinking, what are the options? Is this just going to stay hidden because there's no cinemas to show it to? And with the length, we were looking at the highlights in the story, and we saw that it could be broken down into a series. And thinking about bringing together On the Job 1 into the series as a briefer to what the story is all about, and then continuing into On the Job 2, made it like a complete package. And that's when we decided to go and do it into a series.
Let's break it down for our audience, okay? So we have On the Job 1, okay? So this was about the political.
On the Job 1 is introducing the whole idea of prisoners being brought out of prison to do assassinations. They are under the contract of government officials, and they are like ghosts because once they do the kill,
they go back.
The police, in the first one, the police tries to find them. They couldn't find them because they're already in prison. So that's the whole introduction to the story. And then it continues on into 2, On the Job 2, wherein in On the Job, it sort of opens it up to the journalism world, and the syndicate is slowly being brought out in the open, and a lot of people are getting to know what it is. So with that, with the existing On the Job 1 and then the second film, when we decided to put it together, it became just this big saga of the way the government is corrupted by bringing all these people out of prison to do
That's right.
contract
I mean, any hesitations, Don, on your part in terms of like, Eric, should we do this? I mean, baka pati tayo madamay dito. Maging totoo na, I mean, it could really happen to us, you know? I mean, any hesitations at all, and how were you able to maneuver it the way where you were able to sleep at night?
No hesitations naman. parang every time naman no, we go through a process naman where we make our movies. We do the movies that we really want to do. Diba? Kasi you can't, go into something half-hearted there. Diba? You never create something really good, no? Nothing good will come out of that. So when we did On the Job, those are facts, diba? And it happens, right? So we know. So we just had to maybe let the world know this kinds of thing happen. Not maybe just in the Philippines, not maybe all over the world. No?
There's music. I mean, that's one thing that I seem to come across a lot when I was reading up on you guys was the music. What inspired you to put this gangster Hollywood? Music.
Exactly.
It's something so Pinoy.
Exactly your words. The gangster, the American Hollywood gangster feel to the way the story unfolds in On the Job, the Missing It. I remember when we were, because that used to be pegs. So whenever we edit the film, we put in music, stand-in music that we will eventually change. And I remember we were when Don and I saw the edit along with our co-producers with Globe Studios. Everyone was hesitant whether it's going to be used or not because we knew how expensive it was to get the licenses for all of those. But in the end, we thought we wanted to replace it with something else, but it wasn't good enough. As good as how we heard it earlier.
Yeah, so the decision really came about, especially when HBO came in. So we know that we would basically have a more universal audience. So the timing, I think the calling was really to do music here, put music here that can be that they can relate to on a universal scale. No? And for me and Eric, honestly, it's the most expensive. Music, the type of music that we used here, no? Talagang grabe siya. But then we had to do it, diba? So para at least just to get the attention of people out there also.
I want to also mention Johnny Arcilia's role here. John Arcilia, galing talaga. For him to be able to take home the Volpi Cup.
Yes. Yeah.
Another historic, another first ever for us.
Exactly.
It really was.
Yeah. Yung sinasabi nga namin ni Eric, di ba, na parang maganda nga with this, on the job as a vehicle, we're actually able to showcase, what Filipinos can, di ba? So with John's acting talaga, he was superb, di ba? And he got noticed, no?
Christine, when we go to big film festivals and you're up against bigger, better, what you think are better, more well-produced films, and you just go there, happy to be chosen, never expecting to win against all those giants, and then you end up with a Volpi Cup. It was as a surprise to all of us. We were just happy during September that now we were able to travel to Italy because after 2 years of pandemic, but then to be given the recognition of a Volpi Cup, that's even better, right?
But I think you're also being so modest. I heard that you had like a 5-minute standing ovation.
Yeah, we everyone enjoyed the film, and you know how 3-hour 28 films can go, where you really need to hold the audience by the hand with that kind of a length. And everybody seemed to have been sucked into the film, so we're happy with it.
With that in mind, Direk, do you see yourself making more movies such as this?
We are continuing to make more movies. We're doing the second season of this next year. We're in the middle of writing it. And together with that, we are
and you're
also
sorry, Direk, you're making the second season. This is for HBO Asia.
Yes.
Yeah.
But as a film, we're making the prequel of how this prisoner for hire story even started in the Philippines. And we picked the 1990s as a time where it all began.
And I heard you're also doing a film with Vilma soon. Is that? Ayan.
Galing na. Galing ng info mo.
Christina. Alam mo lahat.
Oh,
yeah, we are not rushing into it, but we've always wanted to do something with Vilma, and the opportunity opened up. We have like a really great story for her, and we just decided we just drew up the courage to set up a meeting with Vilma and find out if she would be going back into movie making. And gladly she did.
Okay.
So we are still writing it. Maybe that's going to be next year, mid next year, third quarter next year.
And we'll take another look at our top stories when we return. Plus, finding hope is this year's theme of the annual National Mental Health Summit. And expect an additional price increase in Noche Buena products. Oh no, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
planet is facing unprecedented environmental challenges.
We are protecting something for our future generation.
We have a responsibility to reimagine and consider a way to do things to get us to a future that we want to live in.
We are then empowering the kids to really use their voices.
Motivation that I have is to normalize edible insects around the world.
Innovators and visionaries are rising to the challenge, raising the next generation of eco-warriors.
Welcome back to New Day.
We've got all the news you need and more.
Tuesday today, October 18th, and it's great to have you.
We've got so much more in store for you in the next half hour, so please stay with us.
Our top story this morning, private schools may continue the blended and distance learning for the rest of the school year. The Education Department amended its earlier order requiring all schools to hold full in-person classes by November 2. However, public schools are still expected to implement full face-to-face classes by November 2, except those affected by calamities and those exempted by regional directors. President Marcos appoints film and television director Paul Soriano as his advisor for creative communications. Soriano took his oath before the president yesterday. Soriano directed Marcos's first State of the Nation address in July, as well as his presidential campaign commercials. His dad is a cousin of First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos. His wife, actress and singer Tony Gonzaga, is also a staunch supporter of the president. The Trade Department says the prices of Noche Buena items have started to increase and will continue to increase as the holidays approach. Catherine Cruz has more.
The prices of Noche Buena products have started increasing. The Trade Department said an additional price increase may be expected by November. DTI Undersecretary Ruth Castello noted that they cannot regulate the prices of Noche Buena products as these are not considered basic commodities. However, they urge manufacturers to limit their increase to only 10%.
Naintindihan naman natin that the raw materials, lalo na kung imported raw materials, talagang tumaas po ang presyo, ang fuel na ginagamit nila for the logistics. So, naintindihan po natin na kailangan talaga nilang magtaas doon sa mga bagong minamanufacture ngayon. Pero maximum po sana ng 10% ang increase nila.
Despite this, there is still some good news. Castello said that the price of ham will remain the same, while a 5 to 10 peso decrease may be expected for cheese.
Pero yung mga produced na, like last year pa, na hindi tinamaan ng price increases yung cost of production nila, pwedeng hindi nila itaas. Actually, meron pong mga manufacturers din magbababa ng presyo. For Christmas, meron pong mga 5% mga 5 pesos less or 10 pesos na mas mura kesa sa presyo before.
The Department of Agriculture, meanwhile, will sell sugar for 70 pesos per kilo at the offices of the Sugar Regulatory Administration in Quezon City and Bacolod and in Kadiwa rolling stores. This as the prices of sugar in markets remained high. Based on DA's monitoring, the price of refined sugar increased by 5 pesos. The price of washed sugar stayed at 90 pesos, while the price of brown sugar is down by 3 pesos. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Customs seized more than 1,900 metric tons of sugar from Thailand worth 228 million pesos. After the investigation, the seized sugar will be forfeited in favor of the government.
What they have done, they declare it as sugar, but wala silang SRA clearance. So with that, na check ng CIIS natin, and it has been found na fictitious yung consignee. And based on that, ang district collector natin issued a warrant of seizure and detention.
Commissioner Yogi Filimon Ruiz assured that customs will continue inspecting incoming cargoes, especially as the holiday season draws near. Catherine Cruz, CNN Philippines.
Find hope. That's what many of us strive to find in these challenging times. This is why mental health advocate Mind You, together with the Department of Health, is bringing back the annual National Mental Health Summit with the same theme of finding hope. And to get a glimpse of what's in store for us in this exciting event, we'll be speaking to DOH Representative Dr. Beverly Cole and Mind You CEO Yuri Marshall. Good morning. Doc Beverly, it's great to have you. Yuri, good day. How are you?
Morning, Paulo.
Very, very good. Good morning.
Yuri.
It's great to have you guys back. Now, you have a very interesting theme for this year's summit, Find Hope. As we said, finding hope really is such a great way to put it for those of us who we all need a little bit of attention when it comes to our mental health. Let's talk about that theme.
Yeah, sure. So Find Hope, you know, it was a theme that we really wanted to convey. It was a message for the country, because this year's summit really is for the people. Last year, we had a summit, and it was mainly for stakeholders so that we can have a platform to discuss the state of mental health. This year, we really wanted to open it up just to the average person, the average Filipino that wants to explore their mental health through various means. So it doesn't necessarily have to be mental health. It can be through their physical health. It can be through meditation and behavioral health. It could be through financial stress, discovering how does that affect your mental health on a daily basis. So finding hope in all of these different ways is really the central message that we want to convey for this year's summit.
Right, Doc Beverly, you know, I think people have really sort of felt the strain of the pandemic. It's been a couple of years. We're slowly coming out of it, but there's no denying that really now more than ever, we need to pay attention to this, right?
Definitely. We also did receive the latest report coming from the Young Adult Fertility Survey, which was done in 2021, 8 years after the 2013 survey was done. And it's really quite alarming. Again, the data shows that young people, so 15 to 24 years old, 17% of those who were surveyed actually had suicidal ideation, for example, and out of those, 40% of them acted on that ideation. It means they even attempted it. So we're really not talking just about destigmatizing mental health, but really making sure that services, counseling services, and even regular people around young people, so family members, friends, how all of us can actually have a role in the mental health of the people around us.
Right. I think that sense of hopelessness really comes from the fact that it's not open to discussion, and we need to normalize that discussion. What will be some of the highlights for this year, and how is it going to be different from the previous summit? What's going to be changing this year?
I think the really exciting changes this year is we're inviting a lot of speakers from different areas of behavioral health, and that affects your mental health. So, for example, we have Dr. Candy Dalman from Centro Holistico talking about gut health and how that affects your mental health. Then we've got Bel Mapa, who's going to be talking about creative journaling and how, that art and creativity is a form of healing. We've got, Senator Risa coming back to talk about the state of mental health in the Philippines. Doc Bev's going to be there. Looking forward to that. We're going to be announcing some programs that we're working with the Department of Health. And so there's going to be a wide range of speakers. Master classes will be at the summit. So if you wanted to actually have an experiential awareness and learn, how does that type of education affect your mental health? There's going to be a large slate of activities available for the public.
It sounds like it's going to be fantastic. On the subject of amplifying your reach, how are we going to go about that, Doc Bev?
Well, definitely, the DOH uses many of its platforms, social media platforms, to get to our audience. But likewise, we do have programs in cooperation with the Department of Education on school health, as well as with the local government units in implementing our playbook on mental health. So these are our on-the-ground channel on top of above-the-line or social media channels.
Right. Well, given the fact that it's a bit of a challenge in terms of accessing mental health services, one of the interesting things that you're going to be developing or have developed for this year is to launch mental health apps. Who wants to talk about that? Yuri, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. So, we've been developing more nationwide reaching resources. Mind You has their app coming out later in the year. And so that's going to have a lot of resources, the ability to book a licensed therapy session with a licensed psychologist. And then we'll have other access to other types of modalities of healing. And so I don't necessarily want to just promote our app. There's other mental health providers out there that have other resources. They have their own apps. And I really want to have a shout out to everyone in the industry that's really making a movement, because we have to do this together. This is healthcare. This is mental health care. So we have to do this as a team.
Right. And on that idea, when you said you don't necessarily have to use this particular, or you're not pushing this particular app, there are many different resources and many different pathways, as we're seeing from the way this subject is being tackled, from physical health to emotional health, and how that all ties in with your mental health and makes us, whole. So what can the audience gain from attending this year's Mental Health Summit? What do we want people to come away with?
I think it's important.
It's largely the awareness and education. You go ahead, Doc Bev.
Sorry. So I think it's important for people to go in and learn new knowledge and skills about mental health. So it really depends what their baseline would be. But definitely we want at least those who are experiencing their own mental health challenges to get to know people who have overcome it, or overcoming it, and really find hope, so to speak, in these personal experiences. But as Yuri has mentioned, there are also sessions to allow people to have a masterclass or learn skills that they can bring home with them, apply it to their own lives, or how they would be taking care of people around them. So it's really more of a practical session that we hope more people will get to learn about.
Right, or maybe even just the idea, I think, of people who may not feel like, I don't have a pressing mental health issue problem, but I think just the idea of opening yourself up to making wherever you're at, your baseline, better. There are different pathways to do that. You don't necessarily have to feel distress to actually improve your mental health. Am I on something here, Yuri?
Yeah, preventative is the approach. If we're talking about how to serve a nation, we have to learn how to prevent ourselves from getting to a state where it's an emergency state. And so I'm speaking very plainly, because for anyone that's listening and isn't so knowledgeable or has a stigma with mental health, this type of summit is going to help you just optimize your state of mind, your state of being, your physical health even. And so I agree with you, Paolo. It's very important to be aware of being in that optimal state.
Right. Well, there you go. Lots to learn, lots to look forward to. Thank you for joining us today, DOH Representative Dr. Beverly Ho, and Mind You CEO Yuri Marshall. Always a pleasure, guys.
Go back to the roads this Tuesday morning and now take a look at live pictures of the Amorsolo off-ramp. And if you're bound for the Makati Central Business District this morning, as you can see, traffic here is still clear. Green and gold, no problem. Just drive safe. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't forget to always, please, buckle up.
And in the U.S., a father and son fishing duo's trip off the Jersey Shore turned surreal when a very close encounter left them with a tale to tell. Take a look at this report from CNN's Jeremy Roth.
Watch the moment an airborne whale freaks out a father-son fishing duo. Oh, Zach Pillar and his dad were fishing off the New Jersey shore near Belmar when the humpback whale suddenly crested and collided with their boat on touchdown. I don't know what's more entertaining, the whale of a tale viral video moment, what the fuck, or the pair's loud and colorful reaction, which is likely still hanging somewhere over the Atlantic. High above West Virginia, a massive crowd of spectators watched daredevils take flight, but only until gravity took over. Base jumpers ranging in age from 19 all the way up to 83 took turns taking the 876-foot plunge at Bridge Day over New River Gorge, America's newest national park. Not only is Bridge Day the largest one-day event in West Virginia, it's the only day of the year this activity is legal in the park. This year also marked the fan-favorite event's return to the Mountain State after a 2-year pandemic-prompted hiatus. Finally, speaking of impressive feats, a New Zealand zoo's ring-tailed lemur population has more than doubled thanks to one very busy dad. 4 females each gave birth to twins after an encounter with Zeus as part of New Wellington Zoo's breeding program. When asked about Zeus's prolific parentage, zoo officials didn't mince words, saying he, quote, got around very well. You can say that again. For Take a Look at This, I'm Jeremy Roth.
And this is New Day here on CNN Philippines, and we'll get to know a New York-based artist who is into exploring Filipino identities. A snappy salute to global superstars BTS as they fulfill their mandatory military service. The details after the break. Stay tuned.
The Marcoses are returning to Malacanang.
Walang ampat ang pagtaas ng inflation o presyo ng bilihin.
Kinailangan naming lumipat dahil sa lakas ng alon.
Nagtaas muli ng presyo ang iba't ibang kumpanya ng langis.
Kung kaya nang kumuha ng school supplies ngayon, ay gawin na.
Rule of law, seguridad sa South China Sea at pagpapalakas ng partnership.
Pamilagak sa mga abo ni Ramos sa libingan ng mga bayani.
Dito nakatira yung isang bata na naka-confinement sa ospital dahil sa dengue fever.
Ayaw ng pauwi sa sakitan o aris kriminal ang mga kalalaban ngayong araw.
Nilibing na nga ang Filipino sports legend na si Lydia De Vega.
Good morning, you're watching New Day. All the news you need and more. Now, a New York-based Filipino artist is making a name in the pop art world. Sean Go has been creating unique pieces, presenting cartoons in unconventional ways. His works have been showcased in several international museums, including the Museum of Arts and Design in Manhattan, and also here at home in Manila's first modern and contemporary art festival. And now, Sean himself is taking us into his own pop art world. Here on New Day, we've got Sean Go. Welcome, and thank you for joining us, Sean.
Hi, Paulo. Thank you so much for having me. I know it's a little bit early over there, and it's 12 hours.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 sa Zinday Utso sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda, dili sa Nagbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Espesyal sa EXL Makabuhay Plus. Usapang makabuhay, edukasyon, impormasyon, istoryang kabaskog sa panglawas. Pinag-isa sa programang Balitang Espesyal sa EXL Makabuhay Plus.
Welcome mga pinangga sa tuang tulumanong balitang espesyal health edition. This is Doc Bray Palangi, Doctor of Science in Lifestyle Medicine. Maghatod kaninyo bag unusab nga mga health tips alang sa pagpalambo sa atong mga panglawas. Maayong adlaw, Dok. Aslang ko pila ka lemon ibutang sa inadlaw nga tubig, Dok. Pwede daghanon og ang liso sa kapayas pwede kada adlaw, Dok. Unya daghanon. Okay, daghan kita pwede mahimo aning limonsito or kalamansi. Pwede ginagmay, pwede po daghanon, depende sa gikinahanglan. Diritas dinaghan. Ang limonsito or kalamansi, ato aning paminawan ha, labi na for emergency, nakadungog mo atong gi-post sa social media nga bata gipaak no og banakon nga ating mga 14 years old napatay sa banakon. Unya gikan sa pagpaak mga naara sa mga 15 minutos hangtod ingol na to 30 minutos, pinakataas ng 30 minutos in town. Nakabsan yun kinabuhi ang mga bata, so hilak yun ang town kayong ginikanan, no? Ang sawa the more magkadako medyo hinay mulag mo mulihok, no? Pero ang banakon bisag dako paspas do kaayo kay mo dagan, paspas do kaayo mo mukamang nga bisag unsaon ni dagan daw astang dali ara gyud kanya mapsan ingana ang banakon. Now sulay lang ninyo kay daghan ang kay napaakagbitin kaning kalamansi ang gitambal ang first aid. Labi na panahon nga pagkapaak dayon 40 ka limonsito ipainom every 4 to 6 hours unya katulo lang mag-inom. So that is 120 kalimonsito ang mainom, mao na siya'y pang tabang nga dili ka mamatay sa sabitin. So 40 ka buok inumon, then after 4 to 6 hours another 40, unya after another 4 to 6 hours another 40 kalimonsito. So daghang kitang matabangan, no, labi na sa mga bukid-bukid nga nagapaminaw karon limonsito. Mo na nga ayaw mo pahurot og limonsito kung mahimo. Mananom og limonsito sa inyong tugaran. Naamoy mga limonsito sa inyong mga balay para nga layo sa mga simba ko lang, no? In kaso nga naay mga disgrasya, nakapaak sa inyo nga murag ngul-ngul kaayo, la kaayo, pwede ninyo mapainom aning limonsito. 40 ka buok, pure, walay sagol nga tubig pinangga. Okay? Sa ginagmay nga pag-inom, mas maayo, no? Nagdepende po na sa imuhang kadakon, katason. So bisag magsugod ka sa ginagmay. Ang imong pangutana kung pila ka limonsito, bisag isa lang ka limonsito pinangga, kung pang maintenance lang bitaw nimo, pwede tungas limonsito, isa ka limonsito. Tan-aw nimo nga medyo dako kag puson, dako kag tiyan. Kung mahimo, isa ka limonsito. Unya, kung gusto nimo nga murag kapoy kay mong lawas, way gana ikaon, butod permitting tiyan, pwede ka mag-cleansing sa limonsito. Panalitan na kay diabetes, maglisod kag libang, hubag imong atay. Unya, hugaw ang imong atay, hugaw imong dugo, hugaw imong kidney. Basta mailhan nimo nga hugaw na ang imong kidney, hugaw imong atay. Number 1, baho ka ginhawa. Mga bana, inyong pasimuta inyong mga asawa sa inyong mga ginhawa. Day, simhuta ron ni day. Bisang sao yung toothbrush pinangga, di yun na mawa ang baho sa ginhawa. Kung hugaw ang inyong dugo, hugaw yung atay, hugaw ang inyong kidney, o hugaw ang inyong tinai. So, pasimot sa inyong mga anak, yung ginhawa. Labi na bata, di yun na mo limod pinangga. So, ang limonsito, kung gusto nimo first 10 days mag-cleansing ka, pwede tagupat-upat ang imuhang inumon sa di pa ka mukaon, ibutang nimo sa isa or duha ka basong init-init nga tubig. So katong nangutana nga ibutang sa inadlaw nga tubig, Dok, pang maintain lang siguro ni kay inadlaw raman, pwede isa lang ka buok. Ay lagbutay ka sukal pinangga ha, isa ka buok, or pwede po tunga lang sa limonsito or kalamansi. Okay? Kung katong lemon ang imong gipasabot tong yellow, American lemon, ang ginagmay lang pinangga, bisag imuha ng kaupatot ug hiwa, pugaon, ginagmay lang, no? Katong mga dagko nga yellow. Okay. So first 10 days tagupat-upat imong inumon nga limonsito, isabay nimo sa isa or duha ka init-init nga tubig, isa ka basong init-init nga tubig or duha ka basong init-init nga tubig. Inom muna siya mas maayo 10 minutos hangtod 30 minutos sa di pa mo kaon. Nganong nindot man siya dok nga before meal sa dili pa mo kaon dok 10 minutos sa di pa mo kaon dok or 30 minutos. Ang limonsito manggod or kalamansi, daghan kay na siya fiber, daghan pa siya mga vitamins and minerals nga mo pa-boost sa imuhang digestion. Unya pag mo boost manggod ang imong digestion, mukusog ang imong metabolism. Pag mukusog ang imong metabolism, mangandar na ang imong system. Ang katong mga namilit diha, nang hinubra diha nga mga acid, mga nang hinubra diha nga mga hugaw, mo nang ipa-improve niya nga mas makusog imong pag-ihi, magsige kag utot-utot, o sato pa gipagawas niya ang mga hugaw nga mga hangin sa imong tinai, no? Unya pag before pinangga, mas mudaghan ang imong pagbawas or bowel move, ang paglibang mas daghan ang manggawas. So nganong 10 days lang man dok, basi pod ma-over acid pug ka, mangluspad pug ka. Okay, so pwede pod nga after 10 days, tag isa-isa na lang, tagtunga ba sa kalamansi, mao na imuhang i-maintain. Now, bantayan na to nga ang kalamansi sa mga lalaki, pag masubrahan ang paggamit ni ini, no, ang uban mo inom tag 1/4 pure duga gyud hala kada adlaw sig inom, makapa-impotent pod na pinangga nga di na mo barog ang inyong pagpangalagad. Nakasabot na mo song abot pasabot mga kalalakinan. Okay? So, ginagmay lang, no? Isa sa mga lalaki after 10 days, at least mag-maintain once a day. Labi na bitaw sa mga kalalakinan before matulog. Inom og duha hangtod 4 ka limonsito sa di pa matulog. Maputangan yung gamay asin, isa ka pudyot nga asin. Lami kay na pampatulog, pamparelax. Unya, labi na katong nakainom og kape, tabangan sa limonsito nga ang inyong mga caffeine iyahang i-neutralize nga makalami din kag tulog pagkagabi. So ay kalimot sa pag-inom sa Makabuhay Plus Herbal Capsule, pinangga makatabang na siya nindot sa tuang mga paggaling sa mga kinaon. Unya ako yung pahinumdum pinangga, inom yun ta makabuhay human panihapon aron nga layo ta sa mga atakis kasing-kasing, gaan ang pagmata sa buntag, dili ta bikugan matag kadlawon. Unya pag mag-inom baya ta og Makabuhay Plus Herbal Capsule, layo kita sa mga kidney stone, layo ta sa mga kidney problem nganuman. Siya magud ang tig-balance kasi ang Makabuhay kumpleto siya no? Naa siya tig-balance sa acid, unya sustansya, nutritional siya. Nya labi na nga kung ang katong kusog kay mo hagok, dapat maalarma na mo pinangga, no? Paim na human panihapon isa or duha ka kapsula. Kaya ang Makabuhay, taas ka na siya antibacterial, antiviral, o uban nga mga pampaboost sa atong immune system laban sa mga daghang mga balatian.
EXL Makabuhay Plus, Health and Wellness for God's Glory.
Nasa pasyente ma'am no, imong isuon o sa gibati ato ma'am.
Ang gibati ato niya do, ikalihok yung mga lawas, ang ulo lang makalihok, ang kamot dili, wala na, di nakadaw yung lawas, bugab na nakaayo, mandi maasa yung tiil. Makabuhay Plus lang dyan, tuloy ang sa Ginoo. Samtod, nakalakaw na din siya do. Primero ina niya, pero higaan na din ang pamati, mga lihok na, pagkatudis, makakaon na siya, makagulit na kagsara. Makabuhay Plus lang dyan, tuloy ang sa Ginoo dyan. Tingin pa yan na naman, nakakita niya ni Tamong Balay na nagmotor na dyan.
Sige pangalan nimo ba?
Si Arlene po, Sagaturin.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar. Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434. Sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar. EXL Makabuhay Plus Health and Wellness for God's Glory.
Erlinda Moralde, 62 years old, NHA, Buhangin, Davao City. Dati, nag-maestra ko, karon wala na, nagbantay na lang sa akong nga apo. Nagkagay ko, sakit ng ipambati, sakit akong tiil, mga lapalapa, mamanod ang akong kalawasan, naipamaon, ko ng mukaon. Nadugsad ko kaysa akong edad, diba dali ay matakdan, basig na COVID ka na. Sa dihang inom na ko ng EXL Makabuhay Plus, nagsugod na kawala, nagperyodan dyan ang akong mga pamati, abtik na kakaroon.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Okay, balikan na to ang pangutana no sa atong texter nga pila ka limon or limonsito ibutang sa inadlaw nga tubig dok. So usbonato pwede pang maintenance na, lahi man gunang pang detoxification, lahi po nang gitawag nga pang maintenance lang. So usbonato tan-aw nimo nga medyo kulang ay imong pagbawas, usay ginagmay imong paglibang, usahay na usa ka adlaw o duha ka adlaw ay pa ka makabawas. But pasabot hugaw ang imong system, hugaw imong atay, hugaw imong kidney, hugaw imong dugo, hugaw imong tinai basa ing anak pinangga. Mailhan nimo hugaw imong system una, butdanon kag tiyan, nagapait imuhang dila, unya baho imong ginhawa, unya baho kag utot, unya ang imuhang bawas sa imuhang poops nimo pinangga. Baho ang imuhang gibawas. Nabaday humot nga taidok. Excuse me sa nangaon ha. Naa pinangga. Sulay og kaog kapayas. Pagkaugma imuhang bawas, humot nga kapayas. But pasabot, grabe ang fiber, grabe ang enzyme. Kani dapat masabtan nato ha, unsa ang benepisyos kapayas. Nganong mas humot man ang kapayas pagbawas nimo instead sa imuhang hugaw or sa imuhang gikalibang. Ang answer ana ang tubag ana pinangga. Tungod kay ang kapayas is very high in enzyme o grabing sustansya, fiber, especially enzyme, nga mutabang ni sa pag-digest pag-ayo. I-balance niya ang mga juices nga gikinahanglan sa imuhang digestion. Unya, ang nakanindot pagyud. Tungod kay grabe ang enzyme, grabe ang fiber, mas nidaghan ang good bacteria sa imuhang gut. Sa imuhang digestive organs, mas nidaghan ang mga good bacteria mo na nga pag-utot nimo, humot king kapayas. Of course, bantayan po natin paggamit sa kapayas kay pag masobrahan mo gamit sa kapayas, mag-yellow orange po ang imuhang palad. Although wala na problema no, mag-yellow orange ang imuhang palad. Pero nagpasabot lang na nga nasobrahan kag beta carotene kasi ang kapayas is rich in beta carotene. So, maybe magkaon kag kapayas straight 10 days, after 10 days, 3 times a week na lang ang pagkaon sa kapayas. Pwede hilaw, pwede balbangaan, pwede pud hinog. No, pangutana ganina, ang lisos kapayas, pwede kada adlaw dok. Uy, before ako ni tubagon lisos kapayas, akong balikon ang katong limonsito ha, nga initial and very effective nga mahimo siyang tambal or antidote sa mga pinaakagbitin. Kay ako aning na kabalaka yun no, murang nabalaka ko nga katong di-post sa social media nga ang bata in town, hilak in town amahan, gipaak og banakon. Unya ang banakon, dako nga klase nga banakon, murag paak kadako ang lawas, unya paspas kay mo lihok. So lahi nantong sawa kay ang sawa nagkadamor magkadako. Lanay man kay mo lihok pero ang banakon pinangga even dako na siya. Grabe gyapon kapaspas nga to the point nga dali kay mo abot sa imuha. Ingana sa ka isog. Hinoon diya sa tabang sa Ginoo, no? Katong amahan sa gikukod pud ang amahan pinangga sa banakon, may gani singgit sa Ginoo. Unya ang banakon wa gyud nakapaak gyud niya. Naay plano ang Ginoo pod nganong gitugot to niya nga ang bata ang anak ra man gyud in town ang paak sa banakon. Ang amahan imbis na kuan ang amahan sa lapok yan dito man sa ni lokso sa kabasakan unya napilit man gyud yang tiil nga di na siya makalihok. Ang banakon po tingalan pud siya nga sa iyang sangpit gyud Ginoo wa na mapud mi adto ang banakon sa iya. Antod nga to the story short napatay ni ang banakon pinangga. So limonsito tambal sa mga pinakagbitin. Business sa atong experience pinangga. Daghan na tang natambalan ni ini nga pag naay napakagbitin 40 dayon ka limonsito. Morning pangutana sa katong nag-text na to nga pwede ba daghanon ang pag-inom sa limonsito? Pwede basta certain period of time. Bawal po perminti daghanon kay makadaot po. So sa napakagbitin 40 dayon ipainom. Pure nga duga sa limonsito ay butay tubig. Nya after 4 ka oras human 4 ka oras hangtod 6 ka oras another na pod 40 ka buok limonsito ang ipainom. After 4 to 6 hours na pod, another 40 na pod kalimonsito ang ipainom pinangga. So, kapila inumon, katulo inumon. No? Bawal na pagkaugma inumon kay masobrahan na pod, ma-anemic na pod ta. Unya, ma-low pod atong sugar. Mo ni sa mga kalalaking an ako yung ginapahibalo nga ang mga lalaki nga moinom og limonsito dinaghan okay na 2 to 3 days pinakataas na ng 10 days para nga mag-cleansing, no? Ayaw permintiha nga mabot og pila ka semana, bulan nga dinaghan kag limonsito kay ngano ang limonsito mo pababa sa sugar, unya na tendency ma-imbalance imong hormone. Unya daghan kay sa mga kalalakian kasi pampakalma man pud ni, no? Ang imong pag-agresibo makunhuran, mawala yung pag-agresibo ngano man. Highly sedative ang kining gitawag kining limonsito but pasabot pampakalma. So kamo mga asawa nakadungog karon nga inyong mga bana is kuan kaayo, mga siawan kaayo, paim naglimonsito 7 ka buok kada adlaw. Sa before matulog 7 ka buok, buntag 7 ka buok. Kanang iyaha di na kay na mo kalmado na kayo, di na kay na mo mangisog. Ay nako mga bana. So ingon ni ana pinangga ha, ingon ni ana lang gyud. Ang kalamansi balikan nato, nindot siya kaayo, no, mo pa-improve sa metabolism. Unya mo pa-improve siya sa passive fat burning throughout the day. But pasabot mga dagog puson, dagog bilbil, inom mo kada adlaw. Pang-maintain na lang gani 1-2 ka limonsito. Ibutang ninyo sa inyohang 1 ka basong init-init nga tubig. Unya inomon sa di pa mo kaon, akana grabe kay na mo burn sa inyohang mga tambok. So atong sabton ha nga pagdako kag tiyan, tambok kag tiyan, tambok kag bilbil, dako kag puson, ang next nga maapektuhan ana ang imong kasing-kasing, ang imong mga organs nga mga ipit sa mga taba. But pasabot mo create pressure dito sa imong mga internal organs. Mao na nga sa mga dagkog tiyan, magpagamay gyud mo tiyan para nga mutaas pa ang atong kinabuhi. Inumdumi ng mga pinangga, gamay ra gyud kaayo mga dagkog tiyan nga taas ang kinabuhi ngano man. High risk kaay sila ang urom. No, kung higugma mo sa inyong mga bana, mga asawa, kana bitang mga asawa nga ingnon sa bana nga, oy day, dako naman kay na imong puson day, pagami-gami day. Mutubag day ang asawa nga, anay gugmama ka nako. Bisag dako kog tiyan, bisag di nako sexy, nahigugmama ka nako. Kana bitaw nga concept, okay ra na siya nga pangutana sa mga wa gyoy kahibalo about sa maayong panglawas. Pero kung nahibalo mo mahitungod sa maayong panglawas, mali yun nga pangutana nga nahigugma ba ka nako bisag tambok. Kaya ang tinuod nga nahigugma ana ay pagpakabana. Ang tinuod nga nahigugma ana ay concern, na ay pagbati nga dili sa gusto nga dali madaot magsakit or mopahulay nining yuta iyang hinigugmas kinabuhi. So mas maayo gyud magpaslim ang atong mga tiyan, pahiyakon. Lahi nang namayat nga walay muscle, yun ang problem kasi masakiton jud ka. Mao na nga kung magpapayat ka, apili gyud right nga pagkaon, balanced diet, then exercise. So ayaw pagpapayat unya wala kay muscle, wala na kay fats kaayo, unya nagbako-bako ka, unya hinay na ang imuhang lihok, unya malimtanon ka, unya maglisod tulog. Yun ang problem. Yun ang pagpayat nga masakiton. Pero ni slim ka, sa abtik, unya lami ang tulog, o okay ang bawas, normal ang BP. Yun ang pinaka the best. So ang sa liso na nangutan na diri nga pwede ka onon liso kada adlaw. Yes, mga 12 lang kabuok pinangga. Kada adlaw na kay 12 kabuok. Ato nang hisgutan sunod nga mga topic nga unsa kanindot diay nga magkauntag kapayas kada gabi, kada adlaw, no, magkaon kaon kag 12 ka buok. Ana lang labi na kay makaon nga mga gahi-gahion, 12 lang ka buok. So ay kalimot sa pag-inom sa Makabuhay Plus herbal capsule pinangga, makatabang na siya pagpa nindot sa tuang mga paggaling sa tuang mga kinaon. Unya ako gyud pahinumdom pinangga, inom gyud ta Makabuhay human pa ni hapon aron nga layo ta sa mga atakis kasing-kasing, gaan ang pagmata sa buntag, dili ta bikugan matag kadlawon. Unya pag mag-inom baya tawag Makabuhay Plus herbal capsule, layo kita sa mga kidney stone, layo ta sa mga kidney problem nga naman. Siya magud ang tig-balance kasi ang Makabuhay kumpleto siya no? Naay siya tig-balance sa acid, unya sustansya, nutritional siya. Nya labi na nga kung ang katong kusog kay mo hagok, dapat maalarma na mo pinangga, no? Paim na human pa ni hapon 1 or 2 ka kapsula. Na yung mga arthritis buntag udto hapon 1 or 2 kada inom ka kapsula para nga ma-address ang arthritis. So pag i-maintain na to ang Makabuhay, magdala-dala ta bisag asa ta, magdalatag Makabuhay para nga na yung mga emergency dali ta maulian pinangga, no? Kaya ang makabuhay, taas ka na siya antibacterial, antiviral, o uban nga mga pampaboost sa atong immune system laban sa mga daghang mga balati.
EXL Makabuhay Plus, Health and Wellness for God's Glory.
Ako si Pastor JC Rosalina, taga Barangay Pagumbayan, Lupon. Ako kayo o tabang sa kuha ang EXL Makabuhay Plus capsule sa akong pagtumar niini. Kasi natin kung kaayuhan sa kuang bati, ako ang lawas na ay pagluya, ang akong ihi, nagpula, murag gasolina, ginatatigan ko, taas ang akong uric acid. Ingon ang doktor, padala ko sa ospital sa Mati, kay ipatanaw na anay bato ang akong kidney. O kasakit ako mga lawas, binhod, muipoy, mabilisyon ako og ginawa. Tungod sa kawadon, wa ko kaato og hospital. Salamat ko sa EXL Makabuhay Plus sa akong pag-inom duha ka adlaw. Pasalamat ko sa Ginoo. Ang Ginoo gyud maayo kasi nati kung kaayuhan sa kuang bati. Salamat kaayo.
Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar. EXL Makabuhay Plus, Health and Wellness for God's Glory.
Ako si Marites Torquator, taga Catalunan Grande, Davao City. Ako'y sakit, high blood, diabetes, napang mata, operahanan pagid ko gallbladder, napagid ko bukol sa likod. Tapos hadlok ko sa akong sakit ba, mao na nangita ko paagi kung unsa ang maayo. Nakadungog man ko og Makabuhay Plus. Nagpalit ko, testingan na ako og sobra 2 ka bulan na akong gamit. Naharos ang akong sakit, nahurot man og kaayo. O tagminti na lang gyud ko ang Makabuhay Plus herbal capsule.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar. Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
May kasabihan, may kasabihan, may kasabihan. Wine is a mocker, and beer a brawler. Whoever is led astray by them is not wise. Proverbs chapter 20, verse 1. Ang bino o sa katigtamay, o sa nang tigtamay pinangga, bot pasabot, mo create ni siya og emotional pain. Muhatag ni siya og stress or kaalautan og kasakitan kung ikaw magpabilin sa pag-inom-inom sa mga makahubog nga bino og bisan kinsa ang maadik or magkinaham niining pag-inom-inom niining bino. Gitawag siya sa proverbio nga dili wais. Basahan na lang ang proverbio chapter 23 verses 21 hangtod 35 mga pinangga. Pwede po nimo basahon ang Hosea chapter 4 verse 11 nga nagsulti nga ang bino, madaan o bag-ong bino, mukuha siya sa atong pagpanabot. Old wine and new wine, take away their understanding. Mga pinangga, iyan nato ang pahinumdom dinhi sa Ephesians chapter 5 verse 18. Bisag unsa ang inyohang nasabtan mahitungod sa bino, usa lang gyud ang atong kasiguruhan mga pinangga. Okay ba ang pag-inom og gamayng bino lang? Okay ba ang pag-inom og sa usa ka semana ni kausa lang? Individual kini nga decision. Pero mao ni ang ako ang ikapadasig kaninyo. Do not get drunk on wine. Ayaw pagpakahubog sa bino. Siguro moingon din ta dayon, awa mo ko nahubog dok. Natay mga filosofiya nga moingon ta nga wa man ko nahubog pa dok, no? Pero sumala sa siyensya nga ang usa ka shot pinangga kung sa beer man pila na ka ml, ang kanang isa ka pilsen, igo na siya nga makapakunhod sa imuhang kusog sa imuhang pangutok, no? Bisag usa lang ka shot. Mao na nga dili gyud maayo ang pag-inom-inom bisag panagsa, bisag ginagmay, nganuman ilabi na kung muhatod kini sa gitawag debauchery, which leads to debauchery. Nga grabe na ang mga sinumsumay, grabe na ang mga pagkaon sa mga dili na angayng kaunon. Instead, be filled with the Spirit. Mao kini ang ato ang pinaka-guide or direction. Matag karon og unya unsa man atong gituohan, unsa man ang ato ang ginahimo matag adlaw, unsa man atong apilan nga mga okasyon. Hinumdumi nga ang Dios o ang pulong sa Dios nag-awhag kanato nga magpakapuno kita sa Espiritu sa Dios. Basahang Galacia chapter 5. Naghisgot kana siya kung unsa ang pagkapuno sa balaang Espiritu. Ang kalinaw ug ang grasya maanaon ta kanato pinangga. Magkinabuhi kita nga mauswagon diya sa atong pagpakaila sa ato ang magbubuhat kanatong tanan. Dios nga naghimo sa langit ug sa yuta. Dios nga naghatag sa imong kinabuhi. Dios nga nagtawag kanimo nga naa kay katuyuan nganong nabuhi ka nining yuta. Og Dios labaw sa tanan, mitugyan sa iyang bugtong anak nga mo sakripisyog mo antos. Dining yuta kanimog kanako. Iyang gilimod ang iyang kaugalingon bisan pa sa pagpakamatay didto sa cross. Tungod kay ikaw gihigugma niya. Ikaw gihigugma og dako kag bili sa iyang atubangan. Buot sa Dios nga makakat-unta uban kaniya. This is Doc Bray Palangi, Doctor of Science in Lifestyle Medicine. Mag-ingon ang grasya kalinaw sa Dios magaayo natong tanan og mapatigbabaw sa atong mga kasing-kasing. Dalaygo ng Dios.
Inig mata sa buntag, upangong may kasanag, sugaton ta ang paglaong. Ayaw lang ka balaka, kay dungan tay ayuda, kalagsig siguraduha. Sa panarbaho pang negosyo, kauban mo sa pag-aseso, makabuhay, makahinsog, makabaskog, makabuhay, makagwapa, makagwapo, makabuhay, makadasig, makaaptik, makabuhay.
Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus, usa ka immune booster, multi-herbs, prebiotic ug preventive dietary supplement. Taas kini og antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antiviral ug antifungal properties nga makabatok sa sakit. Puno kini og nutrients ug vitamins, minerals, protein and fibers for overall wellness. Dako kini og matabang sa kaayuhan sa mga nagkadaiyang sakit nga posibleng giantos nimo karon. Sama na lamang sa respiratory tract infections o sintomas sa COVID-19, cancer, heart problem, diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. Proses sa sinday uso sa dalan sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang radyo ronda dili sa latayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sigahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
This time different.
Well, there's no difference actually, but during those days that the barangay elections were postponed, nobody has raised the issue before the Supreme Court. Walang nag-challenge niyan. So it is now being brought before the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to decide on the issue as to whether or not postponement of barangay election is constitutional.
Okay, so let's break down your petition. You said Congress
has the power to fix terms, yet it does not have the right to extend the term of officials. So kindly explain this to us.
Congress cannot postpone the election because the Constitution says that it has the power to fix the term. And once it is fixed, then that would be the term of office. Pagka nagkaroon ka ng extension, you are practically making this holdover, these incumbent barangay officials on a holdover capacity. And the Supreme Court had also decided that holdover positions are in the nature of legislative appointments. So lumalabas na yung mga incumbent barangay officials na at the moment they hold over on their positions, ina-appoint sila. They were appointed by Congress. And this violates the provision of the Constitution that barangay officials must be elected and not appointed. So once they are appointed, their loyalty is now to Congress and not to their constituents. So maliwanag na kapag sila ay naging in-appoint ng Kongreso, sila ngayon ay magiging kinatawan ng Kongreso at hindi na sila kinatawan ng taong bayan.
Okay. Well, sinasabi nga ng Kongreso, kaya nila ito ginagawa is because they want savings. Sana for the pandemic recovery and all of that. Your thoughts on this?
Paano magkakaroon ng savings? Hindi naman kinakancel. They are just postponing the election. What will happen now to the billions of pesos already spent by the COMELEC in preparing for the December 5, 2022 elections? Mababali, wala na lang ba yun? And what savings are they talking about? Because if you postpone the election by 1 or 2 years, by that time, dadami na ang list of registered voters. So pag dumami ang botante, madadagdagan din yung mga balota, madadagdagan ng mga election returns, madadagdagan yung mga taong magtatrabaho. And of course, yung value of peso, di ba, nagdi-depreciate yan. By that time na pinospon mo yan ng 1 or 2 years, mas malaki ang gastos. Lahat naman, in all the barangay elections that they have postponed, that was always the reason of Congress. Dapat makasave tayo, makasave. But what savings are they talking about? They have not presented any documents showing the savings allegedly saved by the government in postponing the election. Alam mo, pagka na-postpone yan and these people are, the incumbent barangay officials are holding their position on holdover capacity, it is as if they are imposing upon us. It violates our right to choose our leaders. Parang sinasabi, Menchu, ito ang iyong mga barangay officials. Whether you like it or not, ito ang iyong officials. Ay sir, gusto pa namin ma-elect sila. Hindi ka na pwede mag-elect. Ina-appoint na lang namin itong mga barangay officials na yan. That is violation of our right to due process.
All right. You were saying nga po, sir, no, that extending the term of office violates the principle that the term of said officials should be no longer than the term of their superiors. So,
yes, kasi actually ang mga superiors niyan, yung mayors at saka mga governors. Itong mayors, mga governors, their term of office only for 3 years. But because of the extensions extended to them by Congress, ay halos 5 years, 6 years na silang nandyan. Minsan baka mas matagal pa sila kaysa sa Pangulo ng Pilipinas.
At yung mga SK officials that were elected some time ago, parang hindi na sila part of the youth demographic.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, but I'd like to make it clear, Menchu, na insofar as the SK election is concerned, I'm not questioning that.
Okay.
I am only questioning the barangay election because the SK is a creation of Congress. And I admit Congress has the power to amend the laws pertaining to the elections of SK officials.
All right. Well, you mentioned earlier that this is the first time that you questioned the legality of the postponement of the barangay elections before, but this is the first time that the matter is being brought to the Supreme Court.
Yes, this is the first time, Menchu. And I hope the Supreme Court will decide it with dispatch.
Okay. How urgent is it for the Supreme Court to come up with a decision on this?
Well, it's very, very urgent, and I'm sure the Supreme Court will give priority over these cases.
The Supreme Court is set to meet this morning. The information your petition is part of what they will be deliberating on, sir?
Well, I have no information yet, but I made a special motion to include it and to have a special raffle on it.
All right. So you're also asking for a TRO.
Yes, I'm also asking for a TRO or a status quo ante order, which means that pending resolution of my petition, I am requesting that the Supreme Court issue a directive directing the COMELEC to, in the meantime, continue with its preparation for the barangay elections.
All right. Thank you very much, Attorney Macalental.
Ay, Menju, maraming salamat. It's an honor to be part of your program. Thank you and good morning.
And thank you for joining us here on The Source. I'm Menchu Macapagal. You're watching CNN Philippines.
Bago pa lang mag-lockdown, pumunta na ako ng Lipa, Batangas. Nag-set up na ako ng kitchen doon. It was a lockdown kitchen.
Itong pantry na to, venue siya sa pagtulong. Tayo-tayo po muna yung magtulungan.
What inspired me to keep going is knowing that people need you. And if you have the capacity to help, then you should do it.
Pandemic ngayon, o kahit hindi pandemic kahit sino ka man, ang sarap makatanggap ng tulong. Everybody needs help, regardless of where or who you are.
Sobrang perfect time po ito para mag-unite tayo lahat.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Our planet is facing unprecedented challenges.
These little guys are used to make any plastic product.
The problems are visible, the solutions less so. From the health of our oceans to the durability of our forests.
We have to learn more how to use our resources in a sustainable way without depleting them completely.
Creating sustainable agriculture practices and protecting some of our most unique animals.
No one has ever built an old-growth forest anywhere at any time in the history of the world. We're doing that here.
Around the globe, extraordinary individuals are taking action and encouraging others to do their part to save the planet by going green.
We have an opportunity, a very small window to turn this all around, but it needs to be a collective humanitarian effort.
We begin in South Africa, which is home to some of the most beautiful beaches in the world.
Ang pagpamatu sa
EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule.
Rosalie Alparo, 55 years old, Barangay Sarabia, Coronadal City, Marbel. Lapit duha ka tuig ang ginabatsyag ko. Wala ko gana magkaon. Hindi ako makatulog. Sakit ang akon nga likod. Sige ko higda. Magbangon ako, nagalipong ako. Ining ako niya kamot. Bukog panit init. Mahikapan ko ng akon nga tinai tungod sa kanipis. Sa tunga time, nagapamiling-bili na ako sa akon mga anak. Pag abri sang bana ko ang radyo namon, nabatian dahil sa akon nga mga dalunggan. Gitake ko EXL Makabuhay 3 times a day, 2 capsule. Tubong o himsog ng akong lawas, makaobra na ako, makapanilig na ako, makapanglaban na ako. Ginapasalamatan ko na ang EXL Makabuhay.
Makabuhay! That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality. ACS. That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality. ACS. That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality. ACS. Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fat-Bond, bangong gumagabloom. Charm Fat-Bond, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fat-Bond, bangong gumagabloom. Charm Fat-Bond, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality. ACS. Pride Bar. Dili lang puti. Kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sagumsum sa matag hibla. Mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaban, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa bisti sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
labanan pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Bilib ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado.
I-shield mo.
Pamilya protektado.
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Ang buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste, pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula, tanggal galingan sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Salada, Max Protektado pa.
helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protektado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13.68 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda, TV sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
Tinig mata sa buntag.
Makabuhay ng usang nga adlaw, ani ana ang atuang EXL Express Balita. Istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas, dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Ang dietary supplement nga gama gikan sa puro natural nga herbal ingredients ug mga bitamina. Daghan karon ang nangutana kung ang toasted bread maayo ba alang sa ato ang tinai. Tinuod nga gilamian o giganahan gyud mo sa slice sa toasted bread nga gipahiran pa og butter o di ba ka cheese. Sa humot pa lang daan sa gitoast, igo na kaayo nga makapanindot sa imong adlaw. Mao ni ang ato ang sagad mabati sa mga makakaon. Ang idea nga ang toasted bread maayo alang sa imong mga tinay, dugay na ni siya. Pero sa gihimong pagtuon ni gawas nga ang toasted bread dali lang i-digest kumpara sa regular nga slice sa bread. Og mas dali ra pud ni siya usapon ilabi na sa buntag. Ang starch nga naa sa bread adunay mga molecules ug kung i-toast nimo ang bread mag-change ang molecules hinungdan nga dali na i-digest. Apan aduna usay giingon nga bisan pa man og dali kining i-digest dili pod kanunayon kay ang tiyan nato og tinai mag-function og kumulihok pag-ayo tungod kay kini ang hinungdan sa better digestion of bowel movements. Ang pagkaon sa mga foods nga dali lang hilison makadali usab nga makapaghutom. Buti pa sabot habhab na pud taod-taod. Ug kung i-toast man nimo ang slice of bread, mas labing maayo kung pilion nimo katong whole grain bread. Aron nga ang imong mga tinai makatarong og trabaho og dili kadaling gutomon. Og siguraduha nga dili pud nimo dugayon ang pag-toast sa bread kay basin mapagod. Dili pud ni siya maayo. Kay kung moitom ni sa kapagod, mas daghan ang acrylamide nga naa niini nga mao hinungdan sa cancer. Ug mas labing maayo friends nga gawas niini tumar og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement aron nga masiguradong himsog, abtik ug protektado kita gikan sa unsang balatian.
Kasinati ang buhay og tinud-anay sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement, your all-in-one health and wellness partner.
Pensya Tapales de la Cruz, Vincent ang angga. Forminti ko ang pamaula ko tapos kay akong likod, usay kay diri sakit pod. Na ako toy na feel nga na ay bukol akong diri sa collarbone. Lain naka-exorya na ako, try lagi ang extra makabuhay mo to, nag-inom ko, nagpalit ko sa kapad. Tapos nung nahurot tayo sa kapad, wala ako naman ay nawala lang ang ako ang bukol diri. Nawala jud siya sir, nawala. 3 weeks na di lang ako napansin, nawala na siya. Ako gipanawagan ang mga labi na may pamati sa lawas. Try ninyo ang extra makabuhay kay maayo jud.
Daghana og natabangan sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Halal certified, FDA approved. Health and wellness for God's glory. EXL Makabuhay Plus.
Makabuhay! Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Enigmata sa...
Sa ikaw, tumar na og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement aron nga makalikay sa unsaman nga mga klase-klaseng sakit. Tawag sa numerong 0917-728-1434 alang sa dugang kasayuran bahin sa EXL Makabuhay Capsule. Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement mapalit sa bisan na asang butika diha sa inyuhang dapit. Inyong nabati ang EXL Express Balita, istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas, dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Buhay at magkulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay.
EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andam na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
forest restoration plots is the interaction between plants and animals. So planting a high diversity of different plant species triggers the recolonization of that new forest with more life. And it's very interesting and fascinating to monitor this over time to see how the forest is changing and life is coming back.
Furry Farm, a glimpse into the wildlife that could return as a different Hong Kong skyline begins to emerge. Across the Pacific Ocean, scientists and climbers are working to preserve the tallest organisms on Earth, all based on one man's ambitious plan to share the magic of the redwood forests.
Every time I walk into an old-growth forest, it's like the same feeling as if when I walk into a cathedral. There's an automatic reverence. There's a feeling that these are much bigger, much older, and even wiser than I am.
David Millark is on a mission to show the world the wonder of
Mic
trees.
test, hello, mic test.
His
Mic
nonprofit,
test,
Archangel
mic test.
Ancient Tree Archive, searches out the
Test,
world's
mic.
most iconic trees and clones them using their DNA.
Kanang
The
mga
aim is to create a
katawan,
living library
dinaskar.
of old-growth tree
Mga
genetics,
mga-
so future scientists can
Mga
study their
angod.
benefits. So far, his
Angod.
organization claims to have cloned more than 100 champions, the largest and oldest.
Uy, bro, kasagaro. Mana? Okay na, sir?
Mga mo'y po. Angod! Dako mong mga tiyan. Bati mong nang.
Ha?
I-record lang. Mga ito mong ilok. Ito natin.
Na, sir? Oras, alas 5 sa Kabuntagon.
Muna to. Takna, alas 6 impunto sa Kabuntagon.
Oras, alas 8 sa Kabuntagon.
Takna, alas 9 impunto na.
Takna, alas 6. Sorry. Takna, alas 9 sa Kabuntagon. Alas 10 na, sorry. It's 9 o'clock.
Humana ang nai.
Ay, sabi ay.
Alas 10.
Ay, sorry. It's 10 o'clock.
Wala sa Ang lakaw technician. Oras, alas 11 impunto.
Oras, alas 11:30 sa Kabuntagon.
Saan na ni pag-time check? 12:30 p.m. Takna, alas 12:30 sa Kaudtuhon. Atrasayop. Takna, alas 12:30 sa Kaudtuhon.
Takna, alas 2 sa kahaponon.
Oras, alas 2:30 sa kahaponon.
It's 3 p.m.
Oras, alas 4 impunto sa kahaponon.
Oras, alas 4:30 sa kahaponon.
Takna, alas 6 impunto sa hapon.
It's 6 p.m.
6:30. Manang ko alas 6.
It's 6:30 p.m.
Oras, alas 7 impunto sa kagabi. Ay, pangit man, balik-balik ka. Oras, alas 7 impunto sa kagabihion.
Ang oras, alas 8 sa Oras, alas 8 sa kagabinon.
Oras, alas 7:30 sa kagabihion. Ora. Kani. Kani. Wala na din. Okay, mana.
Mana? Putulon naman.
15 minutes lagi.
sensational crime incident. Good morning once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, may we call on our SILG for his opening press statement, sir.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, no? Unang-una, negative ako sa COVID, ha? Nahiya naman ako sa inyo nung huli. Ito yung RT-PCR ko, October 16 pa. In any case, this morning, I would like first and foremost, of course, gusto kong pasalamatan ang ating OIC, si General Ceremonia,
Oras alas 5 sa Kabuntagon.
region po na hepe, si General Estomo.
Takna, alas
And of course,
6
andito po si
impunto
General
sa
Santos,
Kabuntagon.
no? General Santos, pakita ka naman.
Oras alas
Of course, ang ating head ng task
Oras
force
alas 8 sa Kabuntagon.
si General
Takna, alas 9 impunto na.
No?
Takna alas
Andito rin ang ating
6.
Las Piñas police chief, no?
Takna alas 9 sa
Thank you,
Kabuntagon.
General Monkey,
Alas
and
10 na, sorry.
Colonel Arcangel.
It's 9 o'clock.
Ang kapulisyahan po ay nandito
Humana ang nai.
upang
Ay, sabi, ay, alas 10.
Ay, sorry. It's 10 o'clock.
Ilang linggo lang ang lumipas, napakaganda ng development dito sa First Silapin. Naglabas tayo ng reward doon at sinabi nga natin
Oras,
na
alas
baka
11
pwedeng
impunto.
sumurrender ka na. No? Dahil
Oras
syempre,
alas 11
pagkatapos
media
ito,
sa Kabuntagon.
baka ikaw naman ang huntingin ng mga mastermind o kung sino man yun. Itong umagang to, gusto ko lang ikopirma na nasa kustodiya na
Takna,
ng
alas
PNP.
12:30 sa Kautuhon.
Itong suspect na ang
Takna,
pangalan
alas
ay
12:30
Joel
sa
Estorial.
Kautuhon.
Siya ay of
Takna
course
alas
ay,
2 sa kahaponon.
taga Quezon City.
Oras,
Ang
alas
initial
2:30
report,
sa
siya ay
kahaponon.
sumurrender
It's
out of
3
fear
p.m.
for personal safety dahil natakot siya sa kanyang safety nga, no? Dahil nga pagkatapos ilabas sa publiko ang kanyang
Oras,
mukha.
alas 4 impunto
So this
sa
is a major
kahaponon.
breakthrough.
Oras alas
Siya ay gumawa
4:30
ng
sa kahaponon.
Confession, duly assisted by counsel. may
Takna,
abogado siyang
alas
kasama.
6 impunto sa
So
hapon.
lahat po ito ay
It's
nakarecord,
6 p.m.
no? At pagkatapos siya sumurrender, siya ay
Manang ko alas 6.
tinuro pa niya
It's
ang kanyang
6:30
mga
p.m.
kasama dito.
Oras,
This
alas
juncture,
7 impunto sa kagabi. Ay,
Pabayaan nyo naman bago ko ilabas.
Oras,
Ilalabas ko siya
alas
mamaya.
7
Itong
impunto
si,
sa kagabihion.
itong ating
Ang
suspect,
oras
no?
alas 8 sa
Pero pabayaan yung
Oras alas
pakita ko muna
8 sa
rito.
kagabinon.
Oras, alas
Ang kanyang
7:30
tinuro mga
sa
tao.
kagabihion. Oras.
Ngayon, ang tanong ng publiko, totoo ba yung sumuko na yan or is he just a fall guy?
Okay,
Okay. Hindi po, siya talaga. Hindi niya lang inamin because the gun itself would match the slug. Nag-match yung ballistics. Number 1. Number 2, yung mga damit na pinunit-punit niya. Nandun pa rin talagang damit niya po ito. Number 3, yan po ay nasa CCTV. So this is a great police work. Binaktrack po yan, chinaga yan ng ating kapulisyahan nila General Kraft. Mabigat po ang ginawa ng kapulisyahan, of course, nila General Stomo and his team. No? Mabigat po. So mamaya ipipresent ko siya rito, pero sa puntong ito, pabayaan yung iharap ko naman, yung dalawa niya kasama, ito yung magkapatid na Edmond at Israel di Makulangan. So itong dalawang to ay tinuturo, no? At sila'y talaga suspect na rin talaga rito. Inaayos na po lahat tungkol dito at kayo magkapatid, ako'y nananawagan na rin. Sumuko na ang gunman, mas mabuting sumuko na rin kayo. Dahil talagang naramdaman niya mismo na delikado ang buhay niya. At kung ano rin baka ang mangyari sa inyo. Hindi ko na siguro kailangan patakpan na mukha. Ito na yun. No? Ito na yun. Okay? Mamaya, I'll give you a copy of this. Kung ano man, inuulit ko, lumabas ang pangalan niya, siya ang tinuro na suspect. Ang advice ko lang ay magpunta siya rito at kung ano man, i-clear niya pangalan niya, sabihin niya. No, kung talagang hindi sila. Pero what is important ay magpunta siya rito, ayusin niya ito at sumuko siya kung kailangang magawa namin siya ng tulong. Okay? He is named in this affidavit. Okay. Ngayon, para maklaro natin at this point, siguro ilabas na natin itong gunman, itong si Joel Estorial. Joel, halika. Tayo sa silya. Pogi, isa ka silya.
I'm Dr. Freddy Gomez. I'm an ear, nose, throat doctor, and I'm also the host for MedTalk Health Talk. I've been part of the MedTalk Health Talk team for 7 years now. I realized there's a need for Filipinos to have access to timely and accurate information, especially when it concerns their health. Some of the more memorable topics that have come across are those that concern health and well-being, because these are the topics that are very relatable to the viewers and are the most accessible. MedTalk Health Talk is a medical information hub where people can get that timely and accurate information in order for them to make decisions about their health. Viewers can expect the new MedTalk.
Galing po sa loob, sir. Sa bilibid po. Okay, sino mga kasama mo?
Si Israel po, Di Makulangan at si Edmond Di Makulangan at si Orly po. Orlando. Hindi ko po alam ang tunay niyang apelyido.
Okay. Ito bang mga kasamang mo ito, pwede bang sabihin mo sa kanila kung paano naging papel nyo sa isa't isa? Sino nagmamaneho? Sino yung nakabantay?
Yung nagmamaneho po sa motor, si Orly po.
Tapos sino yung nakasama?
Si Israel po.
Anong papel yung Di Makulangan, brothers?
Kasi po, sir, yung namin po doon usapan, kung sino po ang matapat doon sa Percy po, siya po ang babaril. May nagkataon po, natapat sa akin. Sabi naman po, pag hindi ko binaril, ako po ang papatayin. Kaya binaril ko na po si Percy.
Ano? Kung hindi mo papatayin, ikaw papatayin? Sino nagsabi sa iyo noon?
Si Orly po.
Sino tong Orly na to? Paano mo siya nakilala? Tiga saan siya?
Siya taga Batangas po.
So siya kumontrata sa iyo?
Yung kumontrata po, sir, galing sa loob po ng bilibid. Itinawag po sa amin na ganun daw po.
Okay. So ganito. At nakita niyo naman, is very much willing to cooperate, no? Inaayos po namin lahat ito. Huwag kayong mag-alala, no? Andiyan po ang kapulisyahan. And of course, muli, nahikondol po kami sa pamilya ni Percy Lapid. Ha? Meron ka bang gusto sabihin sa pamilya ni Percy?
Sana po mapatawad po ako nila. Hindi ko naman kagustuhan yun. Nadala lang po ako ng ano.
Joel, pasensya na ho kayo. We will not welcome any more questions about kay Joel, no? Kraft, ang papatanong ba tayo or wag muna? Sa media, kay Joel. It might Joel. Wag na muna, no?
Sir, mas maganda sir, wag na muna sir.
Okay.
Kasi ongoing pa yung follow-up operation.
Okay. So we just gave you some very general things, okay? Ganito ha. Asan ang abogado mo? Pinilit ka bang gawin itong statement na ito? Andiyan ang media o pinilit ka ba? May pumilit pa sa'yo?
Wala po. Usa po akong nag-ano ng ano po.
Nung sumurrender ka, ito ba'y, paano ka sumurrender? Sabihin mo sa media, paano ka sumurrender? Nagpunta ka ba sa kapulisyan? May tinawagan ka pa ba? Paano yung nangyaring proseso?
May tumulong po sa akin isang tao na may kilala po siya ng pulis. Doon po ako dinala. Pinasurrender po ako doon.
So ito'y talagang voluntaryo mong ginawa?
Opo, sir.
Walang pumipilit, walang namember sa iyo. Ito, nakaharap ang mga journalist ngayon dito.
Wala po.
At nung ginawa mo yung salaysay mo, nandun na abogado mo, di ba?
Opo.
Okay. Sinasabi mo rin.
Katotohanan po.
Okay. Ano yun? Siguro, tsaka na muna. We'll just... Anuhin ko na muna yun, ha? Please, wag na muna, ha? Anuhin ko na muna. Yeah.
Excuse me, our friends from the media, mamaya na tayo sa question and answer.
Okay.
While our SIL...
last lang, ha? Kasi, I'm sorry, I have to filter out certain things. Okay, siguro naman yung magkano yung binayad, pwede. Magkano binayad sa'yo?
550 po. 1,000 po.
550,000 sa'yo lang o sa buong team mo? Ilan ba kayong team?
Sa lahat na po.
Ano kayo kadami?
Bali ano po. Kasama po yung sa loob, bali 6.
So, 6 kayo, 550,000 ang binayad.
Opo.
Okay?
Opo.
So, may natanggap ka bang pera pagkatapos? Okay? So, may natanggap ka bang pera pagkatapos?
Opo. Inulog po sa bank account ko po, sa BDO.
Kano natin sa
Kasi po sir, natihati namin po is 140 po sir.
Magkano?
140.
140,000. Okay. Okay, siguro tama na muna yon, ha? Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sige. Oo, hindi ka pa rin.
Okay, thank you. We would like to announce that this press briefing is being broadcasted live via official FB page of the PNP. Thank you so much.
can't explain.
Introducing your new best friend.
Every time this ship went out onto open water, people disappeared. Help me! Killing all of us.
This case is about catching a monster.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am that innocent suspect.
Who's gonna take care of me?
You don't think I'm gonna take care of you?
But when you die.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Today on Sports Says, adjustments for the San Miguel Bearmen after a bumpy start in the PBA Commissioner's Cup. The Bearmen are replacing Diamond Stone with Devon Scott as its new import in the mid-season conference. We're on the eve of a new NBA season, and we preview the opening day games between the Sixers and the Celtics and the Lakers taking on the Dubs. Plus more with sports writer Josh Planos and one of Muhammad Ali's grandsons, all set to forge a legacy of his own, not in the boxing ring, but inside a cage. We'll also be speaking to MMA fighter Biagio Ali Walsh live here on the show. It's time to go all out. For today's top sports stories, I'm Andre Felix, and this is Sports Says. Bearmen making adjustments in its campaign in the PBA Commissioner's Cup. According to the official PBA website, San Miguel is fielding Devon Scott as its new import, replacing Diamond Stone. The PBA website also reports that the 28-year-old import will be joining practice with SMB starting today. Scott had stints in Canada, Brazil, and Korea after he was undrafted in the 2016 NBA draft. SMB suffered a huge blow in its campaign when they lost the Kraken Junmar Fajardo to a throat injury. The Bearmen will next face the Converge Fiber Xers. That game is happening this Friday at the Phil Sports Arena in Pasig City. From the PBA, let's go to the NBA. The wait is almost over for a new season. The NBA opens the new season with a doubleheader starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Philippine time. The Philadelphia 76ers will take on the Boston Celtics at Boston, and it will tip off at the TD Garden. Then the two-peat seeking Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors set to protect home turf at the Chase Arena in San Francisco against LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and the Los Angeles Lakers. Woo! NBA is back, but for today, let's preview the games that will kick off the new season. The Sixers against the Celtics and the Lakers against the Warriors. And joining us for an all-out discussion is who else but our sports writer? Well, he is in Nebraska. I want to claim him our sports writer. Josh Planos joining us all the way from Nebraska, 9 p.m. there right now. Good evening to you, buddy.
Thanks so much for having me, Andre. It's a pleasure to be here.
And we're already, well, I personally already claiming you to be Sports Desk's NBA informant. Josh, let's start with the C's. Let's start in the East. Two games on opening day. Let's start in the East Coast. The Celtics will take on the Sixers at TD Garden in the first game. That will be 7:30 a.m. Philippine time. The Celtics went all the way to the finals, eventually losing to Golden State last season, 4-2. The Sixers, they were number 4 in the playoffs. They lost to Miami in the second round, 4-2. What should we expect from Boston and Philadelphia on opening day?
Well, I think it's a great matchup for one. You know, the Boston Celtics are still the favorite to come out of the East, in my opinion. Ime Udoka, you know, he had a huge impact on the team, having one of the biggest midseason turnarounds in NBA history on its path to that first finals appearance in 12 years. But even losing him still leaves behind a stacked roster. So I think Boston has top to bottom the best roster in the East. I expect them to contend with or without Ime. Philly is an interesting question, right? Because they're clearly one of the 4 best teams in the East, with a ceiling that's either at least championship level or just below championship level. And it really just kind of depends on what they get out of James Harden, in my opinion. Joel Embiid's going to be one of the 5 best players in the league, but if Harden doesn't play like a top 15 player, which he didn't last season, I don't think that this team gets out of the East. So a lot of it is riding on Harden, and I think that this is make or break time for him.
Well, you did mention James Harden. He is taking a huge pay cut this season, and it allowed the Sixers to sign players like P.J. Tucker, who was also his teammate back in Houston, Danuel House, also his teammate, former teammate in Houston. How will these new additions fit in with Joel Embiid, with James Harden, Tobias Harris, Tyrese Maxey, whom I believe is already their go-to point guard, along with Embiid, Harden, and Harris. So if you take a look at their additions, what difference will those players make? And as you said, and I agree with you totally, that's why we have you talk about the NBA. James Harden has to be that James Harden of Houston, in my opinion, if they want to go all the way.
Yeah, I think that these new guys are going to be fantastic fits. Truly, I mean, the type of players that could help swing a playoff series are that significant. They might not have the star appeal, right, that harms the Miami Heat, who eliminated Philly from the playoffs last season. And Embiid it said it, in the offseason. He's never played with someone like Tucker, who's, a show-stopping defender, clearly knows his role on offense, doesn't require too much, effort in terms of getting him the ball. I think it's a fantastic fit. Danuel House is a capable three-point shooter. He's got length along the perimeter, so I think he should be a really good fit with that roster. I think Philly knocked out the offseason, if we're talking about, the comprehensive package that they put together with, getting Harden to take that pay cut and being able to add these new pieces with that additional salary. So I think that this is a great team, and they're going to contend.
Well, let's go to the Celtics. Of course, they also added some players. Blake Griffin signed with them. They have Danilo Gallinari, Malcolm Brogdon. Well, you did mention as well Ime Udoka. He's going to be, for me, really huge because he's a brilliant basketball mind, and he was really, one of those big reasons why the Celtics, with all their adjustments, with all their defensive schemes, all the plays, the sets that they ran last season, that's why they made it all the way to the finals. Of course, Tatum's still there, Jaylen Brown's still there, Marcus Smart, Al Horford, the 2 Williams, whom I believe a healthy Robert Williams will make a big difference defensively as well for Boston. But with Ime Udoka out, suspended for the entire season following that scandal, how can Boston thrive without a brilliant basketball mind like Ime Udoka calling the shots for them?
Who's never done it at this level. And I know that you could have said the same thing about Udoka last season, but it's very atypical for someone to come in and in year one knock it out of the park the way he did. It's not the expectation. It is an outlier. And it's a cloud of controversy, right, that follows this team, that this team has to weather. It's not something that is simple to kind of shrug off. This is something that will follow this team. They'll be asked about it by the media, each and every week. It's going to be something that lingers. I do think that those additional pieces that you mentioned, the Blake Griffins, the Malcolm Brogdons in particular, are huge signings, right? I mean, we talked last season about really the one issue that Boston had was that they didn't have somebody who could facilitate, who could run the show like a true point guard. Marcus Smart kind of got shoehorned into that role, but Brogdon, if he's healthy, this is the rookie of the year, right? This is a guy who is a game-changing type of player.
Well, who are you picking? After hearing everything, all things considered, everything that you said, in opening day at TD Garden, Boston or Philly?
I like Boston. I think the talent wins out. I think it'll take a little bit for them to get their chemistry under a new coach and a new scheme. But I just think that they have the more talented roster.
I agree. And they have Jason Tatum. He has to, level up his play. I think he has to be one of those top 5 players of the season if he wants to win a title again for Boston. Okay, let's go to the Wild Wild West. Just looking at the West, man, it's really, every season, it's like we always talk about how stacked the West is. Well, the Warriors will open their title defense against the LA Lakers, just coming off that drama with the Warriors, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, et cetera, et cetera. JP, by the way, just signed a multi-year contract with the team. He definitely got the bag that him and Andrew Wiggins were talking about after winning the title last season and after that fight with a lot of moolah, man. Well, 140 million for 4 years. Well, Jordan Poole said that Draymond apologized to him, and the goal now, in his own words, to win a championship and keep hanging banners. Do you think all is well? Like, realistically, what do you hear from there? Like, within the Warriors camp, is it all butterflies now with the Warriors locker room? What do you think?
Well, I think it's telling that Steve Kerr, who was famously punched in the face by Michael Jordan back in the day, called the fight the biggest crisis that his team has had since he took over as coach.
Yep.
Recall that Kerr has handled all kinds of Draymond adversity to this point. He weathered the Kevin Durant saga, the Klay Thompson season-ending injuries, the Andrew Bogut frustrations. He's handled a lot since he got there, and he doesn't speak out of pocket very often. So to say, that there is real dysfunction in the locker room right now, it means that there are major issues, right? And trust is really hard to come by, and it's also essential for a team to thrive. So regardless of talent on the roster, regardless of Steph Curry being, that chemistry, which every coach who's ever won a championship will attest is absolutely imperative if you want to compete at the highest level.
Well, let's talk about the Lakers. How about LeBron and the purple and gold? 33-49 last season. Number 11 didn't even make the play-in. Of course, you still have LBJ. You still have Anthony Davis. They have a new coach in tow, and Darvin Ham. You have some new additional pieces there. Lonnie Walker IV. Kendrick Nunn expected to be healthy this season. How do you see the Lakers turning things around for this season? Are you optimistic that they'll even make it to the play-in?
I think they'll make the play-in. Okay. I've learned time and time again to not bet against LeBron James throughout my life, and I know that last season was probably the one time to do it. But certainly this team is loaded, right? I mean, I think the roster still has some holes, but anytime you have LeBron and Anthony Davis, if they can stay healthy on the same court, this team is playoff capable. I'm not sure that they're championship capable, but they are playoff capable, and I have a really hard time thinking that LeBron would miss the postseason in consecutive years, given that he knows that his time in the league is dwindling, right? The time to strike if you want to win more championships is right now. And I think he's going to get them at least into the playoffs, but still some holes, still some things to iron out. Like you and I had mentioned, with Russell Westbrook potentially coming off the bench now, we'll see how that goes. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I do think that this team gets into the playoffs.
Let's see also if Russell Westbrook will finish the whole season in a purple and gold uniform, maybe in a different uniform, who knows. Lakers or Warriors on opening day? I don't know why I even asked you that question. At Chase Center.
I like Warriors big. I think that this is a 20-point win. I think that Golden State is really looking to quiet a lot of doubters and to the season opener.
I'm just hoping to get back at you and let the Lakers win. Hopefully LeBron game-winning overtime, and then you'll never hear the end of it from me. Josh, stay where you are. Yeah. Our NBA discussion, our all-out NBA discussion with sports writer Josh Planos will continue after a really quick break. Stay tuned to Sports Desk only here on CNN Philippines. We'll be right back.
Buckle up. Our next destination is Cebu.
Cebu is always known for its unique flora and fauna.
Ang Malboal po ay considered as one of the most beautiful diving sites po dito sa Cebu.
Sikat talaga yung dried fish dito sa Cebu kasi masarap talaga siya.
And in an archipelago like this, infrastructure development makes travel even better.
And we're back. Thank you for tuning in. Only here at Sports Desk on CNN Philippines, and we're having an all-out preview of the new NBA season with sports writer Josh Planos joining us live from Nebraska in the U.S. Josh, let's talk about rookies. You have top draft pick Paolo Banchero. Chet Holmgren will be missing out the whole season due to injury. And then, you know, they have other rookies also looking good. Jaden Ivey, Jabari Smith. Who are you looking looking forward to making an impact? Is it Banchero? Is it Ivy, Jabari? Who do you think will make that huge impact for their team?
Well, I think Paolo is certainly going to be, in my opinion, the rookie of the year. I think he's going to have all the opportunity in the world to put up the stat line that really gets you that award. Really, I mean, so long as you're averaging, you know, at least 15 points a game, you're right there in the running. And right now, I know that you know that they have some good pieces there, but he's really going to be allowed to come in and play make and do what needs to be done to get you know, that coveted award. I think the more exciting story is, and I'm glad you mentioned it, is Jaden Ivey. I think that backcourt with Detroit is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be so much fun to see. It's going to be electricity, and it's going to really inject a lot of enthusiasm into that city that they haven't had in a long, long time.
Oh, yeah. That backcourt of Cunningham and Ivey, it's going to be exciting for sure. Okay, before I let you go, let's talk, of course, our very own Kai Soto. Unfortunately, he wasn't drafted in the recently concluded NBA draft, but he went up against an NBA team when he played for the Adelaide 36ers. He signed another year with the team in the NBL, and then he went up against the Suns. He went up against the Thunder. Your assessment on Kai's performance against NBA teams, and we're still hoping, you know that, whole nation's still hoping Kai can make it to the NBA.
I thought he looked great. I mean, obviously they were able to beat Phoenix, and that's a phenomenal win for not just you know, him and his teammates, but for international basketball. It shows how far the sport has come. The question is always going to be, you know, physique and build, right? I mean, this is a grown man's sport in the NBA. There are players who dominate in college here who basically are not taken because they need to put on, you know, 20, 30 pounds, or they're drafted and then basically stashed for, you know, 12 to 24 months so they can basically work out full time. It's that brutal on your body, and I think that's going to be something that he certainly needs to you know, improve upon. It's very tough being that height, right, and being able to withstand the kind of punishment that you do in the NBA. But the skill set is there. Certainly, you know, you could improve the jump shot, you can improve the handle, but really the physique is going to be the thing that I think gets him over the top. Yeah. And you know, what's great about basketball is there's always room for someone of that height, and I do think that he will get his moment eventually.
Hopefully. I'm still crossing my fingers, and hopefully, you know, he gets to improve. And like what you said, everything you said, bulk up his body and built for the NBA. As always, Josh, pleasure having you on the show. And I always enjoy talking to you about the NBA. Thanks, buddy. We'll be speaking to you again soon. It's a long season. Stay safe there in Nebraska. Glad to have you back on the show. Again, that was sports writer Josh Planos, looking sharp as always, joining us live from Nebraska in the U.S. From the hard court, let's go to the cage. As one of Muhammad Ali's grandsons seek to forge a legacy, not in the boxing ring, but inside the cage. MMA fighter Biagio Ali Walsh will join us live when we return. Stay tuned to Sports Desk, only here on CNN Philippines, where we go all out for the day's top sports stories. We'll be right back.
Our planet is facing unprecedented environmental challenges.
We are protecting something for our future generation.
We have a responsibility to reimagine and consider a way to do things to get us to a future that we want to live in.
We are then empowering the kids to really use their voices.
Motivation that I have is to normalize edible insects around the world.
Innovators and visionaries are rising to the challenge, raising the next generation of eco-warriors.
back. Thank you for joining us here on Sports Desk, live on CNN Philippines. It's a special day for Sports Desk as we will be joined by no less than the grandson of the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali, and his name, Biagio Walsh. From Las Vegas, Nevada for an all-out conversation. Welcome to Philippine TV, Biagio. Great to be meeting you, man.
Thank you so much for having me. I feel honored.
No, thank you. It is an honor for us, and the doors of Sports Desk of CNN Philippines will always be open to you. So hope this won't be the first and last interview that we'll be having with you. So we're so proud to have you for fight this November under the PFL, or Professional Fighters League. How are things going, first of all, inside your camp? You seem you're ready to go, man. Talk to us about your camp.
Man, everything's going good. I started camp a couple weeks ago, I think like 2 weeks ago. I started, running a little bit, and then just easing into camp, and now I'm in camp officially.
Mm-hmm. Well, you look good. You look like you're ready. Like as I said, you look like you're ready to fight right now. It's like you're all set.
I am, honestly.
If I'm your opponent, oh man. Like, okay. So we were told that you'll be facing Tom. How do you say his last name? Gracer? Did I? Are you with Tom Gracer? Like, what kind of a fighter is he?
In his last fight, and yeah, he's kind of a stand-up. He's a striker. Yeah, I just watched some of his film and kind of just took notes on some of his habits and whatnot. So I'm just getting ready to set up a game plan and go through this camp and have a successful night on November 25th.
As you said, a little bit taller. You're giving up a little bit of inches on him, but of course, when a boxer or a fighter is a little bit smaller than his opponent, you rely on speed, on power, as our very own Manny Pacquiao, right? Because the fighters that he fights are bigger.
He's one of my favorites.
Really? What's your favorite Manny Pacquiao
fight? Yeah, Manny Pacquiao is one of my favorite boxers.
What was your favorite Manny Pacquiao fight? I'm sure growing up, you're a young kid. Like growing up, what was the fight that you won't forget?
I liked when he fought Hatton. That was a great fight. Obviously, the Floyd fight was good. I watched a lot of Pacquiao growing up since I was like a little kid.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. Just hearing the grandson of Muhammad Ali, a fan of Manny Pacquiao. That's just making a lot of Filipino boxing fans happy right now.
Yeah,
you've been very busy, Biagio. You were a surfer. You were even named Player of the Year back in 2015. You were also Male Athlete of the Year in Las Vegas for being a star running back, star football player. And you also got into modeling and so on and so forth. You were doing a lot of things, and you didn't go into boxing like your brother. But now you went into the PFL, into MMA, and you fell in love with the sport. Is this a case of, I can't help it, it's in my genes, the fighter type of thing is in my blood, like I am an Ali after all?
I think it is, honestly. It's almost like me and my brother were both, meant to fight almost. Again, I don't have as much experience and I'm still an amateur, but just after football, I was kind of lost, like most athletes would be, when they're not playing the sport that they've been playing for so long. So I was just kind of lost. I didn't know, what to do with my life, and I felt like I didn't have a purpose anymore, and I started going to the gym to just initially stay in shape. And then I started getting better, and then I started liking it and liking it more. And then I just said to myself, you know what, like, screw it. I only have one life. I'm still young.
Yeah.
Why not just go for it? You know, I don't want to be 35 years old, 40 years old and think, oh, what if I tried, you know? What if I just went for it?
Yeah.
So I feel like the fear of regret is what's driving me, you know?
Yeah. You know what? I like that mindset. Like, because, you know, it's easy to be pressured. Of course, your brother Nico is doing so well in boxing. But, like, you know, if you're the grandson of one of the greatest, probably the greatest of all time to ever be in a boxing ring, Muhammad Ali, you can't help but, you know, follow the footsteps and succumb to the pressure, correct? But you fell in love with a combat sport, PFL, mixed martial arts. Like, is it something, do your friends or relatives also tell you you can still go into boxing, you can still, you know, go into the boxing ring like your grandfather, like your brother?
Not really. You know, most of what I get is why MMA and not boxing. And I mean, I just kind of got into MMA early high school.
Yeah.
I started watching the UFC when like Conor McGregor was in his prime and featherweight, and I just started watching a lot of the UFC, and I just kind of liked the idea that there's many different martial arts that could play a part in a fight. So I just became an MMA fan. But I'm still a boxing fan. I've always been a boxing fan my whole life. You know, I still watch boxing. I watched the Devin Haney fight last night and last weekend and whatnot. So I just combat sports is awesome. You know, I could watch two turtles fight and I'd be entertained.
Two turtles fight, you'll be entertained. You know?
Yeah.
You had me picture two turtles actually fight right now, man. Okay, so
I'm like thinking, I would watch that.
Can't blame you. You know, it's in your genes. You're a fighter, and you enjoy it as long as it makes you happy, bro. Your grandfather, Muhammad Ali, most iconic figure of boxing. I just can't keep it under wraps. I have to repeat it over and over and over again because, you know, I'm sure you've heard it growing up a lot. And nowadays, a lot of elite boxers shun. I'm sure you know of that as well. The idea of taking part in MMA events, right? So you think if your grandfather was still alive, what would he tell you? What advice probably would he give you?
He would be very supportive. You know, Poppy, I call him Poppy.
Poppy, okay.
He would be very supportive of anything that I did. You know, if I played tennis or golf, my grandfather would be behind me 100%, and he would give me advice. So going into MMA, you know, he still watches me. I still feel his energy, you know, and I believe he'd be supportive and he'd be happy for me.
So Muhammad Ali will be happy for you for sure. I believe so, Poppy. I also want to call him Poppy because I feel we're close already. We're good friends. Let's keep in touch on social media. Before I let you go, Biagio, wishing you the best of luck. Hope, again, this won't be the last time we'll have you on CNN Philippines. Thank you again, sir. Last question for Biagio Ali Walsh. Your grandfather's greatest of all time in boxing. How do you want 24-year-old Biagio Ali Walsh to be remembered?
I kind of want to make an impact like my grandfather did. You know, he was such a terrific fighter and he had a lot of people look up to him. But outside of the ring, he was the sweetest, nicest, most humble person you'll ever meet. You know, he never said no to an autograph, a handshake, or a photo. You know, so, you know, nowadays a lot of celebrities, their head gets really big when they get big and they make a lot of money. I don't want to be like that. You know, I want to be that type of person that takes photos and gives people advice and becomes a mentor and is humble, you know, and that only just makes people like you even more, you know, and I just want to make an impact like that because, you know, if my grandfather said hi to somebody, you know, that person's going to remember that moment for the rest of their life. You know, I just want to make an impact like that and spread positivity.
I like that, man. Well said to end the interview. People's champ, just like Poppy, just like Manny Pacquiao, whom you also idolized growing up. Thank you.
That's the man right there.
You know, that will be a dream show. Let's try to make that happen. Biagio Ali Walsh, Manny Pacquiao, even on Zoom, here on Sports Desk on CNN Philippines. We'll try to make that happen. Best of luck in your debut. in the PFL Professional Fighters League.
you.
Biagio, this won't be the last interview, okay? We'll be speaking to you again.
I understand. I'm excited.
After that win. Thank you. Again, that was Biagio Ali Walsh, the grandson of the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali. Thanks, Biagio. Stay safe. And we've reached today's finish line. What a show. Join us again live at 10 a.m. tomorrow for today's top sports stories. I'm Andre Felix. Thank you for tuning in to Sports Desk, only here on CNN Philippines. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Walker's campaign did not tell the newspaper that he was joking. In any case, claiming non-existent ties to law enforcement is a familiar refrain of his. In a speech in 2017, he said, quote, "I work with the Cobb County Police Department and I've been in criminal justice all my life." And now he's standing by this moment from his debate Friday night with incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock.
And now I have to respond to that.
We are moving on,
I
gentlemen.
have to respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am work with many police officers, and at the same time,
Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, excuse me, Mr. Walker, please, out of respect, I need to let you know, Mr. Walker, you are very well aware of the rules tonight.
Yes.
And you have a prop.
Yes.
That is not allowed, sir. I ask you to put that prop away.
Well, it's not a prop. This is real. And he said, I have a problem. I never worked with law enforcement.
It is considered a prop, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're very well.
Again, this is familiar territory for Walker, claiming ties to law enforcement that do not in fact exist. Here's what he told NBC's Kristen Welker in a new interview.
And where's this one from?
This is from my hometown. This is from Johnson County, from the sheriff of Johnson County, which is a legit badge. Everyone can make fun, but this badge gives me the right. And wait, let me finish. If anything happens in this county, I have the right to work with the police and get things done.
Does that have arresting authority, or it's an honorary badge?
It is an honorary badge, but they can call me whenever they want me, and I have the authority to do things for them, to work with them on things.
Yeah, I got one of those too, and it's honorary, has no power actually. He added, quote, "I work in law enforcement." Keep him honest, he does not. Herschel Walker has never had a job in law enforcement. I can't believe we're even talking about this. His titles are honorary. His badge or badges are no different from the wings airlines used to give kids on their first flights. And why don't they do that anymore? They don't make you a pilot any more than the mayor giving you the key to the city unlocks any real doors. I've got those too. They don't work. Kristen Welker also asked him about allegations the anti-abortion candidate paid an ex-girlfriend to terminate her pregnancy.
We did show a copy of the check to Walker, who said the allegation he paid for an abortion isn't true.
This is still a lie because she's the mother of my child. So you're going to see me a check or somebody giving a check. So that I'm saying it's a lie.
Do you know what this $700 check is for?
I have no idea what that can be for.
Is that your signature on the check, though?
Let me see. It could be. And it doesn't matter whether it's my signature or not.
When pressed, Walker said definitively for the first time the check is his.
Yes, that's my check.
That's the first time he's admitted it. However, his suggestion, if that's what it is, that the money was to help support their child, it doesn't make sense. You heard him say, quote, "This is still a lie," meaning that it was to pay for an abortion, quote, because she is the mother of my child. At that point, she did not yet have a child of his to support. That pregnancy, their second, which she did not terminate, would come later. So when asked why voters should believe him, Walker said, quote, "Because I have been very transparent about everything I have ever done." Now, Republican Carrie Lake, who's running for governor in Arizona, has been very transparent about not accepting the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. However, when CNN's Dana Bash asked her if she would have similar doubts about her answer suggested only if she loses.
My question is, will you accept the results of your election in November?
I'm going to win the election, and I will accept that result.
If you lose, will you accept that?
I'm going to win the election, and I will accept that result.
which, of course, is not the same as saying she'll accept actual reality, however that turns out, or that Herschel Walker will ever acknowledge the actual reality that supporting law enforcement doesn't mean you have to pretend you're in law enforcement. But all of it is tempered by the larger reality, what matters to voters next month, and new polling suggests that sentiment, which had previously been trending Democratic, is now shifting to Republicans. Perspective now from CNN's Dana Bash, who you saw a moment ago, also CNN political commentator and former special assistant to President Obama, Van Jones, and Maggie Haberman, CNN political analyst, New York Times senior political correspondent, and author of the remarkable and best-selling Confidence Man, The Making of Donald Trump and the Breaking of America. So, Dana, let me begin with you. Carrie Lake, I'm wondering what you made of interviewing her, because she clearly does not want to say that she would accept the results, whatever they are, of the election.
She is reserving to do what Donald Trump did on a national level, and especially in the state where she is running, in Arizona, which is to not admit and not accept the reality. Now, she did. I pressed her one more time after what you played, and she simply said, I'm not even going to entertain that idea because I'm going to win. Losing at least, a few weeks before Election Day. But because she is a very clear election denier when it comes to 2020, calling it corrupt, calling it stolen, and all of the words that we've heard from Donald Trump, it is logical to think that she would use that same strategy for her own election, which is why I pressed her on it. The other question is, if she does become governor, will she use that same strategy in 2024 for the next presidential election, which would not only impact the people of Arizona, but the people of the nation, because we saw how pivotal any state, including Arizona, can be in a presidential election.
Maggie, Herschel Walker, the politician, is essentially a creation of former President Trump. In your new book, you write about a conversation you had with Trump about Walker's, quote, complicated personal history. What did he say about it?
So it was interesting, Anderson. He started talking, and this was a year ago, a little over a year ago, he started talking about Walker's history on the football field, and he was talking about what a great player he was. And this was at a time when Senate Republicans were still very wary of Walker, before they had sort of thrown in the towel and accepted that he was likely to be the nominee. And I mentioned this personal history, and Trump said he does, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, but that it was a personal history that 10 years ago would have been a big problem, 20 years ago, and it would have been a bigger problem. I don't think it's a problem today. And when I asked him, why is that? And he said, because the world is changing. And he did not acknowledge that part of why it is changing is because he has helped change it. He has changed the matrix, and he has changed the standards for how some candidates are able to get by on what previously would have been very, very problematic discoveries in their candidacies.
Yeah, we lost Van Jones, so we hope to get him back. Dana, Herschel Walker has these ever-changing explanations that really don't make sense, and yet it doesn't really, I don't know, does it matter in Georgia? It seems like there's an acceptance that people or supporters are fine ignoring his problems with the truth as long as it gets them a Senate majority.
So there are two ways to answer that question. One is with Herschel Walker in particular. What Maggie is reporting about what Donald Trump said is very true about Herschel Walker, in that he's kind of a micro version of Donald Trump himself, in that he is and was well known, as you mentioned at the top of the show, a well-known football player, and also his foibles are well known there. And so a lot of Republican strategists are saying that they believe that the latest allegations and all of the ramifications from that are kind of baked in. Having said that, there definitely is a big question that we won't know the answer to until we see the real results in Georgia. There's a big question as to whether the Access Hollywood moment for Donald Trump was a marker for a big change in the way American politicians handle these kinds of scandals, particularly Republicans. We saw what happened with Andrew Cuomo. He tried to pull a Trump and say, I'm not going to go anywhere. It didn't work out for him, and a few other candidates since then. But this is another example, as Trump predicted the
documents today saying that Trump's company charged the Secret Service exorbitant hotel rates for agents protecting the first family at properties that they owned, upward of $1.4 million over 4 years. I just want to play what Eric Trump said in 2019 about what the government spends at Trump properties.
If my father travels, they stay at our properties for free. It saves a fortune because if they were to go across the street.
I'm wondering what you made of the comments from Eric Trump juxtaposed with the House Oversight Committee report.
Well, the House Oversight Committee report appears to be based on actual data from what was being spent by the government. And, you know, it had been clear for a while that Donald Trump was charging the Secret Service. There have been reports about it in real time that Donald Trump was charging the Secret Service, you know, certain rates to stay in the property, not appear to be below market value. And report suggests it was well above that. I always justifies these things to people as, well, you know, we lose the room. He and members of his family have said about what they were doing with the business, you know, in terms of Trump's involvement with it on one hand and another with these rooms and what they were actually doing. And it is also why it's a reminder that, you know, there's a lot of talk at the moment about Joe Biden and the time that he is spending outside of D.C. and how notable it is that he goes home most weekends to Delaware. And that's true. That said, he does not charge people to stay at his private club, and that is a pretty big difference.
Yeah, Maggie Haberman, Dana Bash, appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up next, a live report from Kyiv, under attack by Russian-launched Iranian-supplied kamikaze drones. How Ukrainians are coping, what the Pentagon is trying to do to get them advanced anti-aircraft missiles faster. And later, I'll be joined by William Shatner about the joy going to space and the sadness that he's now saying followed.
Himself, the great
Introducing your new best friend.
Every time this ship went out onto open water, people disappeared. Help me! They're killing all of us.
This case is about catching a monster.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am that innocent suspect.
Who's gonna take care of me?
You don't think I'm gonna take care of you?
But when you die.
There's new reporting tonight. Defense official tells CNN the Pentagon is trying to accelerate the delivery of 2 national advanced surface-to-air missile systems to Ukraine. The move comes as Kyiv struggles to deal with Russia launching swarms of Iranian-supplied loitering munitions, which are better known as kamikaze drones, at the Ukrainian capital. The attack killed 4 people. CNN's chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward is back in Ukraine, joins us now. What do we know tonight about the targets of these attacks? How specific are they or not? And how much damage was done?
Well, I think there's like sort of 2 components to these attacks, Anderson. On the one hand, they seem to be targeting civilian infrastructure, energy plants, power plants, electricity plants. The Russians are preparing for winter, which is just around the corner, and they want to basically maximize the pain that civilian populations across the country, but particularly here in the capital in Kyiv, are going to be feeling during that winter season. But the second component then is the fear factor, the morale factor. You hear that sound of those drones overhead, and you can feel that fear in your stomach. But interestingly, talking to the mayor here, he says that fear is actually quickly being replaced by anger. Take a look. A policeman takes aim at the kamikaze drone as it bears. Thick with the smell of explosives. Investigators are already collecting evidence.
Excuse me, извините, excuse me. Это Garan, it's from the drone, yes? Where did you find it? Где нашел точно?
Я нашел, там нашел.
So they're saying that's the tail fin from the drone that hit.
The target, according to Ukrainian authorities, Kyiv's energy infrastructure. But one hits a residential building nearby, with devastating results. You can see at least one person has been killed. They're taking the body away now. Rescue workers comb through the smoldering rubble. There have been reports of voices still alive inside. An extraordinarily lucky older woman is rescued from her balcony next door and bundled away to the hospital. Up until 1 week ago, the city had been relatively calm. Now, Kyiv's mayor says the Russians' goal is to make life as miserable as possible for civilians as colder weather sets in.
The Russians want to destroy right now the critical infrastructure in our hometown. Water, electricity, heating.
What impact does it have on the psyche of the people of Kyiv that there are kamikaze drones now attacking your capital?
Everyone is so angry. Everyone wants to defend the families, want to defend hometown.
As we prepare to interview a volunteer medic from Sweden, the air raid sirens start up again.
Organization called Swedish Rescuers.
You must be used to hearing that sound by now.
We move to take cover. 3 cruise missiles have been reported heading in the direction of Kyiv. This time, they are intercepted by Ukraine's air defensives. But Kyiv's residents know that there will be more.
Clarissa, you mentioned 28 of these drones were launched at Kyiv just on Monday. We saw some policemen trying to shoot some down. How are a lot of them, it seems like, are being brought down? Do you know how?
So, Anderson, the vast majority of them are being intercepted, which is pretty incredible. The way that they're doing that is a number of ways. First of all, in the most crude of fashions, as you saw in that social media video, that extraordinary video, very brave policemen are basically taking their rifles and trying to shoot these things down. They are very difficult for radars to detect, and they fly low.
EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
Inig mata sa buntag.
Makabuhay nga adlaw aniya na nga ato ang EXL Express Balita. Istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Proven effective nga makapahimsog sa kasing-kasing, atay, kidney ug uban pang vital organs sa tuang lawas. Mga migs nga nagproblema diha bahin sa ilang grabing singot nga mumansya pa ngadto sa ilang mga shirt pamati. Namatigdan ba nimo nga human kamuhimo sa imong mga sports activities ug unsa mang gibuhat nimo sa gawas, ilabi na kung init kaayo, di ba kaha sa mga importanteng presentation sa trabaho panington kapag ayo o wasa pa ang imong kili-kili nga mulakra dito sa imong shirt. Dili na nga mag-worry kay normal lang gyud ni siya. Pero dunay uban diha dali ragyong panington o daghan hinungdan sa grabing pagpaningot, ang kainit sa adlaw o mga gihimong exercises, ang emosyon nimo sama sa kahadlok, stress, makapasingot usab ug duna usay medical reasons niini, ang mga tambal nga imong ginatumar, ang menopause ug pagka-overweight ug aron nga dili kaayo panington, sulayi ang mga anti-sweating tips. Magsuot og mga sapot nga gama sa mga tela nga cotton, wool o linen. Ayaw pag-inom og sobrang caffeine o alcohol. Likayi ang mga spicy foods, pagsuto kanunang limpyo nga sapot. Gamit og deodorant nga dunay aluminum salts ug i-apply kini una matulog. Magpunas o maligo kanunay og trapuhi pag-ayo nga maugag gyud ang lawas human maligo o magpunas. Diba? Simple lang buhaton. Ug aron nga dili kadaling kapuyon, permi abtik himsog pa ang lawas, tumar og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement adlaw-adlaw.
Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus ay isang prebiotic, preventive, multi-herb at immune booster na gawa sa 17 aktibong halamang gamot na puro, siksik at natural tulad ng makabuhay, garlic plus ashitaba, malunggay, cinnamon, neem, guyabano, turmeric, ginger, lagundi, sambong, kalabo, mangosteen, serpentina at vitamina tulad ng vitamin C, vitamins B1, B6 at B12. Buhay at makulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay. EXL Makabuhay Plus Herbal Capsule.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Kasinati ang buhay o tinud-anay sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Your all-in-one health and wellness partner.
Pensya Tapales de la Cruz, Vincent ang angga. Forminti ko ang pamaula ko tapos kitang likod, sa kanidri sakit po. Na ako to'y na-feel nga na ay bukol akong diri sa collarbone. Dahil naka-eksorya na ako, try lagi ang XL Makabuhay mo to, nag-inom ko, nagpalit ko sa kapad. Tapos nung nahurot tayo sa kapad, wala ako naman ay nawala lang ang ako ang bukol diri. Nawala dito siya sir, nawala. 3 weeks sa dilan ako napansin, nawala na siya. Ako panawagan ang mga labi na may pamati sa lawas. Try ninyo ang XL Makabuhay, kay maayo dyan.
Daghana og natabangan sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Halal certified, FDA approved. Health and wellness for God's glory. EXL Makabuhay Plus.
Makabuhay! Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Kung sa ikaw, tumar na og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement nga garantisadong makahatag ka nato kaayuhan sa atuang panlawas. Sa mga impormasyon bahin sa EXL Makabuhay Capsule, tawag sa numerong 0907-968-0085 ug 0917-728-1434. Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement mapalit sa bisan asang butika sa inyuhang dapit. Inyong nabati ang EXL Express Balita. Istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Buhay at makulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay.
Makabuhay! EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
form. Another user replied, "Are we not in a cold civil war at this point?" That poster, Banana Guard 62, turned out to be a Washington State man who has pleaded guilty to unlawfully entering the Capitol on January 6th. His account identified by the group Advanced Democracy. Posts like this on right-wing forums a cause for concern, but it's not just anonymous online trolls beating the Civil War drum.
Democrats want Republicans dead, and they've already started the killings.
We are the closest to Civil War II we've ever been.
They plan on having a civil war that brings down America.
Take a seat. Greg Airy, a former FBI special agent, read through some of the violent rhetoric that came after the Mar-a-Lago search.
Every FBI agent who doesn't quit in the next few weeks is an enemy of the Republic. The FBI is now and forever known as the Gestapo. Treat them like you would treat a Nazi or a Marxist agent coming for your kids.
This makes me angry, obviously, personally, as a former FBI agent. To compare them to the Gestapo, to call them Nazis and Marxists, to say that they should be treated as such, is an offense to everyone who works in law enforcement.
Yeah, I think some people watching this will say, there's been talk of civil war in this country since the Civil War ended. What makes this moment different?
It feels different. During this period, in this election, it seems like the country is really radicalized to an extent, where they're more receptive, they're hearing these messages, and we're breaking off into different factions like we've never seen our citizenry do before.
Calls for civil war intensified around January 6th and have been simmering ever since. Here's what one couple had to say outside a Trump rally 2 days before the Capitol attack.
Will you accept Joe Biden as president?
No, he'll never be my president.
Okay. But you accept that he's going to be inaugurated?
No, I don't.
I mean, how could that change at this point?
Well, it could be a civil war. You never know.
You don't actually want a civil war, do you?
I don't. Show us the voting machines. Show us the ballots. Show us that this was a fair election, or we'll never accept another vote again. Ever.
And it's that belief in the lie of a stolen election that helps fuel talk of a second civil war.
They see themselves as true patriots, the defenders of American identity, and they see themselves justified in using whatever means necessary to safeguard America's identity.
Barbara Walter has studied civil conflicts around the world.
Would you say that by even having a conversation about the prospect of a civil war in the United States, that we're being alarmist, just even talking about this?
I wish that were the case. I wish if I stopped talking about this, if everybody else stopped talking about it, this problem would go away. But the reality is there are violent extremists who want to overturn.
Kay grasya sa gamhanan ug madagayaon gikan sa tinubdan alang sa baskog ug himsog nga kalawasan. Sinatia ang himsog nga kinabuhi ug hapsayng panginabuhi uban sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Buhay ay makulay basta't kasama ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule para sa masiglang buhay at masaganang hanap buhay. Mag-EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. EXL Life and Herbs Nutraceutical Health and Wellness for
anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
Anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
Hindi inaasahang pangangailangan ng pera sa M. Year. Walang hassle, walang problema. Kung may sasakyan ka, fill up ka lang ng application form. Plus, photocopy ng OR at CR sa sasakyan mo. At kung may motorsiklo ka, dalhin mo lang ang motorsiklo mo para sa appraisal. Plus, valid ID. Isubmit agad ito sa pinakamalapit na M. Year branch. Hintayin ang approval at kung approved na, may pera ka na agad. Ang ML Quick Car Loan ay available sa lahat ng branches nationwide at ang motorcycle loan ay available sa piling mga branches.
Vino Colafo, lakas ka namo. Drink response.
Pagkahuman mo kayon mula hutay maning kamot hangtod sa gabi mag-relax, mag-enjoy aning pinuntalag sa on. Lakas ka na mo sa vino, hula-hula, try mo June. Lakas ka na mo sa vino, hula-hula.
Vino Colafo, lakas ka namo. Drink response.
Pagkahuman mo kayon mula hutay maning kamot hangtod sa gabi mag-relax, mag-enjoy aning pinuntalag sa on. Lakas ka na mo sa vino, hula-hula, try mo June. Lakas ka na mo sa vino, hula-hula.
Vino Colafo, lakas ka namo. Drink response.
RPM, Radio Philippines Catholic Incorporated, DXKO. 13.68 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPM DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Siglahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andam o serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPM DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Kay grasya sa gamhanan ug madagayaon gikan sa tinubdan alang sa baskog ug himsog nga kalawasan. Sinatia ang himsog nga kinabuhi ug hapsayng panginabuhi uban sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Buhay ay makulay basta't kasama ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule para sa masiglang buhay at masaganang hanap buhay. Mag-EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. EXL Life and Herbs Nutraceutical Health and Wellness for God.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim.
Og tinud-anay sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement, your all-in-one health and wellness partner.
Loni Cabarubias Marquez, 51 anyos, sa Lacson, Kalinan, Davao City. Na-diagnose breast cancer, stage 3. At akong tutoy, sige nag-agas ang anak. Nibutog siya diri sa akong nipple. Di ko maduulog tao. Kay pertig bahoa. Pila ka bulan na nako nga lubog. Bayat na ko kaayo. Gamay na lang ko ang pirmahan sa watip. Nag-inom ko og EXL Makabuhay Plus sa pamahaw, duha sa paniudto, duha panihapon duhay. Pag abot og tulo ka adlaw, wala na gani agas ang nana. Naulian ko sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Balik na po ang lawas. Kami isa ka pamilya, mo ano na giinom namo. EXL Makabuhay. Salamat kaayo.
Makabuhay! Ang pagpamatuod sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule.
Nasir Idja, 48, Barangay Sambulawan, Mijayat, North Cotabato. Ako ay may karamdaman, malala na yung bituka ko, malala na yung ulcer ko. Mahigit isang taon, wala na akong tulog, hindi na ako makahinga, masakit ang ulo ko, pati yung tuhod ko likod. Ako ay na-admit ng 14 na araw, kailangan maghanda ng 60,000. Sa awa ng Diyos kay Allah, sa paggamit, naalis yung yung karamdaman ko ng EXL Makabuhay, ginamit ko 3 beses sa isang araw. Sa EXL Makabuhay, maraming salamat. Nandiyan ka, nagtakbuhan ko ikaw, na ikaw nagpagaling sa akin, bumigay sa akin ng pag-asa.
Makabuhay! Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fatcon, bagong gumagabloom. Charm Fatcon, gamitin may bango ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fatcon, bagong gumagabloom. Charm Fatcon, gamitin may bango ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar. Dili lang puti. Kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa umsum sa matag hibla, mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaban, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa bisti sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
laban ng pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Believe ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya protektado,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Ang buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste, pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula, tanggal galingan sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa.
Helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa. Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah. Papaya puti, papaya fast. White rose papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality. ACS.
Daghan na sa Mindanao, Visayas ang pagpamatuod sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule.
Teresa Herona, 41 anyos, Mat Surigao del Sur. Gibati ko og daghang sakit sama sa pangpupong, panglagas sa buhok, lupus, naglubog nako duha ka tuig. Nagtuo ko nga wala nay alibyo ang akong sakit. Halos na ako sa hospital, naguyo naminaw ang akong bana sa radyo. Nakadungog sa EXL Makabuhay Capsule. Gipalit sa akong bana, pamasin nga maayo ko. Kahibulungan sa tulo ka adlaw, maayo nga akong paminaw. Nimbalik na ang normal kong panglawas ko kahimso. Sa mga naminaw nga adunay balatian, ayaw pawala sa paglaom.
Makabuhay!
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
and Wellness Partner.
Warren Lumba, 40 ang edad, taga Kabanglasan. Bukidnon ako ang sakit sa wala pa ko naginom og EXL Magabuhay Plus. Pag aslom sa kuto-kuto, mas stress na dayon ko. Sige ko, digwa ang mugawas imong baba, aslom. Mahalang gid edre sa tutunlan na ako'y ginabati nga mubawas ko dugo. Pinaka-major na ako nga gibati. Sa pag-inom na nako sa EXL Magabuhay, na regular na ang pagkatulog. Wala na ko nagsige og digwa, suka. Wala na nangaslom ang akong pangginawaan. Pagtanaw na ko sa akong hugaw, wala na dugo. Sa isa ka adlaw, kaysa na lang ko. Mintinar na lang EXL Makabuhay. Dako kaayo ni mamahimong partner. Dagang kaayong salamat.
Makabuhay! Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fatcon, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fatcon, gamit ay may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fatcon, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fatcon, gamit ay may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar. Dili lang puti. Kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa umsum sa matag hibla. Mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaban, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa biste sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon Ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
labanan pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield That Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Believe ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya protektado,
I-shield mo.
Shield That Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS. Buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste, pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula, tanggal galingan sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa.
Helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa. Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts with vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
Sol, naka-HIV?
Nano dayre.
Nakighilawas ka ba nga walay proteksyon? Nakaagi ka ba og sexually transmitted infection? Nagagamit ka ba og ginadili nga droga?
Nahadlo kay Kuray.
Kung duna kay pagduda o pangutana, bisita sa Alagad Mindanao Facebook page o tawag sa 093.
Ang paghugas sa atong kamot mao ang first line defense batok sa daghang sakit, sama sa diarrheal diseases, respiratory diseases ug infection. Mao nga batasan ang kanunay nga paghugas sa kamot aron malayo kita sa sakit. Usa ka pahinumdom gikan sa RPN DSKO Teleradyo.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Pray ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya. Sa bawat pahid,
Sinatiya ang himsog nga kinabuhi ug hapsayng panginabuhi uban ang Bagabuhay Plus.
Jessie Malinaw, nagkuyog diri sa Seaside 2 sa Del Carmen Matina Aplaya, Davao City. Ang naka-experience ko once in my lifetime nga kalintura, di nimo masabtan, sakit kay ang lawas. Nag-declare mi ato siguro gyud nga COVID. 10 days akong kalintura, buntag udto hapon. Pag sulti sa mong silingan, sulayan sa kong ate kay mas grabe man tong iya. Ni sundog lang pog inom, parehas may sa imig effect, nawala na dayon to. Kani EXL Makabuhay Plus 2 in the morning to sa hapon sa gabi. Ang akong allergic rhinitis, mao na siya nakawala kada kadlaw nagatukar. May gay pugid siya sa lawas. Therapist ko o kining caregiver, may gay ning EXL Makabuhay Plus para sa pang-maintenance na to kada adlaw.
Makabuhay! Mapalit sa mga butika.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 sa Sinday Uso sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Laklayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andang na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Diha sa gugma ingon nga si Kristo nahigugma kanato ug naghatag sa iyang kaugalingon alang kanato nga usa ka halad ug usa ka sakripisyo ngadto sa Dios alang sa usa ka mahumot nga alimyon. Romans 5:2. Karon sa ikaduha og katapusang sumpay ning sugidlanon. Ulay na ang tanan nagisabak niining tulumanon tunod sa sugidlanon. Gaing na kamundaan, hagbay na kung magsigigsulti ninyo nga maglagot kay ko ng mga t-shirt o polo nga way bulsa. Maglagot ko ng way sudunan sa sigarilyo. Gunting-guntingon ako ni aron magtimaan yun mo! Kitsi mo!
Ginoo.
Tabas-tabas na ko. Mas mapuslan pa na aron sunugon og ipaaso sa mga lamok. Busit.
Ilabay na lang na ako ning natabas-tabas nga bagong t-shirt ng Percy. Ang saong pa man na nato, dili na ka na magamit, Lilay. Ilabay na lang. Ahay na mga bata. Hindi ang nasuko si Nong Ben. Nagdali-dali sila panood sa kwarto kay nahadlok sila nang.
Percy!
Sige na, ilabay na ka na, Lilay. Duulo na ko siya. Oo, Nang.
Percy!
Ben?
Sorry yung kay ma. Buwa nga ginako eh. Naunsa man ko.
Kalimti na to. Ako tong saka na ko sa inyong gusto. Ako mo ay angayang mangayog sorry. Sorry pa.
Sorry yung kayo ha. Sorry kayo.
Oo, pag-upagani kang nagdagot og sigarilyo, karang midagot na sabkaglain pa. Pa, sa akong tanaw, ikalima na nakastik sukad ganiha, humani mo gunting sa t-shirt.
Tibaw ko. Tibaw mo ko.
Ben, magdagot na sabkaglain sigarilyo.
Hurot naman. Labi pa mang ipanigarilyo.
Ben, naunsa naman tao ning akong banaw eh. Dalira kaayong maupos ang bag-o niyang kidagkutan nga sigarilyo, lay. Unya, dagkot dayon og laing sigarilyo. Maupos naman, unya mo dagkot na sab siya laing sigarilyo. O ako mahibaw kung masukob ako ni Yalay o maluoy ba ko sa akong bana, Lilay? Unsa to pa?
Kuan, schedule marunong nga ipangumpra, no?
Oo. Mag-abot lang yata sa mall, 5 to 6.
Na, di ko kakuyog nimo sa mga bata. Na sa emergency nga mong trabahoan. Gabi na mi human. Na sa bugin mi biyahe balik 1 week kanto sa Zamboanga. Next week pohon biyahe na mi. Kamulong na ang mga bata nga itong pangumpra, ha? Patabang alas Lilay.
Okay. Pinuo ko. Uy, sudang bulsa ng iyang pulo. Magdagang kong sigarilyo pa.
Nunalayo! Pagpuyo diya! Pagpuyo diya! Kilit!
Pa?
Marika!
Ben!
Ato na ta pa?
Doon!
Hinahilan ng bata pa.
Drangag ka!
Ben! Nausa ka, good!
Naluwa ka man mo kuhag sigarilyos tindahan aron imo untang isod diningdaan sa kumbulsa. Ha? Giingnan ka na nako nga kada buntag yun sa'yo muadto kas tindahan aron magkuha kag tulo ka kaha ug isod nimo ang usa ka kaha aning bulsa sa kong gisulod. Ha?
Dali, anak. Dali. Hilong...
Dili mo kapuslan aning bayan. Dagko naman unta mo.
Gusto na, good, Ben. Kapila naman tayo pagkuha dito sa tindahan. Lilay! Napansin! Pagkuha dito na po, kakaw sigarilyo sa tindahan. Ano?
Grabe! Tulo ka kaha rin gusto na ko. Ngano na poon man yun mo? Otro kasab!
Kung wang kain ng tulog kakaha kada adlaw, Ben. Kung wang kain ng tulog kakaha, na isunog sa imong baga o sa imong kasing-kasing.
O paglakaw, di. Gitawag ko ni mo, ma.
Atong putlan og limpiyuhan ang imong mga kuko sa kamot og tiil pa. Ilabay ka ni una nang gikumpitan nimong sigarilyo kay ubuhon ko sa aso.
Tiwasonan ako ni. Tiwasonan ako ni. Upos naman. Ano gumugay nga so?
Sus, wala na magitayan ning imong mga tudlo, oh.
Nikotin na, ha? Mawara nagkagisan.
Napay imong gininawa murag asupre ang baho. Abi nimo taod-taod na kung nakamat kung nagiubo ka.
Mawara ni.
Ginoo ko. Dili na ordinaryo ang ubo sa akong bana. Oh. Ben? Ben? Long! Ang saan nang imong ubo na, boy?
Pila kakaha ang kadaadlaw nga imong mahurot, Ben? Mo tulo kakaha, doktor. Gira lang nimong tulo kakaha. Kaming mga doktor sama ni imong kaso, igo naman lang sa mimong tambag ba? Ben, kung mo patuo mo, mas labing maayo. Pero kung dili mo patuo, unsa may among mahimo, nga kamo may nagdaa sa inyong dawas o sa inyong kinabuhi. Among analisaran ng tao, Ben, ng manigarilyo. Matag-upos sa sigarilyo nga ilang gitabako. Mao usab ang hinanay pagkaupos o pagkaagyo sa ilang kinabuhi. Mauhulunag panigarilyo, bin. Milaos na ang imong naong, oh.
Ben?
Kung panumbol ko ni mo, doktor.Ulumbog siya, panigarilyo.
Wa na oro ko suguan ni Papag sigarilyo, ma. Dili na siya manigarilyo?
Dili na, Kenneth. Taod-taod na.
Nganong magsigi pa malagi siya ubo?
Dili man dahil na mawa, Kenneth. Pero mamaayo ra si Papa ninyo. Kaya wa naman siya manikarilyo. Ben? 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 Kadagang ko na sa karilyo! Ibalik ang panigarilyo, Ben! Ginoo ko ni mo, oy! Magpakamatay ka yun!
Dili, yun ba da? Mas mamatay pa ko kung mubiyak kong sigarilyo, Percy!
Doktor?
Sol, Percy. Lingkod palihog. Naasbin.
Mukuyag yun unta. Pero gibalibarang yun ako kay miingon ka man nga dili siya paubanon.
Percy.
Doktor, unsay findings sa akong bana? Sultihi ko, doktor. Unsa na iyang kaimtang? Ben?
Lingkod nga rin. Lingkod nga rin, ma. Tupad na ko. Dali, tupad na ko. Naibaw na ko. Igo ka lang nakalakaw gikan sa doktor. Natawgan akong doktor. Gipugos ko yun siya nga mutugaan ako.
Ang musunod na programa binayad.
Tulo na lang di ay kabuan ang akong kinabuhi din is kalibutan. Oh. Kahikog o. Busa mao kini akong naangkon. Himat yun ako.
Kapait huna-hunaon. Kasakit palandungon, Ben. Magsudoong ko nimo. Magbantay ko. Nga namanam kang magpadool sa imong lubnganan. Ben.
Percy. Kung ipatuo pa lang yun unta ko. Kung ipatuo pa lang unta ko. Kamulang ko.
Hikay man ko aron dili makasaksi sa akong bana nga kusog kaayong miniwang, apan nagkinahanglan siya nako. Dili ko gustong magsudong sa iyang panagway nga murag gianam-anam og suyop, daw bukog og panit na lang. Apan asawa ako o gikinahanglan ko niya. Mabati nako ang iyang ago sa gibating kasakit. Hustog yung 3 ka buwan na namilit ang akong bana nga puno sa pagbasol. Puno sa pagbasol apan ulahin na ang tanan. Mao kini ang tunob sa akong sugilanon. Ako sa Percy.
Og dinhi natapos na usab ang laing sugilanon nga naguluhan. Ulahin na ang tanan. Bisabak ni ining tulumanon. Tulo sa sugilan. Sinuwat og direksyon ni Fermin Colliantes Gomez. Recording editor, Wider Saldana. Dalit anang sa atong kalingawan sa RPN, Radyo Ronda Drama Production Center.
Kay grasya sa gamhanan ug madagayaon gikan sa tinubdan alang sa baskog ug himsog nga kalawasan. Sinatiya ang himsog nga kinabuhi ug hapsayng panginabuhi uban sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Buhay ay makulay basta't kasama ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule para sa masiglang buhay at masaganang hanap buhay. Mag-EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. EXL Life and Herbs Nutraceutical Health and Wellness for
Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong gumagabloom. Charm Fat-Con, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong gumagabloom. Charm Fat-Con, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar. Dili lang puti. Kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kay ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa umsum sa matag hibla. Mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaman, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa biste sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
labanan pati virus.
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Believe ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
Sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya protektado.
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Dishwashing Paste. Pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal galing ang sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified. World-class quality.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga. Max Protektado pa.
Helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga. Max Protektado pa. Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts with vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Health and Wellness for God's Glory.
Hana Grace Joy Landero Lingko, 29 years old, Purok Malakas, General Santos City. Isa ka optometrist bilang isa ka doktor, asawa, mama, ate, church worker, kag worship leader. Hindi gid siya basta-basta maabot ng kakapoy sa lawas. Isa ka gabi, nabudlayan ko makatulog kay kadamo sang obrahonon kag ginapaminsar. Sa pag-inom ko sang EXL Makabuhay Plus, makatulog ko dayon pag mata ko sa aga. Kanami sa paminsar kondisyon ng lawas. Salamat EXL Makabuhay Plus. Mas malipayon ko sa akon trabaho, mag-atiman sa akon pamilya, labaw sa tanan ang magpagamit sa Ginoo.
Makabuhay! Mahalagang paalala, ang produktong ito ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamitin.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, no? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya. Sa bawat pahid,
Hindi inaasahang pangangailangan ng pera sa M-Lulier. Walang hassle, walang problema. Kung may sasakyan ka, fill up ka lang ng application form. Plus, photocopy ng OR at CR sa sasakyan mo. At kung may motorsiklo ka, dalhin mo lang ang motorsiklo mo para sa appraisal. Plus, valid ID. Isubmit agad ito sa pinakamalapit na M-Lulier branch. Hintayin ang approval at kung approved na, may pera ka na agad. Ang ML Quick Car Loan ay available sa lahat ng branches nationwide at ang motorcycle loan ay available sa piling mga branches.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 1368 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andam o serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
mosquito breeding sites. Regularly drain and sanitize places where water can accumulate in and around your home. The second step is to secure self-protection measures. Third, seek early consultation to avoid complications. And lastly, support fogging or spraying done in hotspot areas by your local government. These vital tips can keep you and your loved ones safe from dengue.
Buckle up. Our next destination is Cebu.
Cebu is always known for its unique flora and fauna.
Ang Malboal po ay considered as one of the most beautiful diving sites po dito sa Cebu.
Sikat talaga yung dried fish dito sa Cebu kasi masarap talaga siya.
And in an archipelago like this, infrastructure development makes travel even better.
And you're still watching Wholesome Meals, Better Life. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas. From malinamnam to all-out creaminess, we've tasted amazing dishes so far. But mommies, we're not done just yet. It's time to indulge in quick and easy meals.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. Proses sa Zinday Utso sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andam mo serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas. Ang mosunod nga programa binayran. Bisan unsa nga hunahuna og opinyon nga malitok sa nagdumala niini, iya ra kini ug walay labot ang istasyon. Bisan ang baruganan nga ipadayag sa nagdumala sa mosunod nga programa, wa magpasabot nga mausab kini ang gibarugan sa tagdumala niini nga sibiyahan. Daghang salamat.
sanmiguel.com.ph, your San Miguel online store. So, Chef, tell us more about the dishes. Okay, we know one is a quiche and one is like an empanada, but how did you prepare them? Let's start with the cheesy and ham quiche.
Alam mo, napakadali lang gawin ito. You can make at home, and that's thanks to Magnolia Cheesy.
There you go. I'm very intrigued. And of course, we understand, Chef, na meron itong pastry base.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam. Cheesy filling.
Mistor ba namin?
Maraming salamat sa pagkikita sa amin.
Walang anuman. Ano po bang may paglilingkod ko? Kailangan ko kasi makuha ng passport. Nung nag-ayos kami ng mga dokumento, napansin namin, iba yung pangalan sa birth certificate ko.
Pangalan ito ng lolo niya. Hindi rin sila makapilido ng lolo niya eh.
Mabuti at napansin nyo agad. Hindi kasi talaga tatanggapin yan. Lalo na at malaki ang pagkakaiba sa tunay na pangalan mo sa nakalagay dyan sa birth certificate. Hindi na typographical error yan. Kaya kailangan na natin ipabago yan sa korte. At may mga proseso na tayong dapat sundin. Kailangan na nating
dumaan sa korte. Ang gusto niya palitan dito, kasama na yung kanyang surname or last name. Kasi yung clerical error law, pwede lang niyang palitan yung day, month, first name, or nickname change. Sa pagkakataon na ito, hindi inaalaw ito dahil maaaring may ibang karapatan na pwedeng matamaan, katulad niyan yung inheritance o yung mana, o pati yung legitimacy ng pagiging anak o pagiging ama. So sa pagkakataon na ito, meron ding ibang mga interes ng Estado na pati yung kanyang surname. So, inulit ko, kailangan itong dumaan sa korte dahil may substantial change.
So, after that, ititrim natin do sa mga sides and then i-chill natin yung atin dough for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, i-bake na natin yung ating dough at 250 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 minutes or until maging golden brown. Then set aside. That's it. So ngayon, gagawin naman natin yung ating filling. In a mixing bowl, combine milk, cream,
eggs and nutmeg. Mix manually until the eggs are well blended. Arrange onion, magnolia cheesy, and ham on top of the pre-baked crust. Gradually pour milk egg mixture. Bake in a preheated oven set to 350 degree Fahrenheit for 15 minutes or until golden brown.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 1368 sa bayan sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dini sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andang mo serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas. Ang mosunod nga programa binayran, bisan unsa nga hunahuna og opinyon nga malitok sa nagdumala niini, iya ra kini ug walay labot ang istasyon. Bisan ang baruganan nga ipadayag sa nagdumala sa mosunod nga programa, wa magpasabot nga mausab kini ang gibarugan sa tagdumala niini nga sibiyahan. Daghang salamat.
Of flavor. You have the creaminess of the magnolia cheesy. Tapos it takes this quiche to a whole new level. Not only that, you have that flaky pie-like crust that's really tasty. Meron pa yung lovely and savory ham.
Yes.
Diba? Parang nag-blend talaga lahat ng flavors in this dish of yours.
Salamat, Christine. Gawin mo yan sa bite at siguradong hindi ka magkakamali dahil ang ginamit natin is the magnolia cheesy.
At saka pwede
Gusto po, istorbo ka namin.
Maraming salamat sa pagkikita sa amin. Okay, so from
Walang
there,
anuman.
move on to
Ano po
another
bang may paglilingkod ko?
favorite. This time with a twist
Kailangan ko
na
kasi makuha
sinasabi
ng
mo
passport.
kanina.
Ito naman
Nung
yung
nag-ayos kami ng mga
ating
dokumento,
cheesy tuna
napansin namin,
empanadas.
iba yung pangalan sa birth
It's very
certificate ko.
flaky din yan and creamy and very
Pangalan
cheesy
ito
yung
ng lolo
flavor.
niya. Hindi rin sila makapilido ng lolo niya eh.
Mabuti at napansin nyo agad. Hindi kasi talaga tatanggipin yan. Lalo na at malaki ang pagkakaiba sa tunay na pangalan mo sa nakalagay dyan sa birth certificate. Hindi na typographical error yan. Kaya kailangan na natin ipabago yan sa korte. At may mga proseso na tayong dapat sundin. Kailangan na natin kumonsulta sa abogado.
Salamat na naman sa iyo. Chef, pinapawaw mo na naman ako today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay,
Sa pagkakataon na ito, kailangan na niyang dumaan sa korte dahil hindi na ito cover ng RA 9048 as amended by 10172.
And all of us here look forward to sharing more food hacks with you here on Wholesome Meals Better Life, where we offer you the best ingredients for the best meals for the entire family. I'm Christine Jacob Sandejas, and I will see you again next time.
Narito na ang balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Umano'y gunman sa pagpaslang sa broadcaster na si Percy Lapid. Hawak na ng mga pulis. Ilan pang sangkot sa krimen, pinasusuko na rin. Presyo ng mga pang Noche Buena inaasahang tataas pa bago magpasko ayon sa DTI. At ilang miyembro ng K-pop supergroup na BTS magpapaalam na nga ba sa music scene? Magandang tanghali sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb. Ako si Mai Rodriguez. Breaking news sa CNN Philippines, iprinesenta ni Interior Secretary Benhur Abalos ang sinasabing gunman sa pagpatay sa veteranong broadcaster na si Percy Lapid. Binaril si Lapid ng mga suspect na sakay ng motorsiklo sa Las Piñas noong gabi ng October 3. Magbabalita ang aming correspondent na si George Cahiles. George.
May sinasabi ang breakthrough sa kaso ng pagpatay kay Percy Lapid ang pagsuko ng gunman na si Joel Estorial sa mga otoridad kahapon. Sa paglutang ng gunman, itinuro rin niya ang ilan sa di umano'y kanyang mga kasamahan. Sina alias Orly na nagmamaneho ng motorsiklo, ang magkapatid na Edmond at Israel de Maculangan na di umano'y nakaabang din para bumaril kay Lapid. Isang contact nila sa loob ng bilibid na siya nag-utos sa patayin si Lapid at isa pang hindi malinaw kung ano ang kinalaman sa krimen. Pinaghati-hatian raw nilang anim ang 550,000 pesos matapos may sakatuparan ng pagpatay kay Lapid. 140,000 pesos daw ang naging pati niya bilang gunman. Limitado yung impormasyon na nakuha natin sa suspect dahil mismong si Interior Secretary Abalos ang nagtatanong sa kanya. Hindi na nabigyan ng pagkakataon ng media na direktang magtanong sa suspect. Tumanggi si Abalos na banggitin kung sino ang tinutukoy ni Estorial na nag-utos sa kanila mula sa bilibid na patayin si Lapid at kung ano ang dahilan kung bakit ipinapatay ang mamamahayag. Ongoing pa raw kasi yung mga follow-up operations ng mga otoridad.
Ko, totoo ba yung sumuko na yan o is he just a fall guy? Okay. Hindi po, siya talaga. Hindi niya lang inamin because the gun itself would match the slug. Nag-match yung ballistics. Number one. Number two, yung mga damit na pinunit-punit niya. Nandun pa rin talagang damit niya po ito. Number three, yan po ay nasa CCTV. So this is a great police work.
Ano namin po doon usapan, kung sino po ang matapat doon sa kay Percy po, siya po ang babaril. Nagkataon po, natapat sa akin. Sabi naman po, pag hindi ko binaril, ako po ang papatayin. Kaya na binaril ko na po si Percy. Sana po mapatawad po ako nila. Hindi ko naman kagustuhan yun. Nadala lang po ako ng kahirapan. Wala po kasi akong trabaho, sir.
May nagbigay na rin ng reaksyon itong pamilya ni Percy Lapid na kausap natin. Kanina lamang itong kanyang kapatid na mamamahayag din at si Roy Mabasa. At ang sabi niya ay gusto nilang malaman o gusto nilang ma-cross-check kung talagang ito talagang sumukong suspect ang nakikita nila sa CCTV video na siyang pumatay sa kanyang kapatid. Sabi niya, marami siyang katanungan at gusto niyang mahambing sa nakuhanan niyang CCTV yung ipresenta na suspect. Nalulungkot daw sila dahil hindi tinanggal yung mask ng suspect nung ipresenta kanina at medyo conflicting yung mga reports na nakukuha nila kasi binabanggit ni Roy Mabasa na naimpormahan daw sila na ilang araw na itong sumuko itong si Estorial sa mga pulis. Pero ang binabanggit naman kanina ng PNP ay kahapon lang ito sumuko. So lalo daw natatakot yung pamilya ng mayapang broadcaster kung dahil lalong walang kasiguraduhan yung kanilang kaligtasan sa kasalukuyan. Kasi sabi nga ni Mabasa, kung mali ang suspect na makukuha nila, lalo na itong gunman, ay mas magiging mahirap yung proseso sa pagtukoy sa mastermind sa pagpatay sa kanyang kapatid. Balik sa'yo.
George, nabanggit ba kung sino ang mastermind? Nasabi ba ito ng sinasabing gunman sa kanyang confession?
Hindi nabanggit yung tungkol sa identity ng mastermind. Ang malinaw lang sa sinasabi kanina ni Estorial ay may nag-utos sa kanilang patayin si Lapid na isang tao mula sa New Bilibid Prison. At hindi pa rin daw malinaw kung siya, kaya nga hindi malinaw sa ngayon kung siya ba talaga yung mastermind o kung may nag-utos din sa kanya na ipapatay si Lapid. So, yun din yung sanang pakiusap ng pamilya na kung ilagay na sa safekeeping or i-ensure yung safety nitong tinutukoy na tao na sinasabing nag-utos sa mga suspect na patayin si Percy Lapid, lalo na nasa loob ng National Bilibid Prison. Kasi ang pangamba ng pamilya ay baka hindi na rin ito makapagsalita at maaaring mapatay na kagaya ng mga nangyari nitong nakaraan sa NBP na kung saan ay ang allegation ay namamatay na lamang yung mga suspect basta-basta or yung mga nakakulong sa
Our RPM, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13.68 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPM DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPM DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Takna, 5 minutos humanang alas 12 sa kaudtuhon. Kadto nga time check, hatod sa M. Louvillier Car and Motorcycle Loan.
EXL Life and Herbs Nutraceutical. EXL Makabuhay Plus with Vitamin C Sodium Ascorbate, Vitamin B1, B6, and B12. Ang ligon nga immunity, resistensya, balanse ug tamang nutrisyon, ehersisyo, insaktong katulog ug pagtubar sa EXL Makabuhay Plus. 1 or 2 capsules matag adlaw. Giila kining immune booster, detoxifier, multi-herb nga kapsula, makahatag kini og taas nga kinabuhi, kabasko, kaabtik sa panghuna-huna ug kalawasan nga layo sa balatian. EXL Makabuhay Plus, dinihukan sa gahom sa Ginoo, gihiusa o gipakusgan sa nag-inusara ug milagrosong kapsula. EXL Makabuhay Plus, proteksyon at depensa sa anumang karamdaman. Kasangga nagpawa.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, no? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, no? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Mag-ready na ta, ka-11:30 na. Abogado nga ambungan nga duha. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Wala o negosyo o lifestyle, hindi lang sa lunch break. With a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break.
Lunch Break with Attorney Ken Tamala and Attorney Joff na Malata. Sabado, 11:30 sa buntag hanggang 12:30 sa hapon sa RPN TV5 ug DXKO Radio.
Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Mag-ready na ta, ka-11:30 na. Abogado nga ambungan nga duha. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Wala o negosyo o lifestyle, hindi lang sa lunch break. With a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Denise a lunch break.
Lunch Break with Attorney Ken Tamala and Attorney Joff na Malata. Sabado, 11:30 sa buntag hanggang 12:30 sa hapon sa RPN TV5 ug DXKO Radio.
Samantala, naharang ng Bureau of Customs ang mahigit 1,900 metric tons ng asukal mula Thailand na nasa 228 million pesos ang halaga. Matapos ang investigasyon, mafo-forfeit ang mga asukal na ito pabor sa gobyerno.
What they have done, they declare it as sugar, but wala silang SRA clearance. So with that, na check ng CIIS natin, and it has been found na fictitious yung consignee. And based on that, ang district collector natin issued a warrant of seizure and detention.
Magtutuloy-tuloy rin daw ang pag-iinspeksyon ng customs sa mga papasok na kargamento, lalo't papalapit na ang Kapaskuhan. Muling isinulong ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ang rekomendasyong lumikha ng Department of Water Resources. Ayon sa Pangulo, kailangang makapagtayo ng kagawaran para rito na susugpo sa mga isyung gaya ng kritikal na supply ng fresh water sa bansa. Dapat din daw marepaso at ma-upgrade ang water supply systems na mula pa noong dekada 50. Sa ngayon, nakabinbin sa Kongreso ang panukalang batas sa pagbuo ng Water Resources Department at Water Regulatory Commission. Sa muling pagsipa ng presyo ng langis ngayong araw, target ng ilang transport group na magpataw ng surge fee o dagdag pasahe tuwing rush hour para sa public utility vehicles. Ayon sa petisyong inihain ng grupong Pasang Mazda, Altodap at Akto, pisong fare hike ang kanilang hirit sa ordinary at modern jeeps, habang dagdag 2 piso para sa city buses. Ayon kay Pasang Mazda President Obet Martin, ipapataw ang fare hike tuwing rush hour bandang alas 5 hanggang alas 8 ng umaga at alas 5 hanggang alas 8 ng gabi. Ang sabi ni Martin, ito'y para matulungan ang mga tsuper ng pampublikong transportasyon na naapektuhan ng taas presyo sa langis.
Ito ang petition na itong surcharge. Hindi naman po ito this is only temporary during rush hour from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. Kung maaprubahan ng board ang aming final na petition, i-effect po namin ito ng from 5 to 8 in the evening, and in the morning is from 5 to 8 also.
Okay.
Yung pisyong karagdagan lamang.
Ayon naman sa transport regulator na LTFRB, pinag-aaralan ng petisyong inihain ukol sa surge fee sa PUVs. Hihimayin daw nila ang mga puntong inilatag ng transport groups sa petisyon. Susunod, 10 bilyong pisong dagdag na pondo ng COMELEC para sa barangay at SK elections hindi pinayagan. At 2 distrito sa Uganda ini-lockdown dahil sa pagsipa ng Ebola cases. Ang detalye sa pagbabalik ng balitaan sa CNN Philippines.
Tested and proven na low in sodium, fat-free, at cholesterol-free.
Mahalagang paalala, ang MX3 capsule ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamiting panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
BM Extraordinary with MX3.
Mahalagang paalala, ang Imextil capsule ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamiting panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
Mula sa Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil, kahit kailan.
You want good cooking oil? I'll give you good cooking oil. Sabihin mo lang kung saan at kailan. I'll be there with my Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil. Ang family namin?
Heartmate for life!
From Fly Ace.
Unang tama, ilabagan. Ang galing, ang sarap. Nagalagab lang. Sarap ulitin, susulitin ikaw. Ito ang tama.
Listo at ganado ang baby ko sa vet-approved Nutri-Chunks with active boost and prebiotics na pampalisto. Made with real meat, with essential nutrients to help them grow healthy and happy. Listo, ganado sa Nutri-Chunks.
Nagbabalik ang balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Nakaantabay ang Commission on Elections sa magiging desisyon ng Korte Suprema hinggil sa petisyong ipawalang bisa ang batas na ipagpaliban muli ang barangay at sangguniang kabataan. Comelec Chair George Garcia na nilalatag na nila ang plano kung sakaling ibasura ng Korte Suprema ang petisyon ni election lawyer Romulo Macalintal o kung maglabas man ito ng temporary restraining order.
Session day of the Supreme Court, and perhaps the Supreme Court will deliberate on the matter immediately so that the issue will not be left hanging. Sa part po ng COMELEC, Mamenchu, napakahirap din sa kalagayan namin because when the President signed the bill the other week, we suspended some of the preparations, most especially the printing of the ballots.
Para kay Macalintal, napapanahon ng hamunin ng Supreme Court kung may kakayanan nga ba ang Kongresong ipagpaliban ang barangay elections. Aniya ang COMELEC lang ang pwedeng gumawa nito. Matatanda ang pinirmahan ni Pangulong Marcos na ipagpaliban ang barangay at SK elections sa October 2023 mula Disyembre ngayong taon.
So once Congress postpones the barangay election, it means that Congress is overstepping over the power of the COMELEC.
Hindi pinayagan ni Senator Amy Marcos ang hinihinging 10 bilyong pisong karagdagang pondo ng COMELEC para sa barangay at SK elections. Aniya kulang ng dokumento ang COMELEC budget proposal at hindi nasagot ang tanong ng mga senador gaya ng poll worker salary at pondo sa OFW. Lumang presentation daw ang ibinigay ng ahensya. 8 bilyong piso ang kasalukuyang budget ng COMELEC. Sa ibang balita, nagluluksa ngayon ang
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13.68 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Laglayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang o serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas. Ang mosunod nga programa binayran. Bisan unsa nga hunahuna og opinyon nga malitok sa nagdumala niini, iya ra kini og walay labot ang istasyon. Bisan ang baruganan nga ipadayag sa nagdumala sa mosunod nga programa, wa magpasabot nga mausab kini ang gibarugan sa tagdumala niini nga sibiyahan. Daghang salamat.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Kamusta po?
Restore po ka namin.
Maraming salamat sa pagkikita sa amin.
Walang anuman. Ano po bang may paglilingkod ko?
Kailangan ko kasi makakuha ng passport. Nung nag-aayos kami ng mga dokumento, napansin namin, iba yung pangalan sa birth certificate ko.
Pangalan ito ng lolo niya. Hindi rin sila magkapilido ng lolo niya eh.
Ako, mabuti at napansin nyo agad. Hindi kasi talaga tatanggapin yan. Lalo na at malaki ang pagkakaiba sa tunay na pangalan mo sa nakalagay dyan sa birth certificate. Hindi na typographical error yan. Kaya kailangan na natin ipabago yan sa korte. At may mga proseso na tayong dapat sundin. Kailangan na natin kumonsulta sa abogado.
Sa pagkakataon na ito, kailangan na niyang dumaan sa korte dahil hindi na ito cover ng RA 9048 as amended by 10172 na ang gusto niyang palitan dito kasama na yung kanyang surname or last name. Kasi yung clerical error law, pwede lang niyang palitan yung day, month, first name, or nickname change. Sa pagkakataon na ito, hindi inaalaw ito dahil maaaring may ibang karapatan na pwedeng matamaan. Katulad niyan yung inheritance o yung mana o pati yung legitimacy ng pagiging anak or pagiging ama. So sa pagkakataon na ito, meron ding ibang mga interes ng Estado na maaaring tamaan. Katulad nung sa krimen na pwedeng magtago ang isang tao kung papalitan niya, pati yung kanyang surname. So inulit ko, kailangan itong dumaan sa korte dahil ito ay substantial change.
Reference Incorporated, DXKO, processes RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda TV sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sidiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andang serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Lumabas ng distrito ng Mubende at Kasanda maliban sa cargo trucks. Ang dalawang distrito ay nasa kanluran ng Kampala na kapitolyo ng Uganda. Magpapatupad din ng curfew. Sarado muna ang mga bar, gym, sauna at places of worship. Mas paigtingin ang contact tracing at healthcare assistance. Ang Ebola ay isang rare disease na naipapasa sa pamamagitan ng body fluids. Susunod, ilang pelikula ni Mike De Leon tampok sa New York. At ang pagpasok ng ilang miyembro ng global sensation na BTS sa South Korean Army. Ang kwento sa pagbabalik ng balitaan dito sa CNN Philippines.
Enjoy life's natural goodness with Organique, Brazil superfood to keep you healthier and stronger. It's not just a drink, it's a lifestyle.
Fried chicken? Timplang happy! With easy-to-cook Magnolia Chicken Timplados. Iba't ibang sarap ng chicken, kaya. Anong Magnolia Chicken Timplados mo? Iba't ibang easy chicken sarap.
Gintong dagat ang pagitan. San Miguel, Pilsen ang nasa pagitan. Laging nasa pagitan na San Miguel, Pilsen. Sarap laging kasama.
Today is a very special day. We're celebrating the 20th year
of Child House. Child House is the first and the only temporary home for children with cancer. We would like to say thank you to all our donors, to all our friends who've been helping us through the years. And we have a photo exhibit that will go around in all SM to show to the world that cancer can be cured. So we're showing them the children na gumaling ng cancer. Before, akala ko susuko na ako. Andiyan pala si Hansi at magkasama kami tumutulong sa mga.
I felt it's a very good cause and realizing that there are a lot of children that needs help. So we are here to support.
Hanggat nabubuhay ako, hanggat nandyan si Kuya Hansi at lahat ng mga donors, we will be there for a long time.
Sa mga Pinoy na nasa New York at mga kalapit na estado, you're in for a treat dahil tatampok sa Museum of Modern Art o MoMA sa Manhattan ang mga hindi malilimutang pelikula ng batikang filmmaker na si Mike De Leon. Kabilang sa mga mapapanood na obra ang Itim, Kisap Mata, Sister Stella L, Batch 81 at Citizen Jake. Isa si De Leon sa mga pinakamahusay na screenwriters at direktor at kinikilalang political at dramatic storyteller sa bansa. Gagawin ang special screening sa Nobyembre. Mapapanood din sa MoMA ang ilan pang classic Filipino films mula 1930s hanggang kasado na ang pagpasok ng South Korean boy band at global sensation na BTS sa required military service. Ayon sa agency ng grupo na Big Hit Music, mauunang magpa-enlist ang pinakamatandang miyembro na si Jin pagkatapos ng kanyang solo single ngayong buwan. Wala pa namang definite schedule sa military enlistment ng ibang miyembro sa ngayon. Looking forward pa rin daw ang Korean superstars na mag-reunite bilang isang grupo sa 2025. Sa South Korea, pinapayagan ang mga pop star tulad ng BTS na kabila naman ng malungkot na balita, life goes on, ika nga, para sa mga ARMY. Good news naman sa ibang K-pop fans, ang Checkmate World Tour ng ITZY ay tutungo rito sa Pilipinas. Muling magbabalik ang 5-member act para sa kanilang concert na gaganapin sa January 14 sa MOA Arena. Nag-perform na ang girl group sa bansa noong 2019 para sa kanilang premiere showcase tour. Ang grupo ang nasa likod ng mga sikat na kantang Not Shy, Wannabe at Loco. At yan ang kabuuan ng balitaan ngayong Martes, October 18, 2022. Sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb, ako si Mai Rodriguez. At 68 days na lang, Pasko na. Hanggang bukas, mag-ingat po tayong lahat.
EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
Inig mata sa buntag.
Makabuhay nga adlaw, aniya na nga ato ang EXL Express Balita. Istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas, dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Ang herbal capsule nga gama gikan sa 17 ka mga powerful herbal ingredients nga diin makahatag og kaayuhan sa ato ang panlawas. Mga amigo-amigo, ayaw ibaliwala ang kamahinungdanon sa pagkaon sa buntag. Ang first meal of the day, kay ang atong lawas na bakante bayan ni siya sa tibok gabi, di ba? Why solid food sa tong tiyan? O garon nga maka-perform og makalihok og maayo sa adlaw, importante nga paslakan ang atong lawas sa mga gikinahanglang paandar niini. Sama sa nutrients nga magatabang sa paglihok og concentration. Sa mga research nga gihimo ni gawas nga ang mga tawo nga gakaon sa buntag maka-absorb og daghang vitamins and minerals kumpara sa mga non-breakfast eaters. Ug mas nindot pa kay ang usa ka baso sa warm water ug saging magatabang alang sa paspas nga pag-reduce sa timbang. Kini tungod kay ang saging makastimulate ug makapaspas sa metabolismo. Ang pagkaon og saging parisen og usa ka basong warm water magatabang mo digest sa fiber. Ug ang warm water mas maayo kaysa cold water tungod kay ang warm water ang nasa body temperature yun na siya ug maayo imnon bisan og wala pay gikaon. Take note friends, aron nga labi pang healthy ka ug protektado gikan sa unsa mang sakit, tumar og EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement.
Kasinati ang buhay og tinud-anay sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement, your all-in-one health and wellness partner.
Ako si Buboy Quizon, taga Barangay Aquino, Sitio, Bulacan, 52 anyos. Akong trabaho, driver ko tricycle, agdaw, order sarfel. Kadugay na akong sing drive, nitukar akong sakit arthritis og ang diabetes. Karon di naman ko makadrive kay naglubog naman ko sa balay, kay di naman ako kaya parting sakita naman gyud. Di na madala gyud bisag unsang klaseng tambal akong gitake, wala na gyud. Discourage sa gani ko. Naapog ko'y amigong ni Agi. Niingon siya sa kuha, "Cool, testing ini. I-try lang gyud ni. Karang EXL Makabuhay Plus." Di akong gitestingan. Sa pamahaw na ko, duha lang ka kapsul. Sa panihapon, duha, bali, upat lang sa usa ka adlaw ko imnon. Dako, makig-alibyo kay duha pa lang kasi manang bati na lihok naman ako akong mga tiil, mga kabot. May sakit hikapon. Nagpasalamat ko dako sa iya. Kay iya kong gitagaan ato. Muna, hantod karon muna akong gimintin. Ako pong sabayag pag-ampo. Dako, gani akong katingala kay nakatindog ko, nakalakaw-lakaw na ko karon. Pating sakita gyud naglubog pa ko. Di gyud makaya. Pasalamat ko sa iya. Tungod sa EXL Makabuhay Plus, nakatindog ko, kalakaw-lakaw ko ng tambala. Muna gani siguro karon balik na kong drive ani. Dako kong pasalamat EXL Makabuhay Plus. Gatong naminaw na kita karon sa kuha, tong namay gipambati mga relatives na ko ng mga parente. Suwayin ninyo EXL Makabuhay Plus. Maunay nakapatindog sa kuha, maunay nakalagsik sa kong lawas. Nga grabe akong gibati sa una dito ang katindog, lubog na kag bayo. Tungod anang EXL Makabuhay Plus. Nagpasalamat po ko sa kumpanya kaning ilang produkto EXL Makabuhay Plus kay nigawas kini tambala mo po ni nakaayo sa kuha. Og kadto lang, maayong adlaw sa inyo og God bless sa inyong tanan. Salamat kayo.
Daghana og natabangan sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Halal certified, FDA approved. Health and wellness for God's glory. EXL Makabuhay Plus.
Alang sa inyong mga pangutana, text o tawag sa 0917-7281-434, sa 0917-7281-434. EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Sigurado o garantisado. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore sa inyong lugar.
Friends, sayo kalimot, mag-EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement ka na adlaw-adlaw aron nga himsog, baskog, abtik ug layo sa unsamang sakit. Para sa mga dugang pangutana bahin sa EXL Makabuhay Capsule, tawag sa numerong 0917-728-1434 ug 0907-968-0085. Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement mapalit sa mga butika diha sa inyuhang dapit. Inyong nabati ang EXL Express Balita. Istoryang kabaskog sa panlawas, dalit kanato sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Buhay at makulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay.
EXL Makabuhay Express Balita.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 sa Sinday Utso sa Dayan sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Para sa sinip, ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwangi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm
Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fat-On, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fat-On, gamit ay may bango ng sandibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa kumsum sa matag hibla, mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaban, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa bisti sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
laban yung pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Believe ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya protektado,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Ang buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste, pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula, tanggal galingan sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa.
Helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing, para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa. Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 1368 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dinhi sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
You know, the world that we live in has changed drastically. Everybody has been practically forced to live their lives online. So there's never been a more important time to be comfortable with technology than now. Every morning on New Day, we'll give you the very latest on technology. We'll talk about the latest gadgets, hardware, apps, and software so that you stay up to date when it comes to tech. Watch New Day every weekday, 6 a.m. for news and more. Only here on CNN Philippines.
The Marcoses are returning to Malacanang.
Walang ampat ang pagtaas ng inflation o presyo ng bilihin.
Kinailangan naming lumipat dahil sa lakas ng alon.
Nagtaas muli ng presyo ang iba't ibang kumpanya ng langis.
Kung kaya nang kumuha ng school supplies ngayon, ay gawin na.
Rule of law, seguridad sa South China Sea at pagpapalakas ng partnership.
Pamilagak sa mga abo ni Ramos sa libingan ng mga bayani.
Dito nakatira yung isang bata na naka-confine ngayon sa ospital dahil sa dengue fever.
Ayaw ng paulit sa sakitan o arestuhan ang mga kalalaman ngayong araw.
Nilibing na nga ang Filipino sports legend na si Lydia De Vega.
If you want to take a culture trip near the metro, then head to the town of Taal. While best known for its tourist destinations, the town also heralds creation with its mesmerizing embroidery designs called Burdang Taal.
Dito po sa Taal ay tinuguri ang si Marcela ang tumahin ng watawat. Ay kung sakba na ipinasa na po ang Burdang Taal. Ako ay 15 years nang nagboborda. Hanggang sa ngayon ay nagboborda pa rin. Ako ay nagboborda ng tablecloth ng pang-apatang seater. Una po ay lalagyan muna ng stamping. Tapos ayan, may design siya. Tapos bobordahan sa loob ng 2 buwan. Pagkatapos ng borda, lalagyan pa ng kalado. Ang kalado ay isang uri ng pananahe, pero bago lagyan ng kalado, kailangan ay hugutan muna ng hilo para siya ay magmukhang butas-butas. Parehas ang pagbubunot kaliwa at kanan para siya ay pantay ang anluang ng pagkakaladuhan. Sa pagkakalado, kailangan lang po ay ito ay mahulin yun lahat ang hilo para maganda po ang trabaho. Gaya niyan, square-square ito. Pwede mong manisnis na ganyan ang hilo niya. Kaya ang ginagawa, binibilog ito, tinatahian ng sinulid para siya ay maipon ang hilo para hindi siya magsabog-sabog. Pag nabunot mo isa-isa ang hilo, ganyan ang labas niyan, all over ang tawag dito. Ganito na ang labas. Yan. Ay, nalulungkot din ako at dahil baka ho, pagka umayaw na mga batang magganito, ay baka ho mawala na itong pagboborda. Kaya minsan, no, mahirap ang magborda, lalo na't lalagyan pa ninyo ng palaman. Kailangan umimbos ang inyong design para kung sa kuwan ay siyang hanapin ng tao. Ay pagtapos na po ang produkto, ay di masaya na po at maisusulit na para maging pera na. Kung makikita po ninyo dito sa bayan ng Taal, marami po silang mga magtitinda. Marami kaming klase ng produkto na bordang Taal. Merong mga placemat, tablecloth, gown. Yung mga pangkasal, meron din po kaming borda sa kamay. Ang pinaka-signature po ng bordang Taal ay may kaunting emboss na siyang hinahanap ng mga tao. Ito po ang aming ipinagmamalaking produkto na barong Tagalog. May emboss ang kanyang borda. Lalagyan pa ng kalado na may design. Ang bordang ito ay bulyon, pero ito ay tahing kamay din. Kalado na may design. Ang tawag po sa design ay aspile. Kung taga saan lugar po ang mga naparito para po bumili sila ng mga barong Tagalog. Ako po binabagsakan po ng mga tahing binobordahan, tapos dinadala po sa Maynila, dadalhin nila sa kung saan lugar. Minsan po export. Ay di buti na lamang at tayo nagkakaroon ng mga skyway, mga SLEX, kaya mga tao nawiwiling pumunta rito sa Taal. Sa kung ay dito na ako nagkaisip, sa pulbata ay ito lang aking kinagisngan. Kaya hanggang sa ngayon ay proud pa rin ako sa bordang Taal. Sana suportahan pa kami ng iba para maidiretso namin ang aming kultura.
Mula sa Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil, kahit kailan.
You want good cooking oil? I'll give you good cooking oil. Sabihin mo lang kung saan at kailan. I'll be there with my Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil. Ang family namin?
Heartmate for life!
From Fly Ace.
Planet is facing unprecedented environmental challenges.
We are protecting something for future generation.
We have a responsibility to reimagine and consider a way to do things to get us to a future that we want to live in.
We are then empowering the kids to really use their voices.
Motivation that I have is to normalize edible insects around the world.
Innovators and visionaries are rising to the challenge, raising the next generation of eco-warriors.
Save time and shop online at the SMC Hub, San Miguel Corporation's e-commerce platform that delivers your groceries and more straight to your door. It's easy to order. Step 1. Choose your delivery location. Step 2. Check out your most trusted San Miguel quality products and add to cart. Step 3. Choose your payment method and check out. The SMC Hub delivers to anywhere in Metro Manila and to select municipalities in Cavite and Rizal. Same-day delivery is available Mondays to Saturdays if you place your order before 12 noon. Spend more time doing the things you love. Just hub it delivered. Visit us now at thehub.sanmiguel.com.ph. Your home made better with San Miguel.
Staying active can be difficult sometimes.
Whether you're short on time or you just want something exciting to add to your fitness routine, you can't go wrong by getting strong.
Step to the side like this.
Lift the knees. Use the arms. Keep the chest up. Back straight the whole time.
1 full round.
Faster, faster, faster.
So what are you waiting for?
So let's push ourselves to the limit.
And have some fun. Get off your seat and let's get fit. On CNN Philippines.
Another great way to experience Batangas is trying Malvar's Nata de Coco. Indulge your taste buds with these translucent, jelly-like desserts made from fermented coconut water.
Noong una, hindi kilala ang Nata de Coco sa Malvar. Nakilala yan noong una. Ang market niyan ay ginagawang buko salad. Ako ay nagsimula 1980. Nata de Coco at that time, way back 1980, napakataas ang demand. Pero sa ngayon, ilan na lang kami. It might be around mga 5-6. Before pandemic, maraming mga okasyon. Napaka-popular na dessert. Sa ngayon, sa taas ng price ng ingredient, imbalance ba? Madali magtaas, ano? Paano yung bibili? Kasi ang una ito, gumagawa ang mother ko. Ayan, Nata de Coco, done in manually, chopping by knife. Sabi ko, para mabili ang Nata de Coco namin, gumawa ako ng slicer. First time nangyari yan. At that time, mga around mahigit 1 taon, ako ay nag-export ng nata sa Taiwan. Ang Nata de Coco ay nakilala sa buong mundo. Saan nagmula yan? Dito lang sa atin.
Narito tayo sa gawa ng Nata de Coco. Nagsisimula ito sa gataan ng nyog. Ito po ang nyog ng kakayurin. Pagkakahid po ito na po ang nilabasan niya. Mapino po ang aming kayuran, kaya pino po ang labas ng nyog. Dadala na po namin dito sa gataan. Ito po yung kinakailangang eksakto ng 4 na kilo para hindi po makulangan ang proseso ng paggawa ng nata. Ito na po ang nyog, lalagyan natin ng 2 kilong tubig para pigain, para lumabas ang gata. Ito na po ang nyog, nasa sakat siya na, nilagay po sa pigaan para i-chop, para lumabas ang pinakagata niya. Ito na po yung gata ng nyog, lalagay po sa tubig. Lalagyan po ng asukal. Ito po ang mother liquor na sikretong sangkap ng Nata de Coco na bumubuo. Ito po ay sinala po namin lahat para malinis ang pagbuo ng Nata de Coco. Ito ay lalagyan ko na po ng pinaka-acidic. na po itong para mag-mix po lahat ng sangkap dito sa lagyan kong drum. Matagal na po akong trabaho ito. 10 years na po ito. 30 drum po ang ginagawa ko nito sa isang buong araw. Sa hapon na talagang ramdam na ang pagod. Ito na po yung tamang kulay niya, parang maputi na. Tatanggalan po lang po natin ito ng bula para hindi po magbako-bako yung nata de coco. Ito na po yung mother liquor. Ito po ilalagay namin doon sa bodega. At doon po namin naantayin mabuhuli siya ng 4 days. Ito na po naka 4 days namin na mother liquor. Ito po ang pinaka-sibol niyang nata de coco. Kinakailangan po meron itong sibol na to para timplahin na namin to. At ito po ilalagay na namin sa tray para gawing nata de coco. Pagkalagay po sa tray, ilalagay na po siya doon sa bodega. 7 days na po siya doon. Hugasan, tubig para mawala yung asim niya. Ano po yung nalinis namin nata de coco na dito na po namin siya ikakat. Dadali namin sa pabrika. Then sila na po ang nagpo-proseso ng pagmamatamis nila.
Dati, nata de coco, doon lang sa ordinaryo, sa dessert.
Delicious, tama sa tamis. Hindi siya matigas, hindi malambot, tamang-tama sa banyo.
Sa ngayon, dumarami. At ako ay nasisiyahan. Ginagawa na kayo ng atsara, ini-export natin yan. Manila, dyan ang aming dalahan sa Manila. Now at present, we bring it to San Pablo. Nakakatulong yan mga daan na yan dito sa aming produkto. Hindi lang aming produkto, lahat sa lahat. Malaking ginhawa kasi mabilis nakarating ang aming produkto. Sobra lang ang pagmamahal ko sa industriya ng nata. Kaya ako nagpursige, ayaw kong mamatay. Ito ang aming produktong ito. Kaya may pamulat doon sa mga tao, sa gumagawa, sila ay dapat ay ipagmalaki nila ang kanilang ginagawa. Huwag silang mahiya at ipagmalaki.
With its distinct food, artisan crafts, and pristine beaches, Batangas will truly astonish travelers all year round. Buckle up. Our next destination is Cebu.
Cebu is always known for its unique flora and fauna.
Ang Malboal po ay considered as one of the most beautiful diving sites po dito sa Cebu.
Sikat talaga yung dried fish dito sa Cebu kasi masarap talaga siya.
And in an archipelago like this, infrastructure development makes travel even better.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Hello, everyone. I'm Layla Haraka, head on CNN Newsroom. The White House condemns Russia hours after kamikaze drone strike Kyiv, killing several people, including a pregnant woman. The European Union slaps new sanctions on Iran in response to its violent crackdown on protests inside the country. And Liz Truss says she's sorry for a failed budget that rattled British markets and the pound. It's It's 7 o'clock in the morning in Ukraine, where Russia's latest wave of deadly kamikaze drone strikes is sowing fear in Ukrainian cities far from the front lines. Police on the ground in Kyiv taking aim at the drones as they flew overhead on Monday. Ukraine says dozens of drones were shot down, but several struck the capital, killing at least 4 people. The attacks appeared to be part of a wider assault that took aim at critical infrastructure and civilian targets across the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky blasted Russia for the attacks.
Throughout the day, the demolition of rubble continues in those places where Russian terrorists managed to hit today. In Kyiv, they killed a young family, targeting an apartment building with an Iranian drone. A man and a woman, 6 months pregnant. Vladimir Putin can record yet another achievement. He killed another pregnant woman.
While CNN chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward was in the Ukrainian capital and heard the blasts that rocked Kyiv firsthand. She took to the streets to see the damage left behind.
A policeman takes aim at the kamikaze drone as it bears down on Kyiv. Nicknamed mopeds in Ukraine because of their distinctive whine, 28 were launched toward the city on Monday. The majority are successfully shot out of the sky. But 4 break through, shattering the early morning calm in the heart of the capital.
So you can see that's the railway station down at the end. The air is thick with the smell of explosives.
Investigators are already collecting evidence.
Excuse me, извините, excuse me. Это Garan, it's from the drone, yes? Where did you find it? Где нашел точно?
Я нашел, там нашел.
So they're saying that's the tail fin from the drone that hit.
The target, according to Ukrainian authorities, Kyiv's energy infrastructure. But one hits a residential building nearby, with devastating results.
You can see at least one person has been killed. They're taking the body away now.
Rescue workers comb through the smoldering rubble. There have been reports of voices still alive inside. An extraordinarily lucky older woman is rescued from her balcony next door and bundled away to the hospital. Up until 1 week ago, the city had been relatively calm. Now, Kyiv's mayor says the Russians' goal is to make life as miserable as possible for civilians as colder weather sets in.
The Russians want to destroy right now the critical infrastructure in our hometown. Water, electricity, heating.
What impact does it have on the psyche of the people of Kyiv that there are kamikaze drones now attacking your capital?
Everyone is so angry. Everyone wants to defend the families, want to defend hometown.
As we prepare to interview a volunteer medic from Sweden, the air raid sirens start up again.
Organization called Swedish Rescuers.
Be used to hearing that sound by now.
We move to take cover. 3 cruise missiles have been reported heading in the direction of Kyiv. This time, they are intercepted by Ukraine's air defensives. But Kyiv's residents know that there will be more. Clarissa Ward, CNN, Kyiv.
Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is a CNN military analyst and former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and 7th Army. He joins us from Florida with more. Very good day, sir. Help us understand, if you will, how these suicide drones work. For people on the ground, would they be able to tell a drone attack is imminent? Would they hear something, see the drone coming? And would there be enough time to get to safety?
There would be, Layla. It's fascinating because these are called loitering munition drones. They don't have the kinds of observation that we know from most drones, where they can see the attack occurring from the system itself. They are blind. They go over. They're pointed at a specific weapon system. They're pointed at a target, and they crash into them. But they sound like, when they're overhead, literally a moped. They're relatively low, less than 1,000 feet. They zoom in on the target, and the target is something that's relayed to the drone through a GPS system. So they are launched anywhere from, a couple of hundred to over 2,500 kilometers away. That's what's reported. They're launched off of a 5-drone rack, and 5 drones come out of that, and they go to different targets based on a GPS grid.
And General, what does it suggest to you that Russia is turning to these drones?
Well, truthfully, it suggests that they're running out of their own system. If these were Russian drones, which they had at the start of this campaign, you'd say they're continuing their assault. But what Russia has had to do is go to other countries to ask for munitions, not just for drone systems, which the Iranians have a plethora of drones that they can use, both ones with visual cues and with loitering capability and with the ability to seek out and research targets. But these are especially particular because they hit specific targets. They were designed by Iran with about 120 pounds or a 200 pound worth of payload. And it is actually smaller than what you would see drop from an aircraft, the smallest possible bomb that's dropped from an aircraft. But it's geared toward hitting a point target, a stationary target from a long distance away. So what Russia is doing by buying these drones is basically admitted they're out of precision weapons, or they're running low of precision weapons. Russia has turned into somewhat of a hollow army. They came into this with very poor operational objectives that they could not meet, and now they're finding themselves, after having used a lot of precision weapons against civilian targets, that they've run out of systems to launch. So they're now launching these purchased drones from Iran.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because according to a senior U.S. military official, Iran is supplying hundreds of these drones to Russia. What do you make of this Russia-Iran alliance?
Well, they've been allied for quite a while. They've exchanged military gear and ideas, and they've been closely aligned in many operations in the Middle East as well. But I think the expert that says Russia has purchased close to 100 or maybe more of these drones, I think we're at the very tip of that. We're going to see Russia probably trying to get literally thousands of these kinds of drones, and it's certainly going to be problematic for Ukraine because, truthfully, it's very difficult to defend against these weapons. They have a very low radar signature, so you can't pick them up as they're coming into target. They have a very small payload, and Russia has, as I said before, they're gearing these to hit civilian targets, which is an indicator of just the amount of war crimes they are committing by targeting civilians and infrastructure of the Ukrainian government.
Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is a CNN military analyst and former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and 7th Army. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
It was a pleasure, Layla. Thank you.
At least 13 people are dead, including 3 children, after a Russian fighter jet crashed into a 9-story residential building in the southwestern city of Yeysk on Monday. While citing Russia's defense ministry, state media reported the jet was doing a training exercise when one of the engines caught fire during takeoff, and the pilots ejected safely. Well, the Kremlin says President Putin has instructed authorities to provide assistance to the victims. Russian investigators have opened a criminal case into the crash. The government of Ukraine and Russian-backed authorities in the Donetsk region released more than 100 prisoners each as part of a prisoner swap. The Russian-backed side released 108 Ukrainian women, military and civilian, and the Ukrainian government released 110 people, including civilian sailors and servicemen. While it was also the first meeting between Russian and Ukrainian human rights officials, video shows them meeting on a deserted highway, shaking hands and speaking briefly. A senior Ukrainian official described it as a very nerve-wracking exchange. Iran has been slapped with more sanctions amid a brutal crackdown against anti-government protests. The EU is freezing the assets of 11 people and 4 entities, including Iran's morality police and information minister, for their role in the crackdown. Nationwide demonstrations erupted after the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in police custody last month. And a human rights group says scores of people have been killed since the protests began. The EU says it will always act against serious human rights violations.
I want to use this opportunity to call on the Iranian government to immediately end the violence, to release those detained, and to allow normal internet services and flow of information.
Well, the Iranian foreign minister says the sanctions are based on widespread disinformation. The Kurdish community has been among the hardest hit in Iran's most recent crackdown. Many are fleeing to Iraq, where some are joining armed opposition groups to support protesters inside Iran. CNN's Nam Al-Bagher reports from northern Iraq. We need to warn you, some of the video in her report may be disturbing to watch.
In a remote area in northern Iraq's Kurdish region, an all-female fighting unit belonging to the armed Kurdish Iranian opposition party, PAK, continues to train. These women have been pulled back from the front line. For the last 3 weeks, the area they patrolled in the northeast of Iraq has been hit by shells sent from across the border by Iran. This unit is part of a larger fighting force. For every single one of these women, this war is personal. Rezan, not her real name, crossed the border from Iran with the help of smugglers just over a week ago. The city of Sanandaj, which she calls home, is in Iran's Kurdish majority western region, and in recent weeks has been likened to a war zone, according to its residents, as protests have erupted here and across Iran after the death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian. Rezan, just a teenager, joined these protests.
We were treating casualties, but we were also, like most people, participating in the revolution, in the uprising. Everyone who suffered from the oppression of the Iranian regime came down to the streets and market and defied the government. I was also participating, and I had no fear of death.
Rezan says that while she was dragged by her uncovered hair, she passed prone, lifeless bodies. And even after she left, she says she's continued to receive information about people she knows who have died. Like this man, Yahya Rahimi, a newly married 27-year-old, murdered by Iranian regime forces for sounding his horn in solidarity with protesters. What is happening with your family?
My family told them that no matter how many members of my family they arrest, and for as long as they oppress my people, I will not surrender to the invading Iranian government. We are ready to die.
When Kurdish Iranian Mahsa Amini died in police custody, her name became a symbol of the oppression of women across Iran. But Mahsa is not her true name. Her Kurdish name is Jine, a name Iranian authorities barred her family, like many other ethnic minority groups, from using. The regime only legally registers Persian names. Yet, in her last recorded moments, Jine resorted to begging her captors in her Kurdish mother tongue, entreaties which were ignored, reinforcing the fears of Iran's Kurdish minority. Hundreds of Iranian Kurdish families have crossed the border to Iraq seeking refuge from the most recent regime crackdown. But even here, they're not safe. This family fears the long arm of the Iranian regime after what they saw inside Iran.
I left after I saw one of my friends killed during the demonstration in Saqiz, near of the mosque, right in front of the mosque. They say they are Islamic, but how can they claim to be an Islamic republic when I saw them murdering my friend outside the mosque?
He and his family have every reason to be afraid. Iran's reach to oppress the protests within its borders is stretching far beyond them. Over the last few weeks, Iranian missiles have fallen into the Kurdish region of Iraq almost every day. The onslaught is relentless. This map shows where Iranian strikes have hit, killing at least 18 and injuring at least 63 to date. This video, filmed by a local television channel, shows the moment just after an Iranian drone and several missiles struck one of the Kurdish Iranian opposition party bases, killing 8 soldiers and injuring more. On a day on which 70 missiles, Kurdish authorities say, rained down in the space of just 4 hours. This base, only 2 years ago, was on the front line in the fight against ISIS after PAC received U.S. training. It isn't far from U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM forces. Just 1 day after the attack on the PAC base, CENTCOM shot down another Iranian drone, which appeared, they say, as a threat to CENTCOM forces stationed in the area. And as the U.S. anti-ISIS presence in Iraq is set to continue, so is the threat Iran poses. These female fighters have vowed to fight until there is a regime change in Iran. They say they share Gina's pain, called by a name forced on her by a repressive regime. All of them have a Kurdish name just like her, not spoken outside their homes. All of them say it's hard to imagine going back to how life was before. Ni'mal Baghir, CNN, Iraqi Kurdistan.
She's sorry for the mistakes, but won't be going anywhere. That message from the British Prime Minister as her new finance minister guts her flagship growth plan. Plus, China's communist leaders touting the country's economic progress. But it's a very different story for many ordinary people just trying to get by.
When life heats up, it's time to cool down. Introducing the next-gen Ford Everest. Life is yours to master. Reserve now on Ford.com.ph or at your nearest Ford dealership.
Mula sa Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil, kahit kailan.
You want good cooking oil? I'll give you good cooking oil. Sabihin mo lang kung saan at kailan. I'll be there with my Jolly Heartmate Canola Oil. Ang family namin?
Heartmate for life!
From Fly Ace.
Of the 4 army men who died in that controversial police operation are now here in Manila. Sanay na raw, no? This is not unusual para sa mga taga dito ang ganitong klaseng sitwasyon. They did not hold it in their traditional protest grounds amid the coronavirus pandemic. David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Na-pinpoint niyo ho ba ang problema, lack of planning, lack of manpower, unexpected deluge of people, lack of information? What was it?
Those diagnosed with cancer, how important is a proper diet for someone living with cancer?
So we're going to start, Robin, with yung mga incumbents. And what we'll do is we're going to put them in the proper column. Right. So it's either their administration or opposition, or if they're not yet decided or malabo pa, we'll put them here in the middle. So just tell me where.
So Charles, tell us, what are the major victories right now of the tourism industry?
Britain's embattled prime minister admitted she's made mistakes with her controversial economic plan that tanked the pound and jolted the markets. But Liz Truss told the BBC she will right the ship and lead the Conservatives into the next election.
Now, I recognise we have made mistakes. I'm sorry for those mistakes, but I've fixed mistakes. I've appointed a new Chancellor. We have restored economic stability and fiscal discipline. And what I now want to do is go on and deliver for the public.
And she announced her newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer has a new strategy to restore economic stability. Jeremy Hunt wasted no time reversing almost all of the tax cuts announced just 3 weeks ago. While in Parliament, the opposition quickly accused the Truss government of making life harder for everyday people. Labour MPs also mocked Ms. Truss for not being present and having the Leader of the House of Commons answer their questions, a move that's not unusual when the Prime Minister has another commitment.
The Prime Minister is not under a desk, as the Honourable. I can assure the House that she is, with regret, she is not here for a very good reason.
Well, she went on to say the Prime Minister had been detained on urgent business. Liz Truss eventually did appear as she fights for her political life. Dominic Thomas is CNN's European Affairs commentator, and he is with us from Los Angeles. Dominic, good to have you with us. All the theatrics aside at Westminster, where does this leave Prime Minister Liz Truss?
Well, it leaves her in an incredibly precarious position. I can't think of anything that would have been more important than for her to be there in Parliament today and to have an opportunity to speak to the MPs gathered and ultimately to the nation in that forum. So her position is remarkably weakened by the way that things ultimately played out there today, Layla.
Now, Finance Minister Jeremy Hunt, he's not sugarcoating what's ahead. Tough times, basically. This is how he announced the seismic change to the Prime Minister's flagship policy. Take a listen.
We are a country that funds our promises and pays our debts. And when that is questioned, as it has been, this government will take the difficult decisions necessary to ensure there is trust and confidence in our national finances. That means decisions of eye-watering difficulty.
Eye-watering difficulty, Dominic. The Chancellor basically throwing the Prime Minister's signature plan that made her the leader of the Conservatives and the leader of the United Kingdom just into the bonfire. Is her position still tenable? And if not, why is she still in number 10?
Yeah, that's a really fantastic question. I mean, I think what's so unbelievable is that she ran this leadership race on a particular economic agenda that ultimately her opponent, Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, had taken a very different position, advocating for fiscal prudence. And ultimately, the MPs did not support her. They supported Rishi Sunak. It was the membership that is far more conservative, far more concerned with her free market agenda, deregulation, and ultimately the way in which they hope she would continue the Brexit agenda of Boris Johnson. And now you have at best a caregiver government in which Jeremy Hunt, who did run in that election race but was eliminated in the first round with the lowest score of any of the candidates. And you now have, with the incorporation of Jeremy Hunt, 7 out of the 8 candidates that ran in that election are either the Prime Minister Truss itself or folks that ran against her. And the only person that's on the outside here is Rishi Sunak. So the fact that she's been able, at the moment at least, to hold on to that position simply has to do with the fact that the Conservative Party is trying to calculate whether or not it can afford a new leadership appointment before they have to face the general public and what that reaction will be. And those are the debates and discussions that are going on in the scenes behind this. And for this moment, they don't want Liz Truss out there in the public eye, and Jeremy Hunt now has taken on that role.
He's taken on that role. But the way things have played out, Dominic, since Ms. Truss's appointment, they haven't been good. I think everybody's in agreement about that. But one could argue that over the span of the past 6 years, things haven't been going well in the United Kingdom.
They haven't. You're absolutely right. And for me, I'm absolutely convinced that at the moment Boris Johnson won that election in 2019 and ultimately did it on a single issue, a highly emotional issue that was simply around Brexit. The reality post-Brexit now is that the government has to actually deal with concrete economic global problems. And what we're seeing is that they're not equipped to do that. Liz Truss is the fourth prime minister since 2016, but given the fact that the major challenges today are economic challenges, and that this is the fourth chancellor in the guise of Jeremy Hunt just since the summertime, shows you the extent to which this party is ultimately no longer able to come up with solutions and policies that can address these particular questions. But they have that majority that Boris Johnson delivered, and for the moment at least, they're able to essentially map out their future, take their time to calculate whether or not there is somebody there in the wings that can help restore their reputation after the damage done by Boris Johnson and now by Liz Truss, and help them rebuild in the 2-year period leading up to that 2024 scheduled general election, or whether ultimately it will be time for them to face the registered voters in the UK and for them to decide finally who the new Prime Minister should be, Layla.
Dominic Thomas, thank you so much.
Thank you.
China is delaying the release of highly anticipated economic data, including its third quarter GDP. Well, the delay comes as China's Communist Party Congress is underway in Beijing this week. Senior party leaders and the political elites met with delegates for panel discussions on Monday, where they all praised the country's achievements under the leadership of Xi Jinping. While inside the party Congress, China's leaders may be touting the country's economic progress over the past decade, but outside the gathering, on the streets of Beijing, ordinary people say they feel frustrated and hopeless as China's economy falters. Selena Wang reports.
Migrant workers like Mr. Hu move from China's villages to Beijing in search for better job prospects. On a lucky day, he can make the equivalent of a few dozen US dollars from construction work. Anything left over, he sends home to his kids in the village. He says the pandemic has made it harder to find work, and China's economy is in bad shape because of all the COVID restrictions. The world's growth engine is sputtering. After decades of unstoppable growth, China's economy is cracking. Constant COVID lockdowns, wrecking businesses and lives. He shows us his rental home in Beijing, just 4 square meters. It's really small, he says. Since Chinese leader Xi Jinping took power in 2012, he's pledged to reduce income inequality, but workers like Hu aren't seeing the benefits. He says, I don't think it's a good idea for him to continue to serve.
I think there are a lot of people in China who have lost confidence in the pragmatic judgment of their leader. It could become a big challenge to Xi Jinping.
Unemployment is skyrocketing, not just because of the pandemic. China's once vibrant private sector suffocating under Xi Jinping's crackdown to bring companies under tighter Communist Party control. Beijing insists the moves protect consumers and reduce economic inequality, but instead, mass layoffs are sending youth unemployment to a record high of nearly 20%. Protests also erupted this summer in central China. Thousands of depositors lost access to their savings at several banks in the region. As police violently quashed the protesters, Beijing arrested hundreds of suspects allegedly involved in the scandal and promised that depositors would start to get their money back. But many still have not. This is my family's hard-earned money over the last 20 years. He says our lives depend on it.
How has this whole experience changed your perception of your country, of China's leaders?
I'm like an ant that they can trample on. I have no hope, he says. Another crisis is unfolding in China's all-important property sector. Giant developers have defaulted. Home sales are dropping. Homebuyers across the country are boycotting mortgage payments on unfinished homes, fearful that their properties will never get built. These protesters chant, "Evil developer, give back my property."
So the Chinese property market is probably the world's greatest economic asset, single economic asset. If it does collapse, then we have a full-blown recession, maybe even depression.
Xi Jinping is preparing to be ruler for life, claiming that his brand of authoritarianism will realize the China dream of strength and prosperity. But for people like Hu, all he wants is to make ends meet. And even that is a dream out of reach. Selena Wang, CNN, Hong Kong.
Just ahead, the Indian Supreme Court is taking up a case of gang rape during the 2002 Hindu-Muslim riots after the perpetrators were released recently. We'll have a live report for you from New Delhi.
Using Doña Elena olive oil helps elevate the spices and flavors of my dishes, making their aroma and taste more delicious. I use Doña Elena not just for the restaurant, but also for cooking at home. For good quality oil, use it more at home because you are serving your family. Because you and your family deserve only the best.
Make it olive oil, make it Doña Elena.
From Fly-Ace.
Friends, try nito. Vet-approved Nutri-Chunks in lamb flavor. With active boost and prebiotics na pampalisto. Made with real lamb goodness. With essential nutrients to help keep them strong, healthy and happy. Listo, ganado sa Nutri-Chunks.
What was the biggest news of the previous night? What has the president said about the government's pandemic response? Has there been a change in status? Is transportation running at the same capacity as it was yesterday? What kind of weather are we expecting today? Do I need to take an umbrella with me? Have classes been suspended? There are so many questions as we head out into our day. So whether you're someone who's getting ready for work or for school, or if like many others, you're staying at home, it is so important to get the important news and information that you need throughout your day. And as a mom, as a working woman, I really recognize the need to be properly informed so that I can make the best decisions for myself and for my family. And that's also why I understand my important role as one of the people who gets to bring you the news first at the start of your day. I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo, and I'll be bringing you the news you need to start your day. Only here on CNN Philippines, New Day, News, and More.
Oh my God. I'm seeing things that I can't explain.
Introducing your new best friend.
Every time this ship went out onto open water, people disappeared.
Help me! Killing all of us.
Case is about catching a monster.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am that innocent suspect.
Who's gonna take care of me?
You don't think I'm gonna take care of you?
But when you die.
Our planet is facing unprecedented environmental challenges.
We are protecting something for our future generation.
We have a responsibility to reimagine and consider a way to do things to get us to a future that we want to live in.
We are then empowering the kids to really use their voices.
The motivation that I have is to normalize edible insects around the world.
Innovators and visionaries are rising to the challenge, raising the next generation of eco-warriors.
You're watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Layla Harak. The gang rape case of a pregnant woman during the Hindu-Muslim riots in India in 2002 is once again in the spotlight after the 11 men convicted of the crime were released in August. Bilkis Bano was just 21 years old when she was raped and 14 of her family members killed, including her 3-year-old daughter. Well, now the Indian Supreme Court is taking up the case. CNN's Vedika Sood has the story.
20 years after a brutal hate crime, the convicted perpetrators are being celebrated by family members and some Hindus in Western India, while the Muslim victim is reliving her trauma.
We are very scared. Bilkis is so upset that she's not talking to anyone.
In 2002, these men were part of a Hindu mob that killed 14 members of one Muslim family during religious riots. Bilkis Bano, then 21 years old and pregnant, was gang-raped and left for dead. 12 men were sentenced to life imprisonment in 2008 for rape and murder. In India, a life sentence usually means just that. One attacker died in prison, but in August, the remaining 11 attackers were freed.
Their life sentences cut short after recommendation from an advisory panel set up by the local government, run by the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, which is Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party, the BJP.
Modi was Gujarat's chief minister in 2002 when more than 1,000 people were killed in the riots. But an investigation found he wasn't to blame for the riots. And the BJP maintains a political stranglehold on the state, where the latest census figures from a decade ago show just 1 in 10 are Muslim. With fresh elections in Gujarat months away, activists and opposition party leaders have accused the government of polarizing voters on religious lines.
The message the Gujarat government is sending out to its voters is that we support the men who raped Muslim women in the 2002 riots. Vote for us.
Amid protests in support of Bano, parliamentarian Mahua Moitra and a few activists have petitioned India's Supreme Court for the rearrest of the men.
The government is sending out a very clear message that show me your face and I will show you how the law applies to you. Show me your religion and I'll show you how the law applies to you.
CNN has reached out to the BJP in the state of Gujarat with no response. Meanwhile, Bilkis and her family are in hiding. Her husband agreed to meet CNN on a strip of highway in Gujarat. They fear the men have been emboldened and might return.
Bilkis was slowly rebuilding her life. The news of their release has filled her with fear. We have changed our house 15 to 20 times.
Indian crime records show a rape takes place every 17 minutes in this country. Bilkis's husband says freeing the men who attacked his wife and brutally murdered her family members puts all women in greater danger.
Bilkis is not just a Muslim's daughter. She represents every Indian's daughter. What has happened to Bilkis should not happen to anyone else.
All Bilkis wants is a life without fear. It's been 20 years since Bilkis Bano was gang raped, 14 family members brutally murdered, including a 3-year-old daughter. Today, she's asking for justice. She issued a statement through a lawyer on the day after those 11 convicts were prematurely released from jail. This hearing will take place once again in India's top court today, and there are 3 petitioners who are asking for the rearrest of the 11 convicts who are out and about, and the fear for Bilkis and her family has been, are they safe? And should this be the justice that Bilkis should be receiving 20 years after this brutal crime? Leila.
Vedika Sood reporting in New Delhi. Thank you. Now, spilled milk, orange paint, and tomato soup. It's the perfect recipe for getting attention, but will it lead to change? We'll have the latest on the UK's crackdown on disruptive public protests after a week of shock and awe activism. That's the South Korean K-pop supergroup BTS performing their hit song Dope. While celebrities are not, military service is still mandatory in their country, and the group's members are planning for just that. While they're taking a break from the music scene to serve in the South Korean army. Pop stars there are allowed to defer their service until they turn 30, and the band's oldest member Jin will reach that age in December, so he plans to start the enlistment process later this month. But don't tear those BTS posters off your wall just yet. Their tour of duty would last only 18 months, and their musical tours should resume around the year 2025. Well, activists have ramped up protests across the UK, with some groups defacing property and even priceless pieces of art to get their message out. But they've also caught the eye of the British government, which is expected to announce new measures to cut down on the disruptive demonstrations. CNN's Isa Suarez reports.
Milk, the latest pantry item to be used by protesters in the UK, to call attention to a cause they say is being ignored. On Sunday, activists poured milk on the floors of shops around the country, even dousing the meat counter at Harrods with it. The group, Animal Rebellion, says it organised the stunt to protest the lack of support for farmers and fishing communities from the UK government in transitioning to a plant-based future. In recent weeks, climate and environmental protesters have stepped up their shock tactics across the UK to get their message out. On Friday, anti-fossil fuel protesters from the Just Stop Oil campaign stunned museum goers at London's National Gallery by throwing tomato soup at Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers painting and gluing their hands to the wall.
Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting or the protection of our planet?
London police said the protesters were arrested on charges of criminal damage. The museum says the painting is now back on display with only minor damage to the frame. And though the act grabbed plenty of headlines, it's caused mixed reactions.
But then obviously I was relieved, very relieved that it was protected. And I just think that they need to choose which things to highlight their causes more.
We could do something a bit more positive, I think, rather than maybe more educational and just make a massive, maybe something that's nice already.
I mean, it's getting people talking about it, which I guess is what they want, but then how are you going to get people to listen, you know, unless you do something drastic?
I have climbed up this cable of the QE2 bridge.
Just Stop Oil activists have been staging disruptive protests in London for weeks. On Monday, police had to shut down a major bridge because protesters were scaling it. Over the weekend, protesters blocked traffic by laying in the road. And at least one activist spray-painted an Aston Martin showroom. UK Home Secretary Suella Braverman says protests like these drain police resources and says she's bringing forward a public order bill that will give authorities more powers to prevent these types of disruptions that are favoured by some environmental groups. A planned climate march by activist group Extinction Rebellion also took place in London. And while there was no soup or milk spilled here, the crowd had a similar message about the urgent need for action on climate change.
It's so simple to get us off the streets. It's just to act on the climate and nature crisis.
Isa Suarez, CNN, London.
I'm Layla Harak. More CNN Newsroom at the top of the hour. See you then.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Roads, essential arteries in our cities, countries, continents. We simply couldn't get around without them. But it comes at a terrible human cost. Last year, around the world, 1.3 million people died in traffic accidents. 1.3 million people. In this month's Make, Create, Innovate, we look at scientific efforts to make our roads safer. An increasingly popular way to get around a busy, congested city like London is by bike. But as any London cyclist knows, you can feel very vulnerable, very exposed here. Last year, 432 cyclists were killed or injured on the roads. And that's largely because motorists find us hard to see, to spot, and all that noise, traffic and blind spots. But could a revolutionary new spray help make us easier to spot? Swedish scientists seem to think so, and it all begins with a reindeer in Finland. The Northern Lights, among the greatest of nature's light shows, ever shifting, ever swirling above the Arctic forest. And wondrously, glimpsed in the forest itself, a splendid white stag, antlers glowing in the dark. But he owes his luminosity entirely to man.
We have invented a reflective spray, invisible in daylight, but highly visible at night in the glare of headlights. And we think that our product can make a fundamental difference in regards to road safety.
Anders Velving is a Swedish product designer. His spray was intended to make cyclists, joggers and pedestrians more visible on the road at night, but its first use was for a uniquely Scandinavian problem.
A couple of years back, I was approached by the Finnish Reindeer Herders Association. They're working on different projects in order to increase visibility of reindeers in Finland.
The experiment started last year, spraying the antlers.
The aim with this project is to decrease the number of traffic accidents with reindeers in Finland. It's a huge problem. Between 3,000 and 5,000 reindeers are hit every year in traffic, creating problems both for the reindeers and obviously for the drivers. The foundation of the product is that it reflects light. So it's reflective microspheres, round glass beads that reflects the light. And when the light hits those beads, it bounces back towards the light source. So if you are driving a car, for example, the light will reflect towards you.
Under the canopy of the Northern Lights, we tested it out. Down a pitch-black forest track, our little stag emerged from the darkness, a spectral presence. And this brilliant idea for reindeer was just as illuminating for us. Velving is well aware of how vulnerable cyclists can be. As a young man, he was hit by a car. What do you remember about being hit?
Well, it's slow motion. Life goes in slow motion, so it's a terrible experience, obviously, and something I was lucky. And obviously nothing I want to experience again.
So he teamed up with the Swedish car giant Volvo to develop the spray for the urban jungle.
The ambition that we have is to reduce the number of traffic accidents due to lack of visibility.
I thought I would give it a go. Man in black, pretty much invisible in the dark. And then out for a spin around a gloomily lit Lapland town, a white blur coming in and out of the shadows.
By increasing your visibility as much as you can, it means that you might just give the driver those few seconds head notice.
It was obvious that having been sprayed, I was now much more visible. Obviously, this is a business. You're creating something which can have a personal impact on people's lives. How does that make you feel?
That's what makes my job meaningful to me. And if we can help save one individual, it's been worth all the hard efforts we actually put into this product.
Join us after the break when we reflect on other advances in road safety.
problem kasi ng family ko yung sa puso, heart attack, mga kinamatay ng magulang ko.
Sa mental health po. Lalo na po, student po kasi kami dalawa ng kapatid ko. So, nai-stress po kami regarding po sa academics.
Naging health concern ko yung usually sa anak ko. Kasi po, nagkasakit siya tapos then ubo.
So one of my concern is my hypertension. So yun yung in the long run parang feeling ko the hypertension will lead to a heart failure or problems.
Are returning to Malacanang.
Walang ampat ang pagtaas ng inflation o presyo ng bilihin.
Kinailangan naming lumipat dahil sa lakas ng alon.
Nataas muli ng presyo ang iba't ibang kumpanya ng langis.
Kung kaya nang kumuha ng school supplies ngayon, ay gawin na.
Rule of law, seguridad sa South China Sea at pagpapalakas ng partnership.
Pamilagak sa mga abo ni Ramos sa libingan ng mga bayani.
Dito nakatira yung isang bata na naka-confine ngayon sa ospital dahil sa dengue fever.
Ayaw nilang pauwi sa sakitan o arestihan ang mga kalalaban ngayong araw.
Nilibing na nga ang Filipino sports legend na si Lydia De Vega.
Driving along in my automobile with all my sensors beside me at the wheel. Cars have come a long way in the last 130 years or so since that first petrol-driven machine designed by a German engineer, Carl Benz, way back in 1879. They've got bigger, they've got faster, they've become more comfortable, and they've got safer. '48 saw the first padded dashboard. The car, the American Tucker 48. The aim, reducing injuries in head-on collisions. The crash test dummy arrived in 1950. First used by the American Air Force, they quickly became essential in testing new cars. 1959, and the first three-point seatbelt by the Swedish car makers Volvo, widely considered the most effective safety device ever developed. 1978, and the first anti-lock braking system, or ABS, by the German company Mercedes. It helped cars from spinning out of control. 1981, the first car airbag, again from Mercedes, keeping the driver from hitting the dashboard and steering wheel. Airbags for passenger seats followed in 1994. 2004, the first blind spot information system developed by Volvo, warning drivers about vehicles and pedestrians in their blind spots. And in 2011, two developments, a pedestrian warning system and adaptive cruise control. At a touch of a button, keeping cars at a safe distance from each other. These inventions help make driving safer, but could we be on the cusp of a dramatic improvement in road safety? And here, in a vast sprawling exhibition centre in Bordeaux in France, we have on display the future of road safety. A future where cars will be able to talk to other cars and communicate with the world around them to get a better view of the road ahead. This is an ever more important annual meeting, the Intelligent Transport System, or ITS World Congress. On almost every stand, the same slogans: connected, automated, safe. Watchwords the companies here hope will define 21st century driving.
Before it was always
an assistance to the driver, assistance to keep the lane, or even warnings. Now we are getting to a situation where these vehicles actually can autonomously drive the roads.
Unusually, in the first demo, I was allowed to drive. The car fitted with a new radar system that constantly maps the buildings and spaces around.
The GPS can wander around by several meters, 10, even 15 meters. This technology is sub-meter. That means that we'll be able to position the vehicle within a lane quite easily. What these set of technologies bring is a quantum leap in the safety that we can expect.
Quantum leap?
Quantum leap. Halving road tolls, halving serious injuries, connecting the cars. That's the key.
An inescapable part of our intelligent transport future is the autonomous or driverless car, as pioneered by Google in 2012.
90% of the accidents are caused or somehow caused by human errors.
Permission to test the driverless cars was given by the French government, but only with an experienced supervisor on hand.
Computers are safer than humans.
You sure?
We believe in it. We'll try to press the button.
An unnerving moment when she took her hands off the wheel.
They're arguing like, no, you go, no, I go, no, it's because I am autonomous, I'm not driving. You, hello.
Julien, an engineer from the French company Valeo, was bolder, taking me out on the highway.
So can you show me to change lane?
So now, left blink, as a car change.
Just does it itself.
The focus is about having a fully connected transport system, vehicles that talk to each other and the infrastructure around them, exchanging information about speed, position, direction to make traffic flow more predictable and safer. Last year, 1.3 million people died in traffic accidents. These new technologies, how much will they be able to reduce the terrible death toll?
If we develop these and we deploy them all over the world, definitely we are going to go down to more than 50% of
more than 50%?
More than 50%. What I want is that my kids can go in a car and that I don't have to worry that they come back or that I get a phone call from the hospital saying that there was an accident.
In the future, we will still sit behind the wheel, but autonomous and connected cars will make it easier, less stressful, and they hope, safer. Well, that's it for this month's show. Join us next month when we'll be exploring how we could all communicate in the near future, including the tantalizing prospect of the so-called new telepathy, communication brain to brain.
If you're a commuter or a motorist, the first thing you'll do in the morning is to check how the roads are doing. Is EDSA jam-packed? How's C5 doing? Where will Waze take me this time? I like sharing the traffic to our viewers every morning. And we keep you updated to where is it not okay to pass, where is it okay to pass going to your location. Filipinos also share an undeniable love for sports. To some, it's even considered a way of life, whether it be basketball, boxing, volleyball, gymnastics, billiards, weightlifting, or martial arts, or whatever your sports is, they always have an impact. That's why our viewers really check on what's happening in the world of sports every morning. That's why we are here to give you the latest scores, the latest updates, and what's happening in the world of sports locally and internationally. I'm Andre Felix. Let me help you build your own game plan as you start a new day. Only on CNN Philippines New Day, news and more.
Narito na ang balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Umano'y gunman sa pagpaslang sa broadcaster na si Percy Lapid. Hawak na ng mga pulis. Ilan pang sangkot sa krimen, pinasusuko na rin. 3 presyo ng mga pang Noche Buena inaasahang tataas pa bago magpasko ayon sa DTI. At ilang miyembro ng K-pop supergroup na BTS magpapaalam na nga ba sa music scene? Magandang tanghali sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb. Ako si Mai Rodriguez. Breaking news sa CNN Philippines, iprinesenta ni Interior Secretary Benhur Abalos ang sinasabing gunman sa pagpatay sa veteranong broadcaster na si Percy Lapid. Binaril si Lapid ng mga suspect na sakay ng motorsiklo sa Las Piñas noong gabi ng October 3. Magbabalita ang aming correspondent na si George Cahiles. George.
May sinasabing ang breakthrough sa kaso ng pagpatay kay Percy Lapid ang pagsuko ng gunman na si Joel Estorial sa mga otoridad kahapon. Sa paglutang ng gunman, itinuro rin niya ang ilan sa di umano'y kanyang mga kasamahan. Sina alias Orly na nagmamaneho ng motorsiklo, ang magkapatid na Edmond at Israel Di Makulangan na di umano'y nakaabang din para bumaril kay Lapid, isang kontak niya sa loob ng bilibid na siya nag-utos sa patayin si Lapid at isa pang hindi malinaw kung ano ang kinalaman sa krimen. Pinaghati-hatian raw nilang anim ang 550,000 pesos matapos may sakatuparan ng pagpatay kay Lapid. 140,000 pesos daw ang naging pati niya bilang gunman. Limitado yung impormasyon na nakuha natin sa suspect dahil mismong si Interior Secretary Abalos ang nagtatanong sa kanya. Hindi na nabigyan ng pagkakataon ng media na direktang magtanong sa suspect. Tumanggi si Abalos na banggitin kung sino ang tinutukoy ni Estorial na nag-utos sa kanila mula sa bilibid na patayin si Lapid at kung ano ang dahilan kung bakit ipinapatay ang mamamahayag. Ongoing pa raw kasi yung mga follow-up operations ng mga otoridad.
Nico, totoo ba yung sumuko na yan o is he just a fall guy? Okay. Hindi po, siya talaga. Hindi niya lang inamin because the gun itself would match the slug. Nag-match yung ballistics. Number one. Number two, yung mga damit na pinunit-punit niya.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 utso sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andang serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda, sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Kahirapan. Wala po ba sir kung trabaho sir?
May nagbigay na rin ng reaksyon itong pamilya ni Percy Lapid na kausap natin. Kanina lamang itong kanyang kapatid na mamamahayag din at si Roy Mabasa. At ang sabi niya ay gusto nilang malaman o gusto nilang ma-cross-check kung talagang ito talagang sumukong suspect ang nakikita nila sa CCTV video na siyang pumatay sa kanyang kapatid. Sabi niya, marami siyang katanungan at gusto niyang mahambing sa nakuhanan niyang CCTV yung ipresenta na suspect. Nalulungkot daw sila dahil hindi tinanggal yung mask ng suspect nung ipresenta kanina at medyo conflicting yung mga reports na nakukuha nila kasi binabanggit ni Roy Mabasa na naimpormahan daw sila na ilang araw na itong sumuko itong si Estorial sa mga pulis. Pero ang binabanggit naman kanina ng PNP ay kahapon lang ito sumuko. So lalo daw natatakot yung pamilya ng mayapang broadcaster kung dahil lalong walang kasiguraduhan yung kanilang kaligtasan sa kasalukuyan. Kasi sabi nga ni Mabasa, kung mali ang suspect na makukuha nila, lalo na itong gunman, ay mas magiging mahirap yung proseso sa pagtukoy sa mastermind sa pagpatay sa kanyang kapatid. Balik sa'yo.
George, nabanggit ba kung sino ang mastermind? Nasabi ba ito ng sinasabing gunman sa kanyang confession.
Hindi nabanggit yung tungkol sa identity ng mastermind. Ang malinaw lang sa sinasabi kanina ni Estorial ay may nag-utos sa kanilang patayin si Lapid na isang tao mula sa New Bilibid Prison. At hindi pa rin daw malinaw kung siya, kaya nga hindi malinaw sa ngayon kung siya ba talaga yung mastermind o kung may nag-utos din sa kanya na ipapatay si Lapid. So, yun din yung sanang pakiusap ng pamilya na kung ilagay na sa safekeeping or i-ensure yung safety nitong tinutukoy na tao na sinasabing nag-utos sa mga suspect na patayin si Percy Lapid, lalo na nasa loob ng National Bilibid Prison. Kasi ang pangamba ng pamilya ay baka hindi na rin ito makapagsalita at maaaring mapatay na kagaya ng mga nangyari nitong nakaraan sa NBP na kung saan ay ang allegation ay namamatay na lamang yung mga suspect basta-basta or yung mga nakakulong sa NBP basta-basta. Malik sa'yo, Mike.
George, nabanggit ba yung dahilan ng kanyang pagsuko at yung ano ang mangyayari sa 6.5 million pesos na reward money?
Nung inilabas raw yung larawan niya sa media bilang suspect sa pagpatay kay Lapid, ay natakot na raw siya para sa kanyang buhay. May kakilala raw siya na may kakilalang pulis at doon siya nagpatulong para siya ay makasuko sa mga otoridad. Wala nang iba pang detalyeng ibinigay sa atin hinggil sa kanyang pagsuko. As I've mentioned, kahapon daw ito sumuko ayon sa mga pulis. Although iba yung sinasabi ng mga pamilya na ilang araw na daw itong suspect na ito sa pangangalaga ng mga pulis. As for the reward money, ni Secretary Abalos ay baka ibigay na lang nila ito sa makapagtuturo sa mastermind. Mike?
Maraming salamat, George Cahiles, nagbabalita. Samantala, tinuring naman na positive development ng National Union of Journalists of the Philippines ang pagkaaresto sa suspect sa pagpatay kay Percy Lapid. Ayon sa grupo ng mamamahayag, maging hakbang sana ito para matunton ang mastermind sa likod ng pagpaslang.
Kay grasya sa gamhanan ug madagayaon gikan sa tinubdan alang sa baskog ug himsog nga kalawasan. Sinatia ang himsog nga kinabuhi ug hapsayng panginabuhi uban sa EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. Buhay ay makulay basta kasama ang EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule para sa masiglang buhay at masaganang hanap buhay. Mag-EXL Makabuhay Plus Capsule. EXL Life and Herbs Nutraceutical Health and Wellness for God.
Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fat-Con, bango maka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner, dunay stay fresh technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fat-Con, bango maka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, gamitin may bangon sa libong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar, dili lang puti, kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Sinina, Pride Bar Blue, ang imo.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa umsum sa matag hibla. Mao nga sinina, kisla puti o humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti. Pride Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified. World-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaman, knock out ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Anti-Bac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa bisti sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Anti-Bac. Linis ang labada, nakat ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
labanan pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Believe ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya protektado,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Ang buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste. Pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal galing ang sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 dishwashing paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified. World-class quality.
ACS.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pala,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa.
Helps stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa. Unique
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS. Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sol, nakapay HIV?
Ano, Dere?
Nakighilawas ka ba nga walay proteksyon? Nakaagi ka ba og sexually transmitted infection? Nagagamit ka ba og ginadili nga droga?
Handa kay Kuray.
Kung duna kay pagduda o pangutana, bisita sa Alagad Mindanao Facebook page o tawag sa 0930-247-9988. Ang imong pagkatao protektado. Ania kami andam maminaw ug moalagad kanimo. Kini nga mensahe gikan sa Alagad Mindanao ug KBP ug niining estasyon.
Ang paghugas sa atong kamot mao ang first line defense batok sa daghang sakit, sama sa diarrheal diseases, respiratory diseases ug infection. Mao nga batasan ang kanunay nga paghugas sa kamot aron malayo kita sa sakit. Usa ka pahinumdom gikan sa RPN DSKO Teleradyo.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
Hindi inaasahang pangangailangan ng pera sa Enlul Year. Walang hassle, walang problema. Kung may sasakyan ka, fill up ka lang ng application form. Plus, photocopy ng OR at CR sa sasakyan mo. At kung may motorsiklo ka, dalhin mo lang ang motorsiklo mo para sa appraisal. Plus, valid ID. Isubmit agad ito sa pinakamalapit na Enlul Year branch. Hintayin ang approval at kung approved na, may pera ka na agad. Ang ML Quick Car Loan ay available sa lahat ng branches nationwide at ang motorcycle loan ay available sa piling mga branches.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13.68 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dini sa Lakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andam na serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Kaysa diha nga kita, wala pa'y kusog. Sa tukmak nga panahon, si Kristo namatay alang sa mga dili Diyos nun. Romans 5:6. O karon, sa laing sumpay ning sugilan, Tatay Dudo, Senior Citizen. Hid kapag ayaw ang ilawom sa makinas motor. Oh.
Yes, Major. Oy.
Yes, Santos.
Major, agmas man eh.
Ha? Unsa?
Pistola, sir, pistola.
Ipataas ang imong mga kamot! Ipataas! Ipataas ang imong kamot!
Ay, paliw ka! Ay, paliw! Gamay na muli ako, impas ka yan!
Unsa ka man, impi ka! Ha? Isugap! Isugap!
Sir, wag yun maiwan agay, sir. Agay, Major. Wag yun maiwan.
Ipansaksis sa kinan sa dito! Ipansaksis sa kinan sa dito!
Sakyan ka! Likon kining, tama na, Major, likon yung kayo.
Di ulalan ka nagkaduha sa imong sa pupan nining imong armas. Wag ka mo!
Ipatira na lang ako yung kiri, sir. Baliwa ako ng gyapon. Sir, nagsigilap duko ko.
Kaluduko-duko maka.
Wag yung reaksyon, sir. Sigilap duko sa iyong sir. Wag yung reaksyon.
Lili na ko, Tonton. Katulong ko sa kasyat ako, Huwag ko sa kondisyon.
Mauna na, sir.
Hello? Oh. Na. Okay. Thank you, Major.
Okay na, sir.
Magdrama ko, Tonton.
Mag-shooting ta para TV. Okay, sir. Sunod na yun ako, Tuntun. Okay, sir. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Si Major. Sa office niya, sir. Sa office, sir. Sa office. Frank. Sirhan akong puntahan, ha? Sirilo, Frank. Major. Lingkod, Frank. Dali aragod niyang nabaling. Kapila naman anaw eh. Kagkamay na nandabaw anadana. Niyang iyagarmas. Istoryahe ko. Unsay na hitabo.
Bagong natakpan si Liga para.
Goryo! Oh! Mama Mary in town!
Ay, nakakagitawag mo tawag mo.
Goryo! Sir Frank. Kaysa diha nga kita, wala pa'y kusog. Sa tukma nga panahon, si Kristo namatay alang sa mga Dali.
Sino ni Barong katong ka na pa sa tanan ko na yun.
Unsa maning hitabo, ha? Unsa ning hitabo, Goryo? Kalit kayo, sir. Huwag ko makabantay, Sir Frank. Pagliko gid ako kay daghan mga biditur nga dahan. Diyan ay chipuwenta. Nababoy dayon ko. May mga nagatang ng daan. Naapikihan ko. Lisod ng ilihok ko mabiya ko. Magkapinusila yun yun. Pero nahibaw ka nga dili kumukontra ang mga tinugyanan sa balaod, Sir Frank. Nahibaw ko, anak. Oo, Mama Mary, nagkadugo ang imong naong, ha? Dudong Goryo, giunsa ka man day nila. Wa ka man kaha musukol. Gipasakitan ka na nila mga polis. Police brutality ka na. Sagdi lang, sir. Sagdi lang. Naatlan man ko nila. Sagdi lang. Ni ay akong panyo, Goryo. Bebe, ni akong panyo. Ipahid nis dugo si mong naong. Nasamad gidi ay ang imong o. Nasik ang panit sa imong o. Kaya gibunal-bunalan ka man di ay nila. Nagisik pang imong wait. May mga bunog kapag yun. Wa may sakit, sir. Gamay ra ni, sir. Sayod kasab. Dili ramanin ako itandi ka ni atos kauban patas gubat. Sir, sorry yun kayo. Okay lang, Sir Frank. Ako manisipyat. Busaan kuno na ko ni. Antuso na ko ni. Puyan na ko ni sa presuhan. No. Dili na mahimo. Musukol ta. Mugasto ko bisag pila. Aron ka lang makagawas dayon din ni Goryo. Bisan ugma maning kamot ko nga makagawas ka dayon. Ipasalig na ko na nimo. Oh, Mama Mary, tabangin taon ako ni Goryo. Ipasalig ko na nimo, Goryo. Naatay, Mama Mary. Mutabang dayon. Ngano, Goryo? Nawaangan kong cellphone. Tagon ko na si Tikoy.
sa may nadugaya ni Tatay Koryo, Tiyo Tikoy. Nganong hangtod karon wa pa siya mo pauli. Ingon siya nako karyotra siya, wa pa man lagi.
Niya na lang ito, niya na to, Josie. May pagmatuog ka na lang, day. Ayaw na lang daw tang huna-huna. Oh, kadi. Hello, Sir Frank.
Tigoy, ayos Josie.
Si tatay ni mo, nanawag.
Si tatay nga?
Dia ang bata. Dia sa kondol.
Panayoon na niya. Nag-importante kayo isulti ni mo, Tigoy.
Josie, kadiyot lang kayo, ha? Ariyon ako sa gawas, day. Dili mi magdungog sa tatay ni mo din, eh. Diya ka lang.
Ayaw, yung cellphone Tiyo Tikoy, ha?
Lagi. Unsa man na. Ha? Guriyo. Nganong cellphone man ni Sir Frank ang gigamit ni mo? Hain man day ka karon.
Nadakpan ko sa checkpoint. Nasakpan na nga akong armas.
Unsa? Nadakpan ka?
Tiyo Tikoy, nidakpan si Tatay Koryo.
Guriyo, sorry. Nagkabati is Josie. Misunod na siya nako. Unsa may nagpaabot ni Josie, unsay nagpaabot ni Greg. Higalan nunti kanunay ang ubang sumpay ni ining sugilanon. Tatay Dudo, Senior Citizen. Sinuwat og direksyon ni Fermin Colliantes Gomez, recording editor, Weder Saldana. Dalit alang sa atong kalingawan sa RPN, Radyo Ronda, Drama Production Center.
Ang EXL Makabuhay Plus ay isang prebiotic, preventive, multi-herb at immune booster na gawa sa 17 aktibong halamang gamot na puro, siksik at natural tulad ng makabuhay, garlic plus ashitaba, malunggay, cinnamon, neem, guyabano, turmeric, ginger, lagundi, sambong, kalabo, mangosteen, serpentina at vitamina tulad ng vitamin C, vitamins B1, B6 at B12. Buhay at makulay ang buhay sa EXL Makabuhay. EXL Makabuhay Plus Herbal Capsule.
EXL Makabuhay Plus Dietary Supplement. Mapalit sa pinakadool nga butika o drugstore. Para sa sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot, suwayi ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, damit ay may bangon ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Dunay Stay Fresh Technology. Sinina nga ka-bloom sa kahumot.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, damit ay may bangon ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Pride Bar. Dili lang puti. Kisla puti.
Pagilabhan sa Pride Bar Blue, ang puting sinina mahimong
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
sa Pride Bar Blue, pwedeng dili na ko magtina, anyel o bleach. Kaya ang Pride Bar Blue, dunay power whitener nga sa gumsum sa matag hibla, mao nga sinina, kisla puti ug humok pa sa kamot.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Pride Bar Blue with power whitener. Dili lang puti, kisla puti. Pride Bar, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa Pride Anti-Bac Detergent, limpyo ang nilaban, knockout ang bakterya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Ang Pride Anti-Bac adunay germ knockout action. Kills 99.9% of germs sa bisti sa pamilya.
Stop ang germs sa Pride with Antibac. Linis ang labada, knockout ang bakterya.
Pride Anti-Bac Detergent. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
Sa panahon ngayon, kau ba'y sigurado? Kau ba'y protektado? Ang pamilya ay i-shield mo.
Laban sa bakterya,
I-shield mo.
laban ng pati virus,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Patay ang 99.9% of bacteria and virus tested. Bilib ang mga eksperto sa Philippine Nurses Association.
sa sakit protektado,
I-shield mo.
pamilya'y protektado,
I-shield mo.
Shield Bath Soap. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
Ang buhay ay masaya pag ang hugasin ay easy, lalo na sa masebong kaldero at kawali.
Kaya mag-Smart Dishwashing Paste. Pang heavy-duty hugasin.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal galingan sebo at bakterya. Kaya ang Smart #1 Dishwashing Paste.
Ang galing, galing, galing.
Smart!
Yan ang Smart Dishwashing.
Smart Dishwashing Paste. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
Para di madaling masira ang ngipin ng pamilya, ngayon pa lang,
Unique toothpaste for brushing every after kumain.
dahil ang unique toothpaste, may Max Protect formula.
Ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa.
Help stop cavities even before they start, while keeping breath fresh with regular use.
Unique toothpaste for brushing para siguraduhin ngipin ay Max Alaga, Max Protektado pa. Unique.
Max Alaga, Max Protectado with unique toothpaste maximum fluoride protection. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing. ISO certified world-class quality.
Boom, papaya, white rose papaya, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, puti ka in 7 days, oh yeah, 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 yeah. White rose papaya.
New White Rose Papaya na ay double whitening sa papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven yung makaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Boom, puti ka, white rose papaya, yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality.
Ang paghugas sa atong kamot mao ang first line defense batok sa daghang sakit, sama sa diarrheal diseases, respiratory diseases ug infeksyon. Mao nga batasan ang kanunay nga paghugas sa kamot aron malayo kita sa sakit. Usa ka pahinumdom gikan sa RPN DSKO Teleradyo.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy na kaaya-aya sa bawat pahid.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 1368 sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Dakbayan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawhan, andam mo serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Sa ingon, apan kita naghimaya diya sa kasakitan usab, sa nasayod nga ang kasakitan nagabuhat og pagkamapailubon, og ang pagkamapailubon kasinatian, og ang kasinatian paglaom. Romans 5:3 and 4. karon sa atong sugilanon. Sangges sanggenes mi, dugo sa akong dugo. Anda lang taon, anda lang taon, anda lang taon, anda lang taon. Oh, salamat. Ni andar na. Karon magamit ko kinis pagsaka na ako sa bukid sa nahimutangan sa MNLF. Okay. May kondisyon na ang makina na ayaw ginain ako. May na siya mudakan. Ituyok na ko ni siya sa kupal. Dili na kinahanglan magdapak kung kusog na armas. Usa ka pistola ug mga magasin sa akong pistola. Mawala akong tadon. Ang gate na may problema. I-road test na ko ning jeep, buddy. Dili mo gunutan ni siya mo andar, pero akong giayo. Naayo man. Midagan nagbalik. Mao akong i-road test. Kanina, sir. Giablihan na niya gate. Kagi ka na, sir. Thank you, buddy. Magkagawas na ko. Salamat, buddy! Pabuta ko. Padung na ko ninyo.
Gamay ra mga biste nga akong giandam, Ismael. Dili man kahat na magdugay sa Cebu. Ready na kini o bisword ko na sa bag. Pila man ka kaadlaw sa Cebu.
Dili ta magdugay, Romana. Kung tuwan na kita sa lahog, sa kampo sa mga militar, o kung mahumandayo nato ang tuyo nato dito nga mutawag ni Pili. Unsa may atong dugayan, mamauli dayon kita dinis liti. Wa kita'y mapangitaan o kahimanan nga makontak nato ang atong anak. Gawas na yun sa kampo sa lahog.
Osto ka, Ismael.
Musa katog na. Musayo pag kita og mata og maa.
Oo, Ismael. Sir? Mainom kang tubig, sir. Karyot. Ako na lang, sir.
Salamat, nurse.
Dera. Dera, sir.
Thank you. Salamat, nurse.
Kung doon ka pa'y kinahanglan, sir, dool raman ang nurse station. Pagtawag lang dahil og nurse.
Okay. Biyain ako balihog. Gusto na ko mubalik sa aksyon. Gusto na ko muuban og mga operations. Aron makalihok na sab ko sa pag-anam-anam og iban sa puwersa militar aning gobyerno nga kaaway sa Islam. Kasayon lang i-wipe out ning kampo ha ug ipasangil nako sa mga NPA. Nga ang mga NPA maoy mipapas aning tibuok kampo sa Isabela.
Og dili lamang sa ingon, apan kita naghimaya diya sa kasakitan usab, sa nasayod nga ang kasakitan nagabuhat og pagkamapailubon, og ang pagkamapailubon kasinatian, og ang kasinatian paglaom.
Planong nako og maayon. Kinahanglang dungagan ang pag-ambing aron sa buwa kay mahibaw kung kinsa ko nga ilang gikauban.
Layo na ko sa kampo. Walay nahibaw gawa sa Guardias Gate. Ako ni bahala kung ugaling magkabalik pa kung buhi sa kampo. Lian ako sa kaon kayo.
Lieutenant.
Kisa ka! Kisa ka!
Ayaw, Lieutenant. Ayaw, Lieutenant. Ayaw, ako ni.
Sarge!
Ako. Ipaubos ang imong armas, Lieutenant.
Lamian ni mong walupon aning pistola, Sarge!
Kalma lang. Kay istoryahan ta ka. Ipaubos na yung tao ng imong armas, sir. Dayon, mag-istorya ta.
Giunsa ni mo ni paplano sa rinto? Wa ka na ko mabantay da. Makamao ka sa rinto.
Nayo giday ni mo kining jeep, Lieutenant. Diha ra ko sa palibot dihang imo kining gipadagandagan libot sa oval. Gipahunong nimo kining jeep og nanaog ka kay murag may gikuha ka sa deck. Mao to nga sayon ra kayo nako nga misakay aning jeep deres luyo.
Kanaog, Sarge.
Kawa sa nimoy konsensya. Imo kung pagkanaogon unya. Labing siguro imo lang kung palakon balik sa kampo. Nga layo-layo na biya ning ato na abdan.
Sayon ra kay ko nimo nalipat?
Diha, Lieutenant. Nalipat ka nako. Busa na kinahanglan ka nako aning imong lakaw. Matud pa nimo, nalipat ka nako mao nga ingnon ka nako nga magamit nimo ang kamaayo na kong mulipat alang sa imong buhaton. Kay tinudoon mo gid ay ang imong giplano. Ayaw kong i-reject. Osbo nako. Nagkinahanglan ka nako. Mao bitaw nga gikuhit ka nako si mga baga tungod kay imog yung ipasag ka kining jeep. Masuhito ko nimo aning dapita kay dugay na kayo ko dinhi sa Zamboanga. Og suhito sab kaayo ko sa sa Liloy. Suhito kayo ko sa Liloy. Ibilin kining jeep dinhi. Kay di na makaayo nimo kon pugso nimo nga isag ka kining jeep. Critical kining dapita, sir. Critical kaayo. Kung mo okay ka, doon ta ko'y plano nga dako kayong ikatampo sa buot imong buhatot, sir.
Unsang plano ha?
Inauna ko nga mo okay kang mukuyog ko nimo.
Kuyog?
Kana, Lieutenant.
Kung mukuyog ka?
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Karon, unsa imong plano ug unsa imong ikasugyot?
Balik ko nako, sir. Ibili na to kining jeep. Magnaog ta. Manaog na, Lieutenant. Kay manaog na ko.
Nanaog na ko. Karon sultihin ako sa imong plano. Oh, nga nung misa kay kagbalik. Mapatay ti ka sa kanito. Wa ko magtiaw, mapatay ka yun ako. Magamit tinuod ni Tony ang sargento. Murampos ka sila, nga duha raman sila kabuok. Higalan nun ti kanunay ang ubang sumpay, niling sugilanon. Sangguays, sangguines mi, dugo sa akong dugo. Sinuwat og direksyon, Fermin Colliantes Gomez. Recording editor, Richard Parantao. Dalit alang sa atong kalingawan. Sa RPN, Radyo Ronda, Drama Production Center.
O, anyari sa'yo? Ba't nakasimangot ka? Alam ko na. Masakit ang katawan mo, ano? Sa sobrang trabaho? O di kaya masakit ang ulo sa sobrang stress? Break ka muna. Hinga ng malalim at imasahe ang ulo mo gamit ang Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Ako rin ganun eh. Kaya pag mataas ang tensyon sa trabaho, mag-Herbalaya break ka muna.
Herbalaya Liniment Oil. Amoy nakaaya-aya. Sa bawat pahid,
It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Mag-ready na ta, ka 11:30 na. Abogado nga ambungan nga duha. It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. Malawang negosyo o lifestyle, hindi lang sa lunch break. With a 30 gallon jar. It's a lunch break with a 30 gallon jar. It's a lunch break.
Lunch break with Attorney Ken Tamala and Attorney Joff na Malata. Sabado, 11:30 sa buntag hanggang 12:30 sa hapon sa RPN TV5 o DXKO Radio.
RPN, Radio Philippines Network Incorporated, DXKO. 13 sa Sinday Utso sa dial sa inyong radyo. RPN DXKO, ang Radyo Ronda dili sa Lagdagan sa Cagayan de Oro. Sibiyahan na may galaon sa katawan, andam mo serbisyo sa tanan. Ang RPN DXKO Radyo Ronda sakop sa KBP, kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.